Committee of Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Bryson, would you please conduct a roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Canale.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Colvette. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilman Warren. I see you there. And Chair Swearinger.
Present. We have one item on the agenda. It's a discussion on efforts to reduce homelessness. This was requested by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, would you like to make comments prior to the discussion? I see Director Young on with us. Good morning, Director Young.
Good morning. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to thank you all for putting this presentation together, Director Young. As we come out of the historic winter weather that we've been experiencing, I thought it was imperative that we discuss our population that is currently experiencing homelessness, the unhoused, or those that are in transition. This past year, we've seen and heard of more people experiencing homelessness as an effect of COVID. And as we all know, there are different levels, as I said. Through this presentation, I hope we can begin to shed light on the resources that are available to those that are experiencing homelessness, the different levels and shapes and forms that homelessness comes in, and while also creating a space for continued dialogue for new ways to address this growing issue in our community. Just to show that we are cognizant of what's going on, we care, and that we are determined to come to some solutions and provisions for this population. So with that, I just wanted to thank you all for this presentation.
All right, thank you,
Young.
Thank you, Paul Young, Director of Housing and Community Development. Excited to be with you all today. I'm going to pull up the brief presentation. I'm going to leave most of the time for dialogue, but we will run through a quick presentation. With me today, I have HCD Deputy Director Mari Albertson and the Administrator of Homeless and Special Needs Department for HCD, Ms. Kimberly Mitchell. So before I dive into the presentation, what we wanted to do was give an update of some of the efforts that have been underway since we ran into the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, we'll touch on just the landscape of homelessness support that exists in the city, and then we will allow plenty of time for conversation. Before I go through the presentation, I do want to touch on what Councilwoman Logan just mentioned. We're on the heels of a pretty significant event over the last week, and it was really amazing to watch all of the different agencies come together. I talked to many of you last week as we were making preparations to take care of those that are unsheltered with the warming centers. It was a Herculean task with a lot of agencies that supported. I just jotted down a quick list as I was sitting here, and off the top of my head, I have Parks, the Office of Emergency Management, MATA, Shelby County Community Services, HCD, A Better Way, nonprofit agency, Catholic Charities nonprofit, Room in the Inn nonprofit agency, Constance Abbey, Hospitality Hub, Community Alliance for the Homelessness, and MIFA are just a few of the names that all collaborated all last week. We had a daily call where we were making sure that people at the warming centers were able to have food. The warming centers were staffed 24/7. It was really amazing to watch, and I think it summed up by one of the comments from Cherie Bradshaw yesterday when she, at the end of our call, she said in her 20 years of working in the space to support homelessness, she's never seen so many agencies collaborate towards the same goal. So I just want you all to know that what took place last week is not going to be an anomaly. It's the way that we are looking to do business. It's how we want to make sure that we are supporting the people of our community moving forward. So with that said, I'm going to flip through this presentation relatively quickly. At any point you want me to stop, we will. Can you all see this full screen? All right. Try and make sure I can turn the pages. And I cannot, so hold tight. All right, we'll do it the old school way. All right, so you may or may not know this, but last year, our initial response to COVID-19 in March, we began moving as we were trying to figure out how to address the pandemic and what protocols will ultimately take place. Our immediate response was to make sure that those were unsheltered, had an opportunity to stay in a safe space. And so we secured hotel rooms for more than 300 people from March 2020 to mid-May 2020. And even after that date, we also worked with some of our nonprofit agencies like MIFA to ensure that families had housing during that time period and even to this day. During that time, we began coordinating with various stakeholders and other divisions. That's what made it natural over this past week for us to be able to collaborate, is because we've been having discussions bi-weekly since the pandemic set in March. Sorry. Just some of the fund streams that have gone into towards this work. We spent about $500,000 last year. These are in COVID treasury funds for hotel stays for homelessness, staffing some of those hotels, ensuring that we were getting all of those clients into our what we call HMIS, which is the system that we use to be able to support individuals that are experiencing homelessness. And so those funds have gone to support those individuals and families. We also invested $750,000. I think we had a presentation on Collins Chapel a couple of weeks ago, $750,000 in treasury funds to renovate the facility, which is almost at completion. And then we have $350,000 that'll go towards operation of the facility that will actually go, and those are not treasury dollars. Those are what we call emergency solutions grant dollars, which you'll hear a little bit more about momentarily from Ms. Mitchell. But we spent that with room in the end to ensure that this space is able to get up and running. I'm sorry, this slide is a little bit tricky. All right, and so some other programs that we use out of the Treasury funds, the Eviction Settlement Fund. You all may remember that we came with a presentation last year during the pandemic to support those individuals and families that were at most serious risk of being out on the streets. They had evictions. And so we spent $1 million. The county spent another $1 million, and we were able to prevent 1,150 individuals and families from being placed out on the streets, and we settled those evictions. It was a collaborative effort with Shelby County Community Services, Neighborhood Preservation, Inc., Memphis Area Legal Services, Innovate Memphis, University of Memphis Law School, as well as General Sessions Court. And here, HCD has received about $8 million in what we call emergency solutions grant. So this is a program that is funded by HUD. And just so you get a sense of the scale, we receive an annual allotment of emergency solution grants fund. And traditionally, our annual allotment is around $500,000. These funds can go towards helping agencies that are working to do street outreach, who are providing shelter, agencies that are supporting homeless clients in our community. Those are the funds that we use for this. So like I said, traditionally 500,000, now we're up to 8 million in 1 year. And these funds have to be spent over the next 2 years. Of that amount, we've already awarded nearly $3 million, and we will have additional funds that will be made available momentarily. Actually, it's out on the streets right now, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, there's a competitive grant round right now. Those proposals, you can go onto the HCD website and look under funding opportunities, and you will see that the application portal was made available last week with the deadline of April 7th. So nonprofit agencies that are serving homeless clients currently have an opportunity to apply for funding to address COVID-19. I'm going to turn it over to Kim Mitchell to talk a little bit more about ESG, and then I'll turn it over to Mari Albertson after that.
Good morning, everyone. In terms of this particular program, as Director Young has already spoken on, the Emergency Solutions Grant came in two allocations, the first allocation and the second allocation. So that's what I'm going to talk about briefly this morning. On the second allocation, which is what we have out right now, it's out on our portal as of February the 16th, and they have a couple of weeks to go ahead and make sure that they get their applications in. And so those funds, there are different categories that you can use those dollars for. And I know that one in particular is the emergency shelter category, and basically that pays for any operating costs of a facility for congregate and non-congregate shelters, especially during this time because of COVID-19. The next activity, we can talk about street outreach, of course. Many of you are familiar with Hospitality Hub. They are one of the major players in doing street outreach, especially down in the downtown area. And that particular activity pays for any kind of engagement that you may have with any homeless citizen that's here in the city. Rapid rehousing, and rapid rehousing is basically trying to provide rental assistance and utility assistance to get that individual or family back into their own home. And so that's what that activity is for. Next one is homeless prevention, self-explanatory. And this is for those individuals who are about to be evicted to make sure that they stay in their homes. And so we can pay for rental and utility assistance with those funds. Last is HMIS, which is Homeless Management Information Systems. And that's basically HUD's way of making sure that we track all of our homeless individuals that are coming through any of our shelters that we have in the city. And that is manned by an agency called Community Alliance for the Homeless, which is a nonprofit as well. And I'll turn it over to Director Young.
All right, I think Mari was going to take this one. Mari, you want to speak on this?
Yeah, good morning. Mari Albertson, Deputy Director, Housing and Community Development. Just to share a little more information on some additional resources related to homelessness and preventing people from becoming homeless. We recently received an allocation of Treasury funds. We actually have this on the agenda under Budget Committee today to accept the funds. We were awarded around $19.6 million for City of Memphis, and our partners at Shelby County were awarded an additional $8.9 million. The use of these funds is for rental assistance. This can go back to 12 months to pay for arrears, as well as utility assistance. And again, that can also cover 12 months of arrears for utility payments. And then in terms of eligibility, these are for tenants who have experienced hardships due to COVID-19. This could be unemployment or additional expenses or other hardships, as long as they're tied to COVID-19. Tenants that could face homelessness or housing instability if they don't receive this assistance. And then tenants that are at or below 80% of the area median income. Similarly to the eviction settlement fund that we talked about earlier, we are working with a great team of partners to develop really a seamless system for landlords and tenants to apply for rental and utility assistance. Again, we're working with the city and county governments, working with our nonprofit and other partners for a collaborative effort to ensure that these services are streamlined to better utilize the funds. And we anticipate the program to start March 1st, so next week, and then the funds do expire December 31st of this year. So in terms of our current homeless referral system, any family experiencing homelessness can call MIFA's homeless hotline. The number's with you there. And then single individuals can call the Hospitality Hub or Memphis Union Mission for shelter or services. And then, many of these individuals and families do have transportation issues. So Partner agencies may provide MATA bus passes to get to shelters if someone does not have transportation. And then, as we saw last week, during extreme weather conditions, citizens can call the Office of Emergency Management to get to designated warming centers. And we had great coordination there with MATA and other partners. And just a couple of additional resources that we have around homelessness and COVID. We did also receive a little over $500,000 in CARES Act funds for our entitlement that's called Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, or HOPWA. These funds were awarded to 2 agencies that provide services to persons affected by HIV and AIDS. These were to provide short-term rental, mortgage, and utility assistance, as well as supportive services to individuals affected by AIDS. And the program really will help these beneficiaries of the HOPWA funds to stay in their homes. Then the last resource I'll talk about is we did also receive allocations of Community Development Block Grant coronavirus funds. We received almost $4 million in these funds earlier, or well, actually in April of 2020. The funds are being used to prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID-19. These are a subset of our most flexible source of funds, which is the Community Development Block Grant Program. And we're using these to serve homeless populations as well as other vulnerable populations. And some of the activities that we were using our first allocation of funds were for rental and mortgage assistance, housing counseling, eviction and foreclosure prevention. We had a small business loan fund that we're working with Joanne Massey's office on to implement. We have a homeless hotline improvements. We're looking to enhance coordination around the hotline. Also expanding internet access for low-income residents. And we had public service grants that were available to nonprofit agencies. We were fortunate to receive a second allocation of these block grant coronavirus funds. The second allocation that we also received last year that we're currently in the process of rolling out was a little over $5 million. These funds are also used to prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID-19. Some of the activities we plan to use the second allocation for are also rental and mortgage assistance, recognizing that this is going to be a continuing issue. And just to note, we will have up to 6 years for these funds. So we do want to make sure that we keep some available for rental and mortgage assistance after other resources expire. Additional homeless service assistance, recognizing that access to internet is going to be an issue. We're set aside additional funds for expanding internet access to low-income residents, and then another allocation of public service grants to nonprofit agencies. As was mentioned earlier, we have a competitive grant application out now. These are for the public service grants in addition to the emergency solutions grant. So we anticipate that we will award $1.5 million in public service grants to nonprofit partners who apply. This process opened up February 16th, and applications will be accepted through April 7th. And then remaining funds will be used for the other activities that were listed to the left on the slide. And at this point, I'll turn it back over to Director Young for some closing remarks.
All right, so we got a couple of slides and then we'll turn it over to you for any questions. Just areas of opportunity. We believe that one of the things that we need to do as an industry to support homelessness is identify a single point of entry. We've been talking to MIFA about that. They currently manage the homeless hotline for families. We think we need something very similar that will also accommodate individuals. And so we're still working with them to be able to scale the system up to do things like that. Another area for opportunity is continuing to work with our partners to ensure that our data tracking is as sound as possible. We want it to be such that you can look at a screen and you can figure out which agency has available spaces for individuals to go at any given time. And in order to do that, all of these service providers have to be a part of this continuum of care and this continuum of agencies that are working to support the individuals from homelessness to permanent stability, housing stability. And And then we want to increase the number of beds available for for those experiencing homelessness. And then lastly, and this is probably the most important, we want to work to ensure that people experience homelessness for the least amount of time possible. And then I'll just close with this, just some of the high points that we have gained since we entered into the pandemic. This is some of the light that's at the end of the tunnel, is that we have strengthened the communication between government agencies. And I would say we've also strengthened the communication between government and our nonprofit partners, collaboration of government and those partners. We're working to address gaps in services. And then the willingness of our nonprofit partners to step up and answer the call for service when needed has been really high. So those are high points. And I'll close the presentation there, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you very kindly. Dr. Warren has complimented you and your staff, Director Young, on this wonderful presentation. Councilman Carlisle, you to be recognized.
Thank you, Vice Chairwoman. I know we've got limited time here today, and Director Young, thank you for the presentation. I really wanted to get with you yesterday, but I think for all of us, the last few days have been crazy. So we focused a lot on COVID-19. The issue of homelessness and housing insecurity has been something for Memphis well before that. So I was hoping we're going to kind of dig into more of that, and I hope we have more conversations. So tell me more specifically, and I'm not an expert in the field, but ultimately we've got three phases of homelessness or housing insecurity: emergency shelter, transitional, permanent housing, broadly speaking. All right, what is our current homeless population to date in Memphis as our last census?
So the one that I can recall, and Kim can correct me, and this is from last year, so this is pre-pandemic, it was somewhere around 1,100 when they do go out and do the point in time count, give or take, 25 or so, it was around 1,100.
Okay, and then what's our capacity between third-party agencies in the city of Memphis to house the homeless?
Kim, you can help me on this. I know that our biggest provider for individuals, homeless men, is about 300, and that's Memphis Union Mission. I would say that there are probably another 150, 200 slots spread amongst various agencies. I think where you find the biggest gaps are going to be when individuals, single men with or single women with a teenage son. That's where you start to see many of the limitations. I don't have the specific numbers, and Kim can help me on this, but that's certainly a number that we can come back to you with to give you specific numbers as to what category we have spaces available for.
Right. Okay, that would be helpful because again, I know this administration and the council likes to work off KPIs and more just straight data, which is we have a number of people that need emergency shelter or have extreme housing insecurity. And we know how to fix that, which is by providing it. And whether it's through a third-party agency, and we are supporting them much like we are with any sort of public-private partnership. And then secondly, I understand and when I say understand, this is something that I started to get into, and I'm learning very quickly because it's so important, is how we handle families. And I understand that there are liabilities and things associated with housing families with husbands, and there's a lot of nuance. So I'm not trying to brush over that, but we just don't have time to kind of dive in today. Transitional housing goes back to, and then permanent housing. Permanent housing goes back to our lack of affordable housing here in Memphis, which is something that we're tens of thousands of units short on, and we've got to be much better. One of the things that you brought up was rapid rehousing versus homeless prevention. What is the nuanced difference? Because they sounded very similar to me. Can someone just give me a quick rundown on that?
Yeah, I'll try, and Kimberly will correct me, but rapid rehousing are funds that are used to help people quickly get back into a new space. So whether it's paying for down deposits on the spaces or first month's rent, back utilities, whatever it takes to get someone quickly into a unit, that's what those rapid rehousing dollars are for. Homeless prevention could be rapid rehousing, but it also could be, paying utilities through other sources that are not necessarily ESG, but it could be, dollars that are coming from Shelby County Community Services. So you're working with a host of agencies to prevent this family or individual from actually entering the homelessness system.
Okay. And then I know we've got the hub, which it looks like a test scenario on a minor scale. And I know everybody's very proud of that, and they should be, but obviously we're talking about needing to rapidly accelerate what we're doing, at least in my humble opinion. So Austin, Texas, and a lot of things we're doing is in the rental area, and it's temporary, but there are ways, and I know that I have no doubt that this has been discussed, and it just, in the administration, but, how we don't always have to build ground up. And so my question is why can't we, and I think I'm saying this to my colleagues, and I think we need to consider this going into budget season. Why can't we look at the acquisition or purchase or reconversion of existing facilities into mixed use vertical, opportunities that can have in-house services, right? So the Memphis Union Mission, one of the things that they've figured out over years and years of doing it is we can't get people, it's very difficult rather, to get people from emergency shelter to the wraparound services they need, to everything from rehabilitation therapy, job training and placement, all of those things, right? Because they would have to go all over the city and they would lose them somewhere along the way. So I recognize that that's a significant issue. And so we need to get people off the street and then housing, but ultimately, like you said, we want to get them to permanent housing, and that takes a lot of intentional energy and effort. Why are we not looking and actively seeking physical assets to purchase and or partner with third-party agencies in a public-private partnership to purchase and convert, such as a hotel or a former office building that could act as a, quote, vertical urban village for those things? And if we are, let's have that conversation. I know today we're short on time, but I'd really like to understand that, because it seems to me that I know while we've got limited funds, these are things that I think this council would be very interested in pursuing as an appropriating body.
Yes, we are having those discussions, and I think the issue typically comes down to operational funding. It's less about the construction and getting the acquisition done. It's more about having agencies that are committed to operating those facilities over the long term. But there are some agencies, literally in the past 2 weeks, we've had some conversations about just that and stuff.
And I'll leave it at this, because I know we've got to go and I got other colleagues. So to that point, I would love to either meet with those agencies or have those agencies come and tell me and help me and my colleagues understand, when you say operational, how much it costs to run a 50-bed facility and provide that office space. So whether it's through, again, operating matching grants after maybe a CIP tranche, or if it's this council hopping in a car and driving somewhere like to a foundation office. If we got to go to the Gates Foundation, I know they operate in educational, but we got to go get the car together and go meet with somebody. This group's going to go do it because this is so critically important. And I know I'm focused more on the emergency shelter, and there's downstream things. And Paul, you and I've spent a lot of time talking about affordable housing and how to start accelerating that in a more meaningful shift. But anyway, thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Thank you, Director Young. So much work to do in this space. Anyway, I yield back.
Thank you very kindly. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Director Young, thank you for the presentation, and Councilman Carlisle, thank you for those line of questioning. Question that I have, and my first question was going to be, do we have an estimate of our homeless population? But if we look at the three categories, and that was previously answered, but if we look at those three categories, do we have a breakdown of that? And it can be approximate. If you need to get back with me with that, that'll be fine too.
Yeah, we will have to get back with you on that. Obviously, the transitional number, it fluctuates, so we can get some average numbers from what our providers are, who they're seeing over the last couple of months and over the past couple of years, that I think could be helpful to estimate what those numbers might look like. Okay,
because Ms. Carlisle, you mentioned Austin, and I've, just over the past weeks, months or so, I've seen some other cities. Austin is one of them, I think, Denver, Seattle. If we, I think they've had these tiny homes, tiny villages as a way to address maybe that that permanent population. And so I think that I would like to see what those costs, what those estimates would be. Even if we're talking about something that's operational, I think that from a city standpoint, if we see that as a permanent problem, then we may have to come up with a permanent funding solution from an operational standpoint to do so. If we, and we just have to be willing and have the will to help those who are less fortunate than us to do that. So that's, if you can get back with me on some of those ideas and what those costs would be, that would be helpful. I also have some questions regarding I guess it's the 19 and the $8 million that we received from the federal government to help with rental assistance. And there's been some talk, whenever you're talking about a renter, that's just one side of the equation. You're also talking about the landlord of that. When we are administering this, and then I think that in a previous meeting, one of my colleagues may have talked about some relief from those landlords, for those landlords. So in doing so, are we making direct payments to the landlords? Or are we making those payments to the tenant? Or somewhere between, or it depends?
It goes directly to the landlord, and we'll give you a full presentation on that during budget committee today.
Okay, great. That's all I have. Thank you.
Director Young, will we afforded the opportunity to receive this presentation? Because I know a lot of referral information I'd like for us to have available for our constituents.
Yes, we will. We will send that to the staff immediately following this.
Thank you very kindly. Councilwoman Logan, I certainly appreciate you recommending us to receive this fruitful information. It's quite vital, and we will allow you to be the last comment, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. And again, thank you so much, Director Young. As we've been talking, many, even years through my nonprofit work about this situation, and how to best care for our citizens that are in this category. Again, I want to thank you for showing us how you've spent the money that you've received and the funding that you all have identified. You've done an amazing job identifying money and pulling everybody together. But as we've discussed, my concern was that everyone is working in a silo. And understandably, the nonprofits are working in their sectors, and you have the government working, and the continuum of care is what I'm most interested in, because as we've seen this morning, even all of the questions that were asked by my colleagues, really bring to light the need for that continuum of care, that one entry point that we talked about. And a lot of people don't realize that when you talk about homelessness, there's a spectrum, and you have the spectrum where there may be people who choose to be homeless, or that may have substance abuse, that living in the woods, because we do have a large population of our citizens that live in the woods and, are affected by the adverse weather conditions and just a number of things that they're dealing with. And we have agencies and nonprofits that are dealing with that situation and bringing solutions to that end of the spectrum. And then on the opposite end, we talk about the low-income housing and affordable housing, and everything in between is being addressed by agencies in the city. And sometimes there's duplication of services. And so I really appreciate the fact that you all have, in such a short span of time, I know in the time that I've been discussing it with you, have come together and began to pull the agencies together. And they all have been very willing to come together and share information and begin to work together. So I commend you and the administration for doing that, and particularly your department for having such a sense of compassion for this population and doing what you need to do. So in the coming weeks, I would like for you to come back and talk about it, and we'll be presenting a resolution on coordinating a framework for supporting the full continuum of care and spectrum of homelessness. But I would like for you all to come back and talk to us from that perspective on how we can move forward in that continuum of care from one end of the spectrum to the other and everything in between. So again, thank you so much. I know it's very early, but I do appreciate it, as well as our counterparts in the county. They've been very helpful as well, CSA, Director Griffin, and so I appreciate that as well. Ms. Mitchell and everybody on this call, you all have been wonderful, and that's what happens when city and council and county and all of the elected officials work together. We can find solutions for our citizens. Thank you so much. And with that, I yield back, Chair.
Thank you very kindly. Anything else you'd like to add, Director Young?
No, I thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to address this discussion? If not, this meeting stands in adjournment. Have a great morning.
City Council. The hour is 8:28. The date is February 23rd. Ms. Crichton, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canali,
Here.
Councilman Colvette,
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Present.
Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
Councilman Warren, and Chair Carlisle.
Present. Colleagues, good morning. We have 6 items on the agenda. It says 5 in your last electronic agenda, but there's a typo. We have 4 appointments and 1 reappointment. Item number 1, the appointment to the Health, Educational, Housing, and Facility Board of Ms. Shalila Harris. Can I have a motion and a second to hear this item?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Vice Chairwoman Swearingen. Ms. Harris, good morning. If we could have your name and address for the record and a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shalia Harris. Address is 8846 Cortona Circle North, Cordova, Tennessee 38018. Good morning, everyone. Just for full transparency, I do plan to use this position to create opportunities for our families experiencing various levels of homelessness. I know we just had a full conversation about that. In addition, I will also ensure that we have a high level of accountability and equity. Councilman Carlisle, you asked for homeless numbers earlier. I do want to also provide you with our homeless numbers for our children, which is separate from our adults. Last year, the school district, we had about 1,500 students that we served that were identified as homeless. And I do look forward to partnering with the city as a school board commissioner to find a solution for our families. If you want a great example of keeping families together, housed together, the Dorothy Day House has set a great blueprint that can be replicated in our community. Councilwoman Logan, I am offering myself as a solution-oriented thought partner to eliminate those silos that you mentioned between government bodies and nonprofits. I do serve as Shelby County School Board Commissioner, District 5. I am also the founder and executive director of Living Grace Memphis, which is a nonprofit that advocates for policies and also provides immediate resources for our students and children in Memphis that have been identified as homeless. And I'm also working as a director of local and government affairs for Verizon as my day job. Thank you all again for the opportunity to even be appointed, and I do look forward to serving on this board with excellence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and well said. Be careful, you're gonna have too many day jobs now. Thank you for your service to the school board, and I look forward to getting with you and learning a little bit more about what you see through the lens of the Shelby County School Board as far as families and children. Certainly something that this body would love to engage with. That being said, I have Councilwoman Logan in the queue. Councilwoman Logan, you are recognized.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, newest school board member, Ms. Harris. I just want to let you all know that I have known her entire life, and she's always been a woman of integrity, very professional, compassionate, and I feel will do a wonderful job, would serve us very well in the citizens of Memphis. And with that, I just do encourage you to support her in this position, as I will. Thank you so much for the work that you've done and continue to do, and for the innovation that you bring to the role and the compassion that you have for the citizens of Memphis, and particularly our youth that are in this role. So I look forward to serving with you once again in this capacity. Thank you. I will yield back, Chair.
Thank you, colleague.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilman Smiley, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Carlisle. So I've known Ms. Harris for quite some time as well, and I have no doubt that she will serve well and make us all proud. So asking that everyone send this with a positive recommendation.
Thank you, Councilman. Colleagues, seeing no other colleagues in the queue, Ms. Crichton, would you please call the roll for approval of this nominee?
Councilman Canali. Councilman Colvette.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley.
No doubt.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Warren. Chair Carlisle.
Aye. This item passes. Thank you, Ms. Harris. We look forward to seeing you in a couple weeks.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Colleagues, item number 2, the appointment to Memphis Animal Services of Shay Flynn. May I have a motion and a second to hear this item?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Ford. Mr. Flynn, could we have your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is George Shea Flynn III. I live at 2893 Arrowwater Lane, Memphis, Tennessee, 38111.
Mr. Flynn, thank you. I have to take a moment and just recognize that we have a former colleague with us today. We're very excited that you're choosing to continue to serve the city of Memphis as you have for so many years. I don't know if you have any remarks or if there are any questions from my colleagues.
It's an honor and a privilege to be to help out with the Memphis Animal Service. Ed Sr. probably remembers how it used to be, and the change that has gone on there is quite frankly, it's a miracle that happened in Memphis, and it's just, keeping that going is something that's very important to me, and I appreciate the opportunity to serve.
We appreciate you, sir. Councilman Smiley, you have the floor.
First, I just want to thank Mr. Flynn for his willingness to serve. I just took a brief look at, you have a whole lot of I used to be this or former titles. So I'm just happy you're still willing to serve and continue to serve this great city. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing the work that you do on this board.
Thank you very much, Councilman Smiley.
Thank you, Councilman. Colleagues, seeing no other members in the queue, I'll call this item to a vote. Ms. Crichton, would you please call the roll for the approval of this nominee?
Councilman Canali. Councilman Colvett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley.
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Warren. Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, item number 3, the appointment to the Memphis Area Transit Authority of Mr. Anton Mack. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Jones move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Jones, seconded by Councilman Ford. Good morning, Mr. Mack. May I please have your name and address for the record, sir?
Good morning, distinguished council members. My name is Anton Powell Mack, and it is my pleasure to be considered for this opportunity to serve the city and serve on the MATA Board of Commissioners. I am my address is 151 Vance Avenue, downtown in Memphis at 38103. And I am the executive director of Explore Bike Share and a huge mobility advocate for the city, particularly at a time during this pandemic when transportation and public transit is oftentimes forgotten or overlooked for some very good reasons. We always don't realize that this is a continuing challenge in our community. So it is my hope that I can help bring some more resources and some more strategies to developing an even more equitable access for public transit across Memphis.
Thank you. I personally have had the chance to have known Anton for quite some time now, and we all serve the public in different ways, and Anton has been a tireless public servant through various roles in and around the city to make the quality of life better for all Memphians, and I certainly will be supporting this appointment. And I'm just excited that you're willing to take on one more thing, Anton. So we appreciate you greatly.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions or comments? Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. And I too had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Mack recently, not knowing that he would be here. But when through Leadership Memphis, he was an advocate for mobility, and I was impressed by that and the fact that he, knew so much about what was going on in that realm, and just to hear his passion behind not only looking at it from a mobility standpoint, but from a health benefit. So I do appreciate that, and he was consistent with how he is today. So I'm looking forward to you being a part of the landscape here in Memphis in this role. So thank you so much for taking this step, and I will be supporting you as well. Thank you, Chair. You're back.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Councilwoman. Colleagues, seeing no other members in the queue, Ms. Crichton, would you please call the roll for the affirmative for this nominee?
Councilman Canali. Councilman Colvett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley,
Good to see you, Mr. Mack. Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren, Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Thank you, Anton. We'll see you in a couple weeks,
Thank
hopefully
you.
in warmer weather.
Indeed.
Colleagues, item number 4 is the appointment to the Memphis Housing Authority of Ms. Sheila Terrell. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by
Second.
Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Ford. Ms. Terrell, if you're on, if you could give us your, oh, there you go, I'm sorry. If you could give us your name and address for the record.
Good
And a
morning.
little statement about yourself.
Good morning. My name is Sheila Yvette Terrell. My address is 2181 Carrollwood Lane in Cordova, Tennessee, 38016. And I am a prosperity advocate for the low to moderate income citizens here in Memphis and Shelby County. I serve as the newly appointed CEO of RISE Foundation, an organization that helps low to moderate income individuals to become self-sufficient by building and sustaining human and financial assets. I am a founding employee of RISE, and when RISE was first started, we worked specifically with Memphis Housing Authority residents. So I have over 20 years of experience working on various committees with the Memphis Housing Authority and also with their residents. So I am just excited about the opportunity to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Lewis, would you like to make your comments public? Oh, we can't hear you. Your mic is on, but for some reason it's not connecting. That's all right. I'll tell you what. In the interest of time, I see your comments. I'll read them. For the public, Ms. Lewis is the CEO of the Memphis Housing Authority, and her comments are as follows. Thank you, Council. I look forward to continuing the great work and relationship with Ms. Terrell as one of the board members at the helm. Ms. Terrell is a longtime advocate for our families to build their capacity towards self-sufficiency. Thank you so much for those comments. Colleagues, any other questions or comments for our appointee? Seeing none, Ms. Crichton, would you please call the roll in the affirmative for this nominee?
Councilman Canali, Councilman Colvett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Most definitely aye.
Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley.
Hi, I'm
Yes. Can anyone hear me? Oh, no.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
Ms. Crichton, would you please continue with the roll call?
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren, Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Colleagues, our last appointee today is item number 5, the reappointment to the Memphis Animal Services of Miss Jacqueline Johns. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Jones moves it.
So moved.
I get
Second.
Jones with the motion, Smiley with the second. Ms. Johns, if you're on, would you please give us your name and address for the record and a brief statement about yourself?
Good morning. My name is Jacqueline Johns. My address is 2028 Evelyn Avenue, 38104. I've been working for years to try to improve conditions for animals in the city. I was appointed in 2018 for the board by Mayor Strickland, and in 2009 I was appointed to the board by Mayor Lowry. I co-founded one of the co-founders of the Memphis-based Community Action for Animals, created to emphasize the importance of prosecution of animal cruelty in Memphis and Shelby County. I also had an active role with the City Council in writing the Memphis Spay Neuter Ordinance and the Memphis and Shelby County ban on the roadside sale of animals. I've been a speaker at a number of engagements across the city, one at Rhodes College with Judge Potter on animal law lecture. And other places that I've spoken at the Memphis Police Department, invited to speak at a lecture series with some other speakers conducted by Police Training Academy. So it's something I've just been interested in years, and I think there's been a lot of improvements made. So I hope to do more improvements also.
Thank you so much for those comments. Staff, if you'll please show Councilwoman Robinson is present as well. Ms. Jones, thank you for your advocacy and your work. One thing I'll note is with such a passion, I hope that you'll be able to get to more board meetings. I'm sure that they can use your perspective and expertise, but we greatly thank you for taking time to volunteer on this board and continue to move our animal shelter to where it needs to be, so it's a world-class facility that the city can be proud of. Colleagues, any other questions or comments for our appointee? Seeing none, Ms. Crichton, would you please call the roll in the affirmative for this nominee?
Councilman Canali, Councilman Colvette,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Thank you. And please show Councilman Warren as present as well, Ms. Crichton. Colleagues, we have one final item. It is a presentation on 2020 City of Memphis People Year in Review. And there's my girl, Chief Alex Smith. Ms. Smith, you have the floor. Chief, your microphone is on, but it's not, sound's not coming through. Nope. Well, as Chief Smith's getting her microphone, we'll have a little HR moment here internally for the City Council. For my colleagues and for the public, we, over the last several weeks, have had the opportunity to interview and hire two young, talented women for the City Council's research analyst position. And I want to thank Councilwoman Robinson, former Chairwoman Robinson, and Chairman Colvette, and Juanez Keplinger and Brooke Hyman, our Chief of Staff, for their tireless work. But if Ms. Keaton and Ms. Crichton would turn their cameras on and introduce themselves as our two brand new legislative research analysts, we are very excited and proud. One, Ms. Keaton is a homegrown Memphian who has come back to us to bring her talents to the public. And Ms. Crichton comes to us from outside of Memphis and has moved here and made Memphis her home. And we are excited about getting people to come back as much as we are excited about people interested in coming to Memphis and bringing their perspective from different parts. So if you guys are on, we'd love to welcome you.
Hey, everybody. I'm Meredith Keaton. I am born and raised here in Memphis, and I'm super excited to be here with the council.
We are excited. And again, thank you, thank you, thank you. And Liza, are you on? There you are. Don't hide from me.
Morning. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the warm welcome, Councilman Carlisle. I'm excited to be here as well.
We're super excited, and we think you guys are going to be a great attribute. I see Chief Smith, I think, is ready to go. Chief Smith, the floor is yours.
Excellent. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Fantastic. Sorry about that, technical difficulties. All right, we'll go ahead and share our screen. So every year we come to you from the HR division to share with you our perspective about what's happened over the last year and to give you a sense for currently where we stand as an organization and what our path is moving forward. I first want to say that I have just embarked on my 5-year anniversary as the Chief HR Officer for the City of Memphis. And when we started this journey in 2016, we were unsure about what we were navigating. At the time, morale was very low. If you went on Glassdoor, you would see that our review score was 2.5 at the time. And it took a lot of work from the over 100 HR professionals that we have here at the City of Memphis to align and to work together and to come up with innovative ideas and programs to be able to move the needle in our morale and support for City of Memphis employees. I also want to give a major just thank you to the City Council and to Mayor Strickland for your overall commitment to city employees and our overall talent management approach here at the city. We have grown a lot, and it is with your support that we were able to make these things happen. Going into 2020, as you know, 2020 was a very difficult year with the pandemic. We really had to rise to the occasion as an organization to be able to support as much as possible. And once again, that partnership with the administration and City Council made a huge difference in our ability to do this work. So to just give an overview of who we are as an organization, for some of you that are new, our mission, vision, purpose, and values have remained the same over the last 5 years, which are our purpose is to improve the quality of life for all Memphians every day. And our mission is to focus on being brilliant at the basics, delivering reliable, responsible, and high quality service to really enable us to allow Memphis to truly be a hub of innovation and easy living for those who are here. So we have really focused in on making sure that this is our focus. And really the way that we deliver this work is through our innovation, accountability, collaboration, and service. And of course, it takes time to develop a culture and time to be able to execute on any strategic plan. But over the last 5 years, this is what has been our guiding light for our work. This is the HR team, and once again, over 100 between looking at who's within the HR division as well as our HR liaisons across our 17 different divisions. The HR team is really focused in on the core, I would say, key functions that matter the most to the employees around talent management, equity, diversity, inclusion, our HR operations, as well as total rewards. And I'm also really wanting to acknowledge the great work that the team has done. And we have been recognized nationally as well and across the state for our amazing innovation over the last 5 years. So everything from instituting a wellness program that has gotten us recognition from the American Heart Association and the American Diabetes Association, to the strategic work we've done in terms of learning development and being recognized by the Chief Learning Officer magazine. I am so proud of our team and the work that we've done, and it really shows in the recognition we've been able to receive over the years. So now getting into the City of Memphis as an employer, I think it's important for you to understand the dynamics and the demographics of the City of Memphis. So by gender, we are 74% male, 25% female. By ethnicity, we are 61% African American, 34% white or Caucasian. By age, we are in the median age of 42, and by salary, most of our employees make between $51,000 and 65, with the average salary being around 50,000. In the overall stats, we have over 6,800 full-time employees, 1,500 part-time. Our attrition is 7.3% with a resignation rate of 3.7%. And I have to note that this is actually very low in comparison to the private sector. And to have an attrition rate that low is phenomenal in terms of meaning that we're able to retain talent. And so why do people want to work for the city of Memphis? People have often asked me about, our value proposition as a government employer. And so the key things that we've discovered over the last 5 years is that people are excited about coming to work for government because of our total rewards, the compelling work, and being able to make a difference. And so when we promote our opportunities, both in the social media, whether it's LinkedIn or Facebook, et cetera, or when we're talking to candidates and we're attending job fairs, really talk about the total rewards that they're able to receive. And that's both compensation, benefits, wellness, as well as the other support that we offer from a healthcare standpoint. The compelling work and being able to touch and do things that maybe in the private sector it would take a while for you to be able to experience. And then also the ability to make a difference and really honing in on this desire to really make life better for Memphians every day. And so what are our top employee rewards? And I know we're running out of time, so I'm not going to go through everything. But, when we look at our engagement surveys, when we get feedback from employees, by and large, our employee clinic is one of our most coveted benefits that we offer, as well as the wellness incentives that we offer. Also, having relatively low premiums, the 10 free mental health visits that go along with that, free professional development and training classes, and then our student loan contribution program, and our Hope Inside free financial wellness classes also really make a difference for our employees as well. And then from a salary increase perspective in terms of competitive pay, we understand that we are not able to keep pace with the private sector, but we have made a difference with this administration in terms of understanding where we stand from a benchmarking perspective and doing what we can with what we have to be able to support employees. And so you see with MPA or with police, we've been able to make significant increases over 10%, as well as with the fire associations. And then with other groups, on average 4.5% is the increase that we've had over the last 5 years. And of course, that is also with partnership with City Council, as well as we've gone through the labor negotiation process, as well as in support of our overall increases, as we have seen opportunities with our benchmarking studies. And so I do want to talk a little bit about our rising to the challenge of COVID-19. As I mentioned, this has been a tremendous challenge for us as an organization. And of course, we're not alone in this. Every employer worldwide has had to deal with this in some way. I will say I'm very proud of the work that we've done as an HR division in keeping up and keeping pace with the changes and the guidelines from the CDC, and also looking at how we can best support employees so that they can support others. When we asked the question last fall about how employees feel about their support level and overall, kind of how they're feeling, the word cloud here is what we're seeing in our verbatims, which people say good, great, blessed. But you also see that they said anxious, stressed, tired, overwhelmed. And so we understand that there's this balance of while they may have felt that there was support for them, that over a year's time, as we approach the year anniversary of the first case here in Shelby County next month, we understand that this has been very taxing to our city employees, and we understand that there's more work to do to help support them. When we ask the questions, has my division done a good job in adapting? Over 70% said yes. I understand the city's COVID-19 pandemic policies. 76% said favorable. And then I have the equipment and supplies that I need to protect myself. 75% were favorable. So that definitely is giving us an indication that we're leading in the right direction. However, we understand, once again, we have to continue to do this work and continue to seek how we can support our employees to the best ability possible. And in terms of how did we support city employees, I just want to give you a little bit of understanding. The way that we looked at it from an HR standpoint was all around understanding the different types of city employees that we have. So looking at who's telework eligible, not telework eligible, and then our public safety, and coming up with a variety of different programs to support them in that. And once again, I want to really give a commending to the senior leadership team and our directors who were able to ebb and flow with these changes as well and supporting us. And so what does that really look like? From a policy standpoint, we established a COVID-19 return to work policy, had established flexible work arrangements and telecommuting for the first time for the city of Memphis, and we created clear policies for the Family First Coronavirus Response Act as well as for on-the-job injury as well to help make sure we support employees. We also developed a COVID-19 website as a part of our Total Rewards site where we kept ongoing information and up-to-date information related to our policies and procedures. We established a manager toolkit to provide templates and support to our chiefs and directors as they were supporting their employees, and moved into virtual training as well as provided support to our internal safety liaisons and HR business partners as well. And from an innovative program standpoint, one of the pieces I'm most proud of is one is that we were able to implement phase 1 contact tracing, and that is one of our HR employees, Sierra Webb Taylor, stepping up to lead our contact tracing efforts and helping to make sure that we are touching city employees and giving them the right level of information and support during this time. Also, the partnership with the YMCA to offer on-site virtual student learning hubs in our community centers, as well as in the YMCA locations, was pivotal in helping particularly our working parents as they go through this very difficult time. And something new that we're going to be offering that I'm very excited about, and it really came and sparked from our employee engagement survey and also understanding the sentiment of our employees, is that there's a need for us to provide more mental health support for our city employees. And so I'm happy to announce that we are going to be embarking in a partnership with Talkspace to offer more mental health support online for our employees as well through the app. And more to come on that, but we're really excited about that, in addition to the marketing that we're going to be doing with Concern and our Blue Cross Blue Shield partners as well in terms of all of our mental health support. And so we accomplished a great deal. And I want you to know that the work for the HR team still continued to go, even though we were in a remote services model. And we were able to continue to hire, continue to promote, and continue to fill jobs during this 2020. We also were able to, for the first time ever, have a completely remote open enrollment process for benefits, which was a particular concern for us because of the tax referendum and having new entrance into our benefits program, and we were able to continue to do that work as well as help our employees with retirement as well as with civil service. And I often get asked about our student loan contribution program, so I just want to give a few notes here that we have over 500 employees that are part of that program. And even with $50 a month that we've been able to save our employees over $2.4 million and over 800 years of loan repayment. So that program, it really has made a difference in helping our employees from a financial perspective. And from a contact tracing standpoint, I just want you to hear a little bit more about that because it really has made a difference in supporting our city employees. And I'm very proud of this work and Sierra and the individuals who have been reassigned to that team that has really made a difference in supporting our employees. I wanted the council to hear this. So we're going to show a quick video. At least we're going to try to. See if we can do this.
Sierra Taylor, the Human Resources Contact Tracing Manager. As you can imagine, every organization was hit hard with the coronavirus pandemic. Now, although this was a challenge, the City of Memphis looked at it as an opportunity to help support the health department in its efforts to slow the spread of the virus. An internal contact tracing team was established to identify potential workplace contacts who have come in contact with an employee that tested positive for COVID-19. Now, the goal of our operations is to mitigate the spread of coronavirus in the workplace, and we work daily in identifying these positive cases and their contacts so that we can offer proper guidance and next steps. First, we are informed that an employee has tested positive for coronavirus. We receive this information from the employee or supervisor due to an established number dedicated to contact tracing. We have also partnered with local hospitals and the health department to receive positive employee cases. The contact tracing team then reaches out to the COVID-19 positive employee to issue proper safety procedures and guidelines per the health department and CDC. We also identify, contact, and offer guidelines to any potential workplace exposure contacts to that positive case. Now, lastly, we provide all case information to the workplace safety team. This team provides a care package to the positive employee and offers further assistance to the division that has been impacted. Since the establishment of the internal contact tracing team in September, we have contacted over 300 employees affected by the coronavirus. The establishment of this team shows that the City of Memphis cares about its employees and makes safety a #1 priority.
Excellent. And I really appreciate the work that we've done here. It's made a huge difference in, once again, our fight for the pandemic. If I can have share screen privileges again, just want to wrap up with a few final items. So as we approach 2021, the key areas that we intend to focus on is, first of all, continue our work with attracting and retaining talent for the City of Memphis and recruiting police and fire, continuing our support from a COVID-19 perspective in terms of contact tracing, testing, and vaccination support, expanding our diversity and inclusion efforts to support that, continuing our work around opportunity youth and career pathway programs and wanting to see how we can amp those programs up and support them more. And then also seeking to look how we can offer more competitive paid time off for our city employees and looking at our paid time off program. So I know that we're behind and anyone can also email me for questions, but I do want to open it for Q&A.
Chief Smith, thank you so much for the presentation and hard work of your team and the ongoing work. I think we're running about a half hour behind. So I think if there are any questions or comments, we can either have Chief Smith come back. I know this is her favorite place to hang out. Or you can get with her offline and follow up on anything specific. I'm sure we've got a lot more coming down the pipeline as it relates to the highly anticipated hiring of a police director. Before we, however, recess or adjourn this committee, I do want to take the minute to recognize and congratulate Chief Smith on her nomination as a 2020 Chief Human Resources Officer of the Year by Human Resources Officers Today magazine, which is a huge publication in the field, and just want to congratulate her. So
thank you.
Very proud of you. Colleagues, with that being said, and seeing no other business before this body, the Personnel Committee of the City of Memphis City Council is hereby adjourned.
Councilman Canali. Councilman Carl.
Present.
Councilman Colvette.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Jones.
Here. Good morning, everybody, once again. At our last meeting, we had an overview of MATA's operations and just a presentation of what has taken place leading up to now to have MATA in its current position. So one of the things I wanted MATA to do too is to share, particularly with the newer colleagues, there was something that has been in the works for quite some time called Transit Vision that has come before the council, but we are yet to act on it. But I think as we enter into budget season, this conversation will be very helpful, and I hope it will shape some of the decision making that we'll have to do in order to have transit to look the way that we want it to look going forward, not only in the short term, but in the long term. So I've asked MATA to come back, and we've had the historical perspective, but to talk about how we want to look going forward. We know that Memphis sits on more than 300 square miles of real estate. And, for us to cover every single corner of Memphis from a public transit standpoint would be quite a challenge, operationally, but more importantly, financially. So what I think we have to do, though, at some point, I think that we have to make a decision on if we want to do that. I think in doing so, what is being based upon the financial constraints or restraints that we have, what we would have to look at in a situation like that is that we be looking at very intermittent transit service. But if we wanted to have more rapid and more reliable and allow people to get to jobs, I would hope that we have the discussion and look at one that really serves maybe a smaller footprint, but it can give people to the jobs and the opportunities that they need. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn it over to MATA. I think that Mr. Rosenfeld would be presenting. And so, Mr. Rosenfeld, if you're on, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here with you again today. As you can imagine, this is one of the topics that I thrive on, and I look forward to talking about transit any opportunity that I can, especially before a group of stakeholders like the City Council and others. I'm ready to share the screen. Let me see if I can bring that up here real quick. Can you folks see the presentation? I'm not hearing anybody. Did I lose you?
No, yes, we can see it.
Okay, my apologies. As you'll recall, 2 weeks ago, we presented a series of charts and graphs that outlined how MATA got to where it is today. The most graphic slide was the one that showed that MATA had been underfunded by over $500 million over the past 40 years. This constant struggle for resources has made it difficult to meet the demands of our customers and the expectations of our stakeholders. Over the past couple of years, MATA has tried to simplify its purpose and its vision. We understand our role in the community as an economic driver, a provider of opportunities for jobs, education, recreation, and healthcare. As we go about doing our jobs, it is clear to us that our vision as an agency is to connect people to places. Our existing bus network covers hundreds of square miles, creating situations where patrons of the service can spend up to 2.5 hours commuting each way, whatever their destination is. This penalty of time for using public transportation when so many households in Memphis have one or no cars really deflates the community's attitudes towards the services we offer and extends the misconceptions that MATA and the city don't care. If it takes 30 minutes to travel across the city by car, it shouldn't take 2.5 hours to travel by bus. Further, today, patrons of the bus must plan their schedules on the basis of the bus schedule, and if they miss a bus, their whole day is upset. With social distancing in place, it is even more difficult to travel by bus due to limited capacity. With proper frequency, people rarely would need to wait more than 10 to 15 minutes for a transfer or to catch a bus along one of the principal trunk lines. You'll see the slide here shows our existing bus network. And as Chairman Jones noted, we go a lot of places. And the color coding is such that red lines on our map indicate high frequency service. So you don't see any of that in our existing network. During the Memphis 3.0 process, the comprehensive land use plan, it became apparent early on in the process that there was a desire to improve public transportation as part of this process. So Transit Vision was born. The idea behind Transit Vision was to take input from the community, where we had the input from all 15 or 16,000 people that participated in the Memphis 3.0 process, plus another layer of about 70 stakeholder groups that we met with, and together we designed a new bus network. And as you can see on this map, there are lots of red lines and way more blue lines, which would indicate an increase in frequency of service. The idea being is that if you reduce the amount of wait time between buses, you would be able to get to anywhere within the community within an hour riding a public transportation bus. And in most cases, it wouldn't even take anywhere near an hour. The idea and the need for a plan for transit is not new. Public transportation that receives federal funding is required to always have a short-range transit plan, which covers basically the next 5 years. The plan is updated regularly, so it's always good for about 5 years. The need for a short-range transit plan for us today has been met by the Transit Vision. This Transit Vision was adopted by the MATA Board of Commissioners and the City Council in 2019. The goal of the Transit Vision, again, was to create reliable, frequent service. As we've already heard this morning through the Paul Young's presentation and other comments through the commissioners, the new commissioners that have been approved by the council, there's plenty of opportunity for us to improve the lives of our citizens. And one of those ways is to provide a robust transit system. In order to own a car in Memphis or any other city across the country, it costs about $9,000 a year. Now, how does it get to $9,000? Well, if you're lucky enough to be able to buy a new car, it's easy to see how it gets to $9,000. You're going to pay depreciation, interest, insurance, operating cost. If you aren't lucky enough to be able to buy a new car and now you're going to buy a used car, you run into reliability problems. So those days missed of not making it to work because your car doesn't run, that counts into the equation. And it quickly becomes a $9,000 event to own a car and use it for transportation purposes. If your household income is anywhere near the poverty level, you can't afford it. And if we continue down the path of focusing on automobile transportation for those most vulnerable in our community, we will fail to meet their needs, and we will exacerbate the poverty issues that we see in our community. So the goal of our transit vision is reliable, frequent service and additional coverage with creative programs like we are beginning to see in our downtown corridor, the New Chicago area, and later on this year in Southwest Memphis with our on-demand transit programs. Today, our coverage is high, but our frequency is low. We need to shift those numbers. So today, we're at about 60% of our resources dedicated to coverage and 40% of our resources dedicated to frequency. The transit vision calls for the change to 70% of our resources dedicated to frequency and 30% of our resources dedicated to coverage. Again, this is what's needed in order to get us to the point where it doesn't take an hour, 2.5 hours to travel through the community. What this does is it expands the opportunities. If we are able to fully fund the needed frequency, we are able to make 39% more jobs reachable in an hour by transit for the average citizen. We are able to get 45% more jobs reachable in an hour by transit for minority residents and 49% more jobs for low-income residents. And we end up with a bus network that makes sense. I get regular questions from folks about we need a bus to go to a particular location. But when you have a bus network, it's not just one bus that interacts with passengers. Most of our passengers actually transfer. So you have to have the whole network operational in order to be able to meet the needs of a particular group. One of the big projects that we're very excited about is our M-Connect, or our new BRT line that is currently under development and will soon enter construction phases. The BRT line is the closest thing to light rail for far less investment. We have the Memphis Innovation Corridor, which includes a BRT project known as M-Connect. This project will connect downtown, the medical district, and the University of Memphis via 2nd and 3rd Street along Union Avenue and Poplar. The project includes dozens of new signal systems, complete lane configuration along a major portion of Union Avenue, and the introduction of bus-only lanes in the downtown area. The program will also introduce the complete streets concept of planning. It will improve walkability and, best of all, improve safety. The 8-mile corridor from the heart of downtown Memphis through the medical district to the University of Memphis will have 31 stations. The project has already spurred extensive development and redevelopment along the corridor. Keep in mind that this is part of a transit plan that has been on paper for many years. Developers regularly review these types of plans when they're making their decisions to invest in communities. The project hit a major milestone in the last 2 weeks as our project was granted a categorical exclusion for NEPA compliance and SHPO compliance by the and accepted by the FTA. It is almost unheard of to get a categorical exclusion on 31 separate sites on any project without any notes. So my hats off to my planning team for pulling that off, and also the consulting groups that are helping us to get this project moving. Roadway improvements will occur, as well as adding green infrastructure. Peak 10-minute headways and about 31 modern transit stations We will be utilizing all electric buses with charging stations at either end of the route, as well as upgraded infrastructure at our bus maintenance facility. All of our buses, as you are aware, have onboard Wi-Fi. These buses and it will have an improved automatic vehicle location system. We'll have automated passenger counters, which will help because we'll be able to broadcast out the number of passengers on board at any given time to help with social distancing. And hopefully we will be beyond that by the time this project opens. But we will also have upgraded annunciation systems to help with those who might be visually impaired. We will also be able to, the buses will be able to communicate with the signaling along the route. And if a bus is falling behind scheduling, the signaling will respond to assist in getting buses back on schedule. There's a tremendous part of this project is the upgrades to the traffic signals along the corridor. This represents just slightly less than 10% of all the signals in the city of Memphis will be touched by this project. There will also be pedestrian and ADA improvements to help with walkability and safety along the corridor. One of the major funding pieces was our build grant award that we won at the end of 2019. And the driving forces behind the build grant was safety. So we had to meet a number of criteria in order to be considered for that build grant from the DOT. The service will be more frequent. Again, will be a 10-minute peak service, and hopefully it will be integral part in changing the way people think about and use public transit in our region. We'll be focusing on fast, reliable transportation while using the same fare structure as our other fixed routes. And we will also it will also go a long way to enhance and maintain transportation equity within the community. It'll be have a minimal net increase in MATA's operating budget of about 2%. As you can see here, station designs emulate the service that you might expect at a light rail system. There will be level boarding, which makes ADA compliance much easier. It also speeds the delivery of service as people are stepping across rather than up or down. There will be off-board fare collection. Tickets and fares will be validated at each transit stop. There will be real-time bus information signs available at the stations that will alert people to when the next bus is going to arrive in real time. Enhanced security cameras and emergency call boxes will become the standard for bus stops in the future. The area will be well lit for a positive sense of security. We will also be ADA compliant with tactile signage, voice announcements for next bus arrival, and tactile strips for the boarding edge. Multimodal enhancements for bicycle and scooter parking will be available. And one of the key features of this project will be the opportunities to display public art, both on the back glass panels of the bus shelter itself, as well as space available for static displays at bus terminals. Here's a copy or a rendering of what the bus stop will look like at Monroe. You see the stanchion up at front that announces it, and you see the general design representing a bright and airy place to catch the bus. And our bus stations, we hope, will become focal points for the community as we and points of notice for business as well as residents of the area. It's another rendering of what the stop will look like at the Health Sciences Park. Another rendering of a stop that in Midtown. Another big feature that it will be introducing that will affect the entire network is the addition of transit-only lanes in the downtown corridor. These bus-only lanes will improve the flow of bus traffic through the downtown corridor. all routes that go in and out of our transit center will be able to use these bus lanes. And hopefully we will convince the community that more bus lanes are needed throughout our community to enhance the delivery of service and rehabilitate some of our areas that need an investment in order to spur economic activity. Roadway improvements include a road diet and a conversion of a 6-lane principal arterial to a 5-lane roadway along one of Memphis's most crash-prone segments of the roadway, and that is along Union Avenue. You see up in the upper right-hand corner a photo after rendering and what it looks like before. This will go a long way to actually improve the flow of traffic and speed it up, as people will not be needing to drive as rigidly as they do when they are compressed in a artificially compressed in a smaller than proper area. So we're excited about bringing these changes to Union Avenue as well, and this is a major part of the safety improvements for Union and hopefully with the reduction of many pedestrian automobile interactions. Along the downtown intersections, there will be a number of improvements. We'll have reduced pedestrian access, improved signaling and signage, as well as bioswales, which will enhance the beauty of our downtown corridor as well. Have a major impact on persons at risk. Affordable housing along the corridor, there's 1,819 assisted units, 1,992 total legally binding affordable housing units, access to employment. There'll be improved access for persons with disabilities, revitalization and development opportunities within the Pyramid and Pinch districts. The Uptown redevelopment is affected. The Ravine, University of Tennessee Health Science Center, Liberty Park, Highland Strip, just a large number of opportunities for development. And again, when we see the success of a project like this, it will give us pause to look at building codes for the future, and where we see successful high-frequency public transit, potentially we could reduce the parking requirements of multifamily developments, which improves access for low and moderate income families if we can develop more and park less. As you can see, this map overlays the future land use is defined by Memphis 3.0 along the route. So you see that this bus route does do a good job of connecting all of the different types of development, and really will become the anchor of development for this major corridor and part of our city. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions anybody might have.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenfeld, for the presentation. We have a couple of council members in the queue. First, we have Councilman Warren.
Just two questions. One, it said we were going to reduce pedestrian crosswalks in one of those slides. What is the purpose of a reduction? How does that work? And the second question is, are we sure that our 70-30 distribution is the best distribution? Why not 80-20? Why not 60-40? Can you just tell me how the thoughts came about that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Great questions. I may have misspoke. I don't think we're looking at reducing the number of crosswalks. What we are looking at doing is improving the quality of the crosswalks and the supporting signaling that supports them. So we will see.
Change the slide.
Yeah, I apologize. With respect to the calculation of 70-30 or 80-20, that was a part of the stakeholder engagement where that group, which included many different segments of our community, made that decision that 70-30 would best serve the community. They were concerned that with 80-20 we would not be able to get the true coverage that would still be needed in underserved areas. And with 60/40, they recognized that we would be right back where we were at. So they chose 70/30. They went through several exercises with a renowned, recognized transit planner, Jarrett Walker and Associates, and came up with the 70/30 number. Most high density communities are at that 80/20 number, and potentially we could get there after we increase the density of our community a bit more and rely on cars a little bit less.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple of questions. First, want to thank Mr. Rosenfeld for that presentation. I look forward to all improvements in the matter transit system. And thank you, Chairman, for having them present. The two questions that I had, the first one is, what is the long-term plan for the M-Connect as it relates to expanding into other areas? Or do you have a phase 2 plan already in the works? The second question is concerning the shelters and stops. I'm very concerned about the shelters and the actual bus stop, the safety, the appearance, and the maintenance of those areas. Some places are, I know in my district that I've noticed, they're right, the sign, there's only a sign, a green sign on a pole, and the pole is close to the street. And I've seen different segments of our population have challenges with that, whether it be seniors, those that may be in a wheelchair or assisted in walking with, maybe a walker or something like that, or people with a lot of bags from the grocery stores, our senior members, and it's really not conducive for them to be safely out there. I don't know what your role is with the shelter or what our plans are, but I do think there needs to be a conversation around it, and as well as the safety. So if you could just kind of share with us if there is a plan to improve them and what that plan is, if not, who is responsible for it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Happy to answer your questions. First of all, with respect to expansion and future growth of the M-Connect line, most definitely we would be looking to expand it as funding becomes available. We also recognize the need. The next BRT project in our community needs to be a north-south line, and it would probably run somewhere along where the current Route 42 runs north-south from Fraser down into southwest Memphis. So yes, the desire is there. We'll be waiting to see what type of funding is made available with the new administration. They are very pro-transit, and hopefully with the lobbying effort that we've been undertaking over the last couple of years with Congress, through our bus coalition and through the American Public Transit Association, we've been successful at getting the pots a little bit larger. The reauthorization of the FAST Act will occur this year, and we're hoping to see the pots grow even larger through this process. I think that Secretary Buttigieg understands the need coming from a city. The new FTA administrator, Nuria Fernandez, out of Santa Clara, is a long-time transit professional. I know her personally, and we will be meeting face to face as soon as that can happen to go over and review the needs of Memphis with her and her teams. With respect to the bus shelter issue, just a couple of points. We have an advertising contract right now that is coming to a close this year, so we will be removing a bunch of the advertising shelters as a result of that contract termination. We will begin replacing them with either new shelters provided by a new advertising company, or it could be the same advertising company, but nonetheless, they'll have to be replaced. like I said earlier, we have a plan. And unfortunately, the bus shelter plan is about $68 million worth of unfunded identified needs. So just as we struggle with resources for a whole host of issues, it becomes setting priorities for our funding stakeholders as we move forward. From a funding perspective, when we set up a true bus shelter, it's not just setting up and installing the shelter itself. It requires complete ADA path of travel identifications, the removal of any obstacles and such, to the point where the average shelter construction cost is about $30,000 a piece when you add in the structure itself and the necessary engineering and work that has to be done to stabilize it. It's a very expensive process. That's why the backlog is as big as it is. But we will do what we can with the resources we have available to make those types of improvements. One of the things that happens when you shift from a coverage system to a frequency system is you have to remove a bunch of bus stops, because what you don't want is the bus stopping every 100 feet. So again, part of that process with the stakeholder groups and with the Memphis 3.0 participation was the recognition that many of the 4,800 bus stops that are currently in our city will not exist once we start implementing the frequency changes. So there will be the reduction in the number of bus stops requiring people to walk a little bit further. But you mentioned senior citizens and people that might have difficulty doing just that. We need to get those community members enrolled in our MATA Plus service so that we can get them, if they can't do the walk, if they can't make it to the bus stop safely, then we need to get them into MATA Plus and provide them with a heightened level of service.
Okay, one last question, Chairman, is that okay? Okay, well, it's actually a response. I know that we're looking to remove some of the bus stops along the line of increased frequency, but for those stops that are within the 30, 60 to 90 minute wait, I'm thinking there may be a longer time before those are improved or that frequency is improved. When you talk about in the outlying communities and in the neighborhoods, I know on the north side in District 1, there are longer waits. When I looked on your map, you know, the coloring, there are very long waits. And so having something that would provide protection or coverage is vital. You know, when we were looking at the temperatures and the snow, when you all were running, even when it was, you know, extremely cold, there were people that may have had to stand out there. And I've seen that happen in the heat as well. So that's a conversation that we really need to look at. And when you are looking at your new advertising agencies, do we only have to have one, or can you have multiple to make sure that we are able to utilize, you know, those funds in as many stops as possible? And just the innovative conversation about that, because it is important. If we're going to increase the use of MATA, we need to look at all aspects of it and how it affects the users.
Councilwoman, I agree with you. You know, the focus of the advertising and shelter program will change. In the past, it was about vehicle trips passing by the shelter for the advertising aspect. And in the future, it will be on the basis of the utilization of the bus stops. So we will see a difference in, and we'll start at the top of the list. If we've got a bus stop that is generating, a higher number of passengers per hour coming through it, that will get a potential upgrade of the stop. If we've got bus stops that rarely see utilization, there's really not a good answer other than to say that, you know, if we only see ridership there one day a week, it doesn't necessarily warrant shelter or an improved stop. But if we see, like you say, people waiting during the harsh and clement weather seasons that seem to be more frequent, we most definitely need to look at those.
Okay, understood. And I'm going to be reaching out to you to look at the usage in my district to make sure that I'm informed on the usage and as it relates to the model that you just described. So thank you for that information, and I'll be reaching out.
Thank you.
Are you back, Chair?
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Mr. Rosenfeld, I know we need to wrap up, but I have some quick comments and questions. But as we enter this budget season, I hope that you present a budget to us that talks about this. I think in one of the previous meetings, Councilman Morgan talked about what would be the amount for you all to really reasonably absorb and to ramp up, knowing that if we met that full funding request, well, you couldn't actually spend it all within this next fiscal year, within the next fiscal year. So I would hope that you come back with a reasonable budget ask and provide us what and just looking at the next budget season, but would also be helpful to me is if we had an idea of what the fiscal notes are associated with the 70-30 mix versus a 60-40 versus an 80-20. So, just for informational purposes.
Councilman, happy to put that together as part of our ask. Looking forward to that.
Great, thank you. Is there any other business to come before the Transportation Committee? Seeing none, this committee is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Environment Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Lakibia, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Canali. Covette.
Here. Carlisle's here.
Thank you. Easter Thomas.
Present.
Ford.
Yes.
Johnson. Jones.
Here.
Morgan.
Here.
Robinson.
Present.
Smiley.
I'm here.
Swearingen.
Present.
Warren.
Present.
Chair Logan.
Present. Colleagues, we have one item this morning. Item number 1 is a resolution to adopt City of Memphis Division of Parks and Neighborhoods Master Plan, a guide for the next decade of parks-related operations and development. All council districts and super districts, sponsored by administration. Who from administration would like to speak to this item? Oh, okay, thank you. May I have a second? A motion?
Second, Carlisle.
Okay, it's been moved by Dr. Warren and second by, I didn't catch the second.
Carlisle.
Okay, Councilman Carlisle, thank you. Director Walker, you have the floor. Please
Thank
give
you
your
so
name.
Yes, ma'am. Nick Walker, Director of Parks and Neighborhoods, 2599 Avery. And first of all, thank you, Chair, for having us here today. And I'd like to thank the council in general. Before I get started, I do want to thank, he's probably already gone now, but I'd like to thank Director Rosenfeld and Director Young. In particular, the last week, both of them were extremely helpful in the operation of the warming centers, in addition to Manager Wayman with the Office of Emergency Management. So I just wanted to take a second to thank them because their partnership allowed us to have a successful operation there. So as I was saying, we bring before you today the Parks Master Plan. You know, in a couple of years ago, we probably would have had to spend a lot more time explaining what a master plan is and talk through that process. But this council is well versed in master plans thanks to 3.0 and other initiatives that have been brought before you recently. So I won't belabor it too much, but what I will say is that this process is something that I am extremely proud of as the Parks Director. It was a process that I began as the Deputy Director a little over a year and a half ago to help us envision where we would take the park system from where it is today to hopefully the progress and improvements that we'll make over the next 10 years, listening to the voice of Memphians to make sure that we're hearing it correctly. That being said, I will, if I can share my screen, I'd like to bring up the PowerPoint. All right. And okay. All right. And
Dr. Walker? Oh,
yes,
there you go. You got it.
okay, good deal. Do I need to switch it? Or are you guys saying the presenter mode?
I was going to say, switch to, there you go.
There we go. Okay.
Perfect.
Just, and I'll do this as I go along. It's something that my staff informed me. I should not assume that everyone knows the images that we're looking at just because they're very familiar to me. This is a picture of the pond at MLK Park. And I think it's a good way to, as it is one of our most westernmost parks, a good way to start our conversation about the unifying vision that is our Parks Master Plan. This is out at Douglas Park, where we did one of our community engagements. I'll let you guess which council member that is talking to me. We had 3,000 points of contact as a part of this master plan engagement. We had 50 plus public meetings ranging from, and I'll sort of talk about what break those into groups in the next couple of slides. But one of the major things that we did as a part of this process was to go through and rate every fixed asset that we had in the parks. So every bench, every trash can, every pavilion, every basketball goal, every basketball court, etc. We went through and rated on a 1 to 5 index throughout all 160 parks. Of course, about 119 of those are what you would consider a park. About 40 of those are undeveloped locations that we mow and maintain. So the first step, sort of pre-COVID, was that we held 3 large community forums. One was at the Douglas Community Center, another at the Orange Mound Senior Center, and one at the Hickory Hill Community Center. This is from the Douglas location. The reason we use this picture here is that the most of the community meetings were neighborhood associations or community events. What we discovered in doing those 3 large meetings is that we wanted to meet people where they were. And while those large community forums that we hosted and organized and had food for were great, as everybody knows, you get a much more honest conversation when someone invites you into their home. So when we were invited into the neighborhood associations, we got a much clearer picture of what people wanted in a much more organic setting. And so after we went through that process, what everyone would call, the pre-engagement or the regular engagement, we went around and did a post-engagement to make sure that we heard correctly the first time. Now, the mitigating factor that happened in between those two things was COVID. So in order for us to do it on the back end, we held road shows, essentially. We went out to 7 locations throughout the city and held them in our parks. It's one of the benefits of having those 160 parks is that we had safe locations where we could space folks out, set up a large video screen, and talk people through the process and then ask them if we heard them correctly the first time. Those locations were Parati Park behind the Raleigh Community Center, Burt Ferguson Park, Douglas Park, Audubon Park, Pine Hill Park, Glenview Park, and Hickory Hill Park. Most of those were in close proximity to community centers, but we also had a couple there, for instance, at the Audubon Park, at just sort of large public spaces. So in addition to doing community engagement, we also did research. Like I said earlier, we went and rated the assets in our parks. But what we also did was once we gathered that information, we wanted to benchmark ourselves against others. And so just to take a moment here, socioeconomically, 4 of the cities up there, you will recognize as fairly similar to us, both in size and socioeconomics. That's Cincinnati, St. Louis, which operates as a metro, so it's a city-county combined, Baltimore City Parks, and Indianapolis Parks. However, just for the sake of, you don't want to necessarily just benchmark yourself against your direct peers, we also selected Fort Worth and Arlington, who are 2 of the most recent winners of the Gold Medal Award from the NRPA in the large park classification system. So what did we hear? We discovered that there were 3 recurring themes, and I don't think this is going to be anything new to the folks on the city council who work with the same constituency that we talked to every day. The 3 things that they said over and over again is that in our parks, they wanted to feel safe, they wanted to see improvements, and they wanted to see better connections between the neighborhoods and the parks. This is actually one of my favorite parks. This is Denver Park. And one of the things I love about this picture is that is a beautiful playground with a great playground surface, a really nice pavilion nestled into the woods. You have to know where you're going to get to Denver Park. Anybody who's driven up there is aware of that. But it's an honest picture too, because if you look at the grass, that grass needs cutting. And so to me, that sort of signifies where we are as a park system. We have a lot of beautiful gems that we need to work on. So what they made clear in terms of their desires, like I said, one of them was they want to activate the spaces through either enhanced programming or the addition of amenities. We want to animate the park spaces and the centers. We want to not just have places for people to be, but make sure that there are things there for them to do. One of those big things, and once again, I don't think I'm telling you anything you haven't heard before, splash pads. This is the splash pad down at Tom Lee Park. And we show this one because it's one of the 4 that we actually currently have in the city. The hope and part, one of the main things that we're focusing on as a part of the Accelerate Memphis project came directly from this master planning process, which is what we heard was we don't need to build any more pools. What we need is splash pads. Splash pads help kids get comfortable. But I can go on. I don't want to get on my soapbox and preach about it, but splash pads serve multiple purposes. One, it's a safe outdoor recreation space that people can get together and cool off in the summer. The second thing is it teaches kids to feel safe around water and starts to break down some of the stigma that families have from lots of reasons, but I think we all know the main one in terms of access to pools. Splash pads help transition that away so that kids ultimately, we can get them into pools, they can learn to swim, and there's water safety. And then finally, connect everything. As I said earlier, if there is something that I think might surprise people, it's that the trails aren't just for bicyclists. The trails aren't just for runners. Trails connect us all in both a literal and figurative sense. Neighborhood parks can be connected to regional parks, which can be connected to large conservancy-run parks. And if we have the pathways and connections and treat those as sort of a sub-arterial to the roads that that Gary was speaking about in the last section, then we create a system in which people feel that connection throughout the parks. A lot of much smarter parks directors than me speak about a city being an urban environment set amongst the parks. And I think that is one of the messages that we heard from people is that they want to see more off-road trails. When I say off-road, I don't mean 4x4s. I mean trails that are not on the side of the road, but are navigating off of the road so that people feel safe walking. And so what is the sort of takeaway from that? I think that if you go through the full master plan, which we gave you guys an executive summary of it, And we're actually currently in the process of printing the full document, but the PDF is up on the website right now if you'd like to take a look at it. You'll see that a master plan is meant to be an iterative process. Anybody that's been involved with one can tell you, essentially it is set for 10 years. However, it needs to be evaluated every year and then updated every 5 years so that your blueprint stays fresh. One of the things I joke about is that if you look at the 1999 master plan, which was the last one that was adopted by council, one of the big things it talks about is making sure that we have lots of places for people to rollerblade. So that should give you an idea of how dated it is and why it's important that we update these things so that as things evolve, we have a better sense. One of the major takeaways that we didn't reference here, but I'd like to share with you, we're addressing also as a part of Accelerate Memphis, which was a desire to see wireless connectivity in our parks. I know that may seem antithetical to some of you. I know that at least in my generation, you're supposed to be outside, don't play on your electronic devices. But that's not the generation and the society that is out there today. People want to have that connection digitally while they are in nature. And there is nothing wrong with that. And we need to be the ones to evolve, not necessarily to put any sort of stigma or encourage people to not use technology while they're in our parks. So I'll quit rambling. I know you guys are a little behind, but I know there's also probably a good number of questions. So I'm happy to answer any questions about this plan, but I'm hopeful that you're as optimistic about it as I am. And so with that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that presentation, Director Walker. We appreciate all the work that you all are doing and making certain that the community is inclusive. And I want to put a pin here. I too want to thank Director Rosenfeld. I failed to do that as well for their work and help in the they were very helpful in helping with some of the transportation in my district to the warming center. So I want to say that too. Thank you for that reminder. Are there any comments by any council members or anybody want to be recognized? I didn't see anyone in the queue. Okay, Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nick, is there a more, is this the plan or is there a more robust document that's a little more specific?
There's two things. One, there's about a 36-page executive summary that we dropped off with council staff that sort of goes through a little more of the data. And then there is a 120-page document with lots of charts and graphs and breakdown of the data and a lot of maps, a lot of pull-out trifold maps that we will be delivering to council next week so that you have a hard copy of it. However, it is on the city's website right now if you'd like to see a PDF.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. That's it, Madam Chair.
All right, Councilman Jones.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Ms. Walker, what would be the fiscal note if we were to do this in our most ambitious and audacious way?
I think you would see that the biggest thing that would need to be done is a couple of things. One, the big difference between us and cities of larger than 250,000 population, which is what we're trying to get to in terms of the average, is an annual expenditure on average of between $8 and $10 million on capital. That would be a significant increase from where we are today. However, the note to go from where we are operationally to those, above the median, so probably third quartile cities, because we're actually pretty close to the median expenditure right now operationally to cities above 500,000. But not to get too far down the rabbit hole, I think you're talking about an increase from the $36 million that we are today to somewhere between 42 and 48 million, depending upon, the math gets complicated because our 36 million includes expenditures to outside agencies. And our 36, if we spent 36 just on our parks that we operate, that would be closer to the median. So slice it up how you want to, but I would say probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 to $8 million annually increased in our operating budget.
Okay, and then if let's just take both of those numbers and divide them by the number of facilities. So how many facilities do we have?
Okay, we have 30 community centers / senior centers.
Okay.
We have 7 golf course facility buildings. We have 17 pools, 4 of them are indoors. And then you start getting into, the buildings that we have responsibility for but don't operate, like the tennis.
Well, I say facilities, but I'm just saying, let's say a park, even if it doesn't have a facility on there too. So.
Oh man, I would say you're probably talking somewhere in the neighborhood of close to 300 spaces we're responsible for.
And so if we take a look at those 300 different parks, facilities, community centers, pools, and if we look at whether it's operationally or capital, and may look at capital somewhat for a long-term improvement or renovation standpoint, we still, if we break it down to, if we break it down that way, we know what our commitment is, and we really aren't looking at, a significant investment. However, if we look at what we've been doing in the past, if we say, hey, we've committed $3 million to this for all facilities, with 300 facilities, it's just a drop in the bucket, and we really aren't moving the needle measurably.
I will say this, the other thing to factor in, and we haven't really had a chance to evaluate this yet, because to be honest with you, it was a pie in the sky dream, is the $75 million investment that this city chose to make recently. So that's going to change the numbers some. It's a generational amount of money, so it's very important. But I agree with you. I think that's why this should be iterative, and we should evaluate constantly, because the needle's going to move.
I applaud the administration for this vision and presenting this master plan to us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Would any other council member like to be recognized on this item? Or are there any more questions or anything else that you'd like to say, Director Walker?
Like I said at the beginning, I just want to thank all of you, because every member of this council has been involved in this process, either through your support, your information, your patronage. And so I want to thank you, and we appreciate you. We appreciate you. We appreciate the mayor. Mayor Strickland made this a priority, and so we're grateful for that, and he's made parks a priority. So we appreciate your partnership, and we look forward to continuing to push forward.
Okay, I'm sorry, I do have one other question about the rating. Your rating, is that similar to the national scoring, park scoring?
No, what you're referring to is the park score that's done by the Trust for Public Lands. No, this is much more operational. Think of it as a 1 to 5 rating, where 1 means you can't fix it, you got to replace it, and 5 means it's brand new. And we rated every asset on that scale. Okay,
are there federal dollars for the scoring process that, for people that have higher scores?
Most of the time we're looking at federal dollars. The big thing that they're looking at, and I think the thing that the $75 million will help to improve, is they want to look at park access in terms of the 10-minute walk. And by improving those trail systems, that's going to greatly improve the 10-minute walk numbers, which will increase the amount of federal funding that we can get.
Okay, and increase that score.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for the information. We appreciate that. There's no other business before this committee. We stand in adjournment.
Councilwoman, wait, we need to get a vote.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Forgive me. Kivia, will you conduct a roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Canali. Carlisle.
Aye.
Obed.
Yes.
Easter Thomas.
Yeah.
Ford.
Yes.
Johnson. Jones.
Aye.
Morgan.
Abstain.
Robinson.
Aye.
Molly.
Yes, ma'am.
Swearingen.
Aye.
Warren.
Aye.
Chair Logan.
Aye, that item passed. If there's no other business, this committee stands in adjournment. Thank you.
is February 23rd, 2021. Ms. Hayes, will you please call roll?
Councilman Canali. Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Covett.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chair Morgan.
Here. Okay, we have 7 items on today's agenda. The first 2 items kind of go together. The presentations by the administration on an update from CIP and the general fund. So I'm going to hand it over to Chief Ford for both of those presentations. And yeah, why don't we go ahead and we'll take questions once the CIP presentation is finished, and then questions after the general fund presentation is finished. Chief Ford, the floor is yours for agenda items 1 and 2.
Hi, good morning, council, council staff and colleagues. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, 5343 Mason Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38120. Thank you. Finance will be presenting on items 1 and 2 of your committee meetings this morning. Ashley Hayes will be controlling the presentations, and I am very appreciative of the collaboration as we kind of work around our virtual meetings and our situation at City Hall today. So thank you very much for that. So being respectful of your agenda time, I will launch directly into the capital improvement plan for Q2, and just knowing that you know, we got delayed a little bit, and so some of this information is a little bit old, and I'll try to update it as we move forward, since we are reporting on Q2, which is December numbers. Next slide, please. And this is just the table of contents of our presentation today. Next slide. The capital improvement budget defined, this is the same definition that we go through every year. I just included in each presentation. So just a reminder that this is a 1-year allocation, even though many of our projects run multi-years, and when we approve or present the budget for you for approval, we present it in a 5-year format, but understanding that the approval for budget is year by year. Next slide. This is just a reminder of where we started this year, originally with 78 million, and then it was amended in July to include some IT initiatives that originally were part of the CARES allocations, and that brought our total to $85,707,500 for FY21. Next slide. So here, I realize this is small, but each of you should have had an electronic copy of this out. It's just the breakdown by division of where we are. And, you know, I'm not going to read every single line, but just kind of overall in engineering, as of December, we were 89.6 appropriated, and we were 67.27 of our spend to date, which included our encumbrances and our appropriations. For executive division, we were at 88% of spend. For fire services, we were at 91.53. Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead of you. I'm sorry, Ashley, I jumped a page. Next page, please. Thank you. So our fire services, we were at 91.53%. General services, our total is at 33.1%. I would like to just point out a couple of comments there on the capital acquisitions. We were appropriated and encumbered at 91.2%. That included a transfer of appropriation that you approved in Q1 of 962 from a prior year's allocation to help with acquisitions. On many of these items, and I do have, I think Director Adams was expected to be here with us today if you had any questions. So many of these items are in progress. from the major modifications as projects are identified. There were some delays on some of those projects, so you see that the spend there is not quite what we would expect at the end of December, but we are monitoring those, and if there are any specific questions about those projects, I have an additional report from Director Adams, but it's not unusual sometimes for those to be just a little bit off, depending on the seasonality and what we are dealing with. Next slide, please. Housing and community development. Let's see, we only had 2 projects there, and we are at 99.06% appropriated and encumbered for the spending on that. For information technology, we are at 51%, which is about what you would expect in December. Some of those projects are moving faster than others, but overall, they are on track. The library services, as you can see, there's only 1 project there. That is the new Fraser Library. The spend to date is $726,000. There is another approximately $375,000 encumbered, but at this point, this is all A&E. So we expect to see that moving more into construction in Q3 and certainly in Q4. Next slide. I missed I was not able to attend for the MATA presentation this morning, but many of the, as you can see from their total appropriations, they're at 65.10 on their CIP projects. Almost, if not all of these, are match programs. So some of it, the spend is dependent on where we are on some of those projects. And let's see, the Memphis River partnerships. And I apologize that this is so small. The Memphis River partnerships, we're at 23.35%, but they did have a small allocation for this year, this $200,000. And this covers 4 areas of repair at Mud Island and Bill Street Landing, which was funded by some additional transfers from a project that was closed in FY20. We know that there is an additional $63,000 that has already been spent in Q3. So we do anticipate in Q3 to see those numbers move up as well. Next slide. Parks and neighborhoods, you just heard from Director Walker on a lot of these. Some of these are based on seasonality. A lot of them are in the process for A&E. And right now the park stands at spent to date plus encumbrances of approximately 71%. Police services, we are at 83.11% on our spend. And for public works, we are at 33.3%, but some of those are huge items, and we will be bringing you additional information in regard to the resurfacing groups, which will typically pick back up very soon, as you might imagine. So some of those lines we will be following up to ensure that they get moved into Q3 and started. And so for our total general fund GO bonds, we are at 65.79%. And that is for the GO bond funding, as we discussed, of the 85.7. Next slide, please. Next shows the sewer fund, and of the total capital pay-go, we are at 68.9%, and then the sewer assessment and rehab, we are currently at 34.4%, but there was a lot of movement around the bonds, and as many of you know, we had a resolution to change the funding to revenue bonds, so there was a lot of movement in that in Q2, and we should see a lot of changes coming up in Q3 for our sewer. On our stormwater fund, we are 31.8%. Some of the projects are trending faster than some of the others, and we can follow up to see this is all capital pay-go as the projects move forward, and which brings us to our total FY21 CIP budget. Spent to date plus encumbrances of approximately 58%. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you. That concludes the presentation on CIP.
Okay, I see Councilman Carlisle on the queue, and I'll ask one quick question before him. In regards to carry forward, is there anything that we're already seeing this year that we just don't anticipate we'll be able to spend, so it's going to be carry forward into next year, or any carry forward that we brought into 2021 that again we'll have to carry forward into 22?
We are seeing that there are some that we had some delays in the carry forward, especially in Q1 of FY21, as we were still dealing with some of the economic impacts of COVID and the pandemic and how that was affecting some of our projects. We are in the process of developing the budget for FY22 for CIP. Our divisions are due to have our first projects to us by the end of this month, which is just basically at the end of this week. And we will be reviewing the carry forward on those, Chairman Morgan, to review how we are moving forward on the carry forward. One of the things that we have done differently in the last year and this year is looking at our burn rates and coming to you if we have areas where we see that money needs to be reallocated to projects where one project may be delayed or behind, that we could reallocate and transfer to another project for execution. So we are monitoring that closely, and we do anticipate seeing a lot of action in Q3.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Carlisle?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Councilman Morgan asked one of my questions. My other is really if Antonio's on the line. If not, we can come back and talk about it later. But the COMEM phase 2, and I'm looking through the adopted CIP, just kind of go back, is so if I've got this right, we had a carry forward going into FY21 of almost $1 million. Then we appropriated $22.3 million for what looks like Walter Simmons is a part. Well, that's what I want to know is what was the $22.3 million that was appropriated in FY21, and then we had a $10 million appropriation this year. And I guess what I'm trying to figure out is we're holding almost $25 million, and we've only spent 14%. Where's the holdup in the project or projects?
I don't know if I don't see Director Adams on the listing, but I can tell you that I do know each year where we had this planned out, we had $10 million planned for a series of 5 or 6 years. The total estimated project, I think, was estimated to be about $60 million, and so it was a $10 million allocation for each year. I do know that in our the beginning of phase 2, Director Adams did report that all the bids came in high and that they were rejected and resubmitted for bidding. So that may be part of the holdup on that, but I can follow up with you on that, Councilman Carlisle.
Yeah, we need to, and I'll just tell you why. And look, I'm still getting my feet wet here in city government, but if I've got a project that's outlaid like that, and we're already had a long runway, and we're pushed a year, that means I'm sitting on $10 million worth of appropriated bonds for a project that may or may not go this year, and I can adjust my 60-month outlook in months 50 through or 48 through 60 to finish the project, and I've got sitting on $10 million today that I can go do something else that I'd rather do this year. So let's get Antonio or Director Adams in here sometime and make sure that we understand kind of where that project's at, and there may be some other priorities for the council in the near term. That Chair, I'll yield back.
Duly noted, Councilman Carlisle. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other members in the queue, let's go ahead and go to the Q2 general fund summary.
Councilman Morgan, may I have a moment of personal privilege, please?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to introduce, and I hope she will turn on her camera, our Manager of Strategic Planning and Capital Improvement Plans, Kmitris Wyatt. Kmitris, if you are on, would you please let them see your face? We have, there she is, Demetrius, and she has an analyst that works with her, works very closely with our divisions and follows up on the types of things that Councilman Morgan and Councilman Carlisle just inquired about. Sometimes we're not the favorites of the divisions when we go to them and tell them that we are about to take their money away from them and reallocate it. But as former Budget Chairman Jones will tell you, I'm not bashful about doing that and bringing it to you for presentation. We have gone back through in the last couple of years and really combed through some projects that were near completion that if we had available funding there that had already been allocated and appropriated, that we brought that to you for redirection. We will continue to do that. To your point, Councilman Carlisle, it is important that we employ every single dollar of appropriations as quickly and as efficiently as we possibly can. But I just kind of wanted you all to see Ms. Demetrius Wyatt, because you'll be seeing a lot of her during our budget presentations. So thank you. Okay, so we will move into the general fund operating performance. Again, this was because some of the delays of our presentations. We are reporting on December numbers, and I'll update you on January numbers as it is appropriate or that I have available to me, and we'll be glad to share that with you. And thank you again, Ashley. If we could move to next slide, please. So Q2 for our general fund, you can see that our revenues to budget were approximately 70%, and our expenditures to budget were at 52%. So in our adopted expenditures, this just kind of bridges what we've done, how we went from our adopted expenditures to, you see, our revised spending. And I know that's a big jump, but I just will also remind you that the CARES money is running through this, so you will see a recognition of funding, sub-grantees, and some of those other items that are big dollar items that are running through our funding budget. Next slide, please. So I want to focus just a moment, please, on the revenues. The local taxes are the local sales taxes trending at 68% of budget, which is a little bit higher than we budgeted for, and we're going to talk more in detail on that on the next slide. The same thing with our state taxes. The state share of our sales tax is trending a little bit above budget, which is helping those numbers. Fines and forfeitures are running below budget, and primarily this is due to the court fees and court costs, which are trending at 36 and 38% of their budgets respectively. And then, of course, the federal grant side is the CARES money that's coming through. And sometimes once you approve the spending of the CARES Act money, it can go into the budget line, and there can be some timing differences that is sitting on the budget line, but it hasn't hit the actual line yet. So when you see some of those, that's the differences in our federal grants line. That's all coming from the CARES money. Next slide, please. Excuse me, we have been monitoring, obviously, our ad valorem tax. We have remained steady at 98% of our budget, but our actual collections as of the end of December were 1% less than the collections for the same measurement period of the prior year, which equates to approximately $2.2 million. The January collections are still trending at 98% of budget. The local sales tax, the collections to date of our local sales tax represents 68% of budget. The collections are 6%, or approximately $4 million more than the same measurement period of the prior year. Currently, we are averaging just a little bit over $10 million a month. So I know we came in Q1 and asked for some changes to the operating budget related to the increase that we were seeing in the local sales tax. And of that coverage so far, we have allocated $1.8 million to engineering in Q1. We also allocated spending from that excess of $5 million for the vaccination continuation as we reallocated the CARES Act money in December. And January, we are still staying on trend. So that is continued to be a positive budget line item for us. On the federal grants, we are trying to recognize that revenue as the expenses as is incurred. We do have a personnel offset that was approved in the budget of $15.5 million. That was part of our adopted budget. And you will see that hit in Q3 as we wrap up the CARES Act spending and reporting. The state grant, that number is not going to change all year. Originally, our budget was for $14 million. We ended up getting $10 million. So that's just going to carry through the end of the year. And in our intergovernmental, the MATA annual bridge grant of $6.7 million was received in full in Q2, bringing that intergovernmental line to 100%. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the charges for services. The ambulance services collections to date of approximately $9.7 million represent 43% of budget. Collections are 15% or approximately $1.5 million less than the same measurement period for the prior year. In the park services, we had green fees, golf carts, and pro shops that were all trending a little bit above budget. And during Q2, there was we requested and you approved a $514,000 adjustment that was processed for the part-time salaries, which brought this line item at 45% percentile for mid-year and able to meet their operational servicing levels there in parks. Again, I want to come back to the fines and forfeitures. Collections to date for court costs and court fees are $1.6 and $1.5 million respectively, which represents, as I said, the 38% and 36% of budget. Lower than anticipated revenues were driven by the suspension of in-person court proceedings, and the collections for the court cost and court fees are lower year over year in the amounts of $579,000 and $913,000 respectively for those two categories in a year over year. Next slide. This is just a visual representation of the Q2 revenues to annual budget. And you can see our local tax is trending very well. Some of the federal grants should be trending right at 100%, so they'll be really close there. But this is just a visual presentation of the numbers in your packet. Next slide. So we'll talk a little bit now about the Q2 expenditures. Overall, the personnel budget is on budget. We're trending on budget. We are going to talk a little bit, as I promised you, we would come back and talk about overtime a little bit. So I have added a slide to this presentation, which is not part of your normal presentation, and we will talk about overtime just a little bit. Materials and supplies is trending a little bit under budget, but part of that is expense recovery and budget timing of the CARES expenditures that we talked about, because it is unusual to see at the end of December materials and supplies only at 38% of their expected budget. Grants and subsidies are typically the highest in Q1. As you know, those usually go out, but also in grants and subsidies this year, we have the CARES Act grant payments, and most of those will be wrapping up in Q3 of FY21. The State Street Aid Recovery, which is your expense recovery SSA, that is always recognized in Q4 when we see what that amount actually is, but it is usually trends very close to our projected budget. And then the transfers out, again, are kind of like the transfers in. They're typically highest in Q1. So it's not unusual to see those trending high. Next page. So these are the expenditures by division. The page we saw, the previous page was general fund overall. This is the spending by division. And as you can see, some of these are trending high. City Council is high. That includes your CARES Act subrecipients. So that's why that number is trending a little bit high. And City Court Clerk, as you can see, is trending low, as you would expect, with the courts being delayed or not meeting in person or virtually delayed as well. So finance is at 77%. That also includes the hazard pay and COVID OJI in the COVID hazard pay. So those have already been incurred, which is one of the reasons why finance is trending high. It's being tracked in that budget line. Others are either trending slightly below or approximately at budget, but nothing, anything here yet to give concern. Next slide. So in our prior council meeting, we talked a little bit about the impact of COVID-19 having on overtime. I will tell you, even with our overtime numbers, and we'll go through those, that our total personnel, if you include all the categories within personnel, and as you know, we try to budget by specific line items and then maintain budget by category line items. Our total budget overall for personnel at December was at 58%. I'm sorry, at December was at 58%, and January we were trending well on for both of those. So they were right on January we were at 58%. December we were at 50% of total personnel. However, in overtime, you can see some of the impacts here of especially in human resources, which doesn't usually have any overtime, which is slightly above, but specifically for fire and police, you can see that fire is trending at 87% of their overtime. Their overtime budget was approximately $10 million, and as of December, they were trending at 8.6. And then for police, their total budget overtime was 24.3 rounding, and they are trending at 55%. So we will continue to watch those, but overall the personnel lines are still within budget parameters, but we will be monitoring those again in Q3 to ensure that we stay on budget for the entire category. Next slide. This is just the visual depiction of the expenditures that we just talked about for the general fund. Next slide. So just to kind of point out again some of those, as you were looking at those, in finance, we created a separate service center to track the COVID-19 hazard pay and the COVID-19 OJI claims. The expenditures are typically recognized 100% concurrent with the budget as they are approved by council, and those have all been allocated and approved. We still have one payment left in the hazard pay that was approved in January that will occur in Q3, bringing that to 100% of allocation and spend. And then in public works, if you remember in Q1, we had some corrections to the personnel and materials expense recovery line. So those corrections are now bringing those back in line with more of what we would have expected for expenditures. Next page. Here we go. The city engineer, again, that's always going to look a little weird until we recognize the State Street Aid recovery in Q4. City Council, as of December, our payments to our subgrantees was at 78% or $8.9 million, almost complete. Again, the personnel in finance is carrying the COVID-19 hazard pay and OJI pay. And grants, the payments to subgrantees at the end of December were at 82%. The expenditures, so that's why you see a little bit, we knew we had some budget in there that you had approved, but some of those subgrantees expenditures had not been completed by the end of December, as we had an extension on our date, but we are almost there. And then MATA expense was fully executed at $19.2 million. Next slide. This is the claim on cash. I apologize again. I know it's small, but we have a lot of divisions that we have to report, and we are required to report to you claim on cash. But basically, this represents how much cash we had at a given point and the claim that each one of those divisions had on our concentrated cash. The only negative, we have two negatives. The fire EMS, we are waiting on a reimbursement. That is timing. And on post other employments, we are again waiting on a reimbursement, and that is timing. But typically, you will never see a negative claim on cash for any of our divisions. Next slide. And then as we go, as we move in, again, if I might have a point of personal privilege, I would like to introduce our comptroller, our city comptroller, Dewana Morris. I see her. If you'll wave, Dewana, I want everybody to see you. Also, Dewana is serving as our interim budget manager this year, so you will be seeing a lot of her in the coming months. But I just wanted you to be sure and have a face with the name as we continually to meet virtually that you'll be hearing a lot from Dewana. So with that, Chairman, I turn back over to you for any questions or additional information required by the council.
Thank you, Chief Ford. Right now, Councilman Carlisle is the only one in the queue. And Councilman Carlisle, we're going to go ahead and start trying to keep things brief if possible, because I see a couple more agenda items that are going to take time, I anticipate. So the floor is yours for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, mine's more of an information thing. I think we've talked about this before. It's a little irksome for me when I'm looking at a set of financials. I wish I could be able to pick them up and in one page, look at your financial picture, and it's hard to track. So my request is this, or maybe you can explain it. Maybe the government runs more steady Eddie as far as expenditures throughout the year, other than maybe the receiving of when we receive property taxes, there's a big bump. But basically, like, I've got year to date against annual, which is fine. We're halfway through the year. That's easy. But then I've got Q2 actuals against the annual budget. And I couldn't tell you if we're trending or not. And you've got that somewhat footnoted in other slides, but now I've got to go read your footnote, come back and look and try to understand versus seeing, you know, why wouldn't have Q2 actual, like, period, whatever period I'm looking at, right? Whether we did it by month or by quarter, we're doing it by quarter here. Why don't it have period actual against a period budget? So, hey, look, you know, this quarter we knew we were going to do X, Y, and Z. We're off trend. And, you know, and even for me, and again, Shirley, you may look at it differently, and it's just maybe because city government's a little different than what I'm used to is year over year performance, just to see how we're going. And again, I understand, like, revenues for us are pretty steady. It's about 1% to 2% a year. So no need to see that unless there's some major deviation. But for me, next time we do this, it would be very helpful to see what your team thinks it's going to look at a period to date standpoint. That way I can say, like, when I say, oh my gosh, 2%, and you say, no, that's normal. We would have budgeted 1% for this quarter anyway. It just makes life a lot easier for me to very quickly look at our picture and I'll have less questions, I guess. And then the only thing I'd love to understand the data on, just based on what the health department chose to do in December, January, is I would love to know our fiscal year 20 versus 21 sales tax collection for the months of December and January. I'd be very curious to know that.
I can get you those numbers. I track our sales tax by month, so in year over year. As a matter of fact, if you can hold for 1 second, I can give you local sales tax. So in December of FY21, our local sales tax was 11.5 million. In December of 20, it was 10 million, and I'm rounding for you. And at FY19, it was 9.6 million. So we watch those, and again, remembering that your December revenue collections represents the sales activity for October. So, you know, we run a 2-month lag on when the collections actually are remitted to us. But again, December of this year, we can see sales tax trending up. I can tell you in January, it dropped almost $1 million back to 10.6. The December was a pretty good bump. That's the highest amount we have received in FY21. July was approximately, it was 9.9 million. August was 10.6. September was 9.6. October was 10.8. November was 10.4. December was 11.5, and January was 10.6.
Yeah, I got you. What I was trying to do is, in December we didn't go into what I'll call health austerity measures until the last couple of weeks, and so it sounds like there's a ton of economic activity, which is good. I'm curious, and we'll do it offline because we're for time. I'm curious to know the economic impact of some of those austerity measures, because when you say $1 million in sales tax, that's significant amount of revenue volume that got hurt. And so I'm curious to know what that picture is, and we'll get to have fun and deal with that later. But again, for the reporting for me, when we look at these, if we could just drop in a period to date column when we talk about quarters or 2 quarters, it just helps me understand without having to ask, to look at all the footnoting just to see where we are. With that, Chair, I yield back.
We'd be glad to add a quarter over quarter for you. And Chairman Morgan, if I may, I just received a text. I don't think Antonio's on yet, but he did text me and say that Walter Simmons was rebid, and it was then awarded to Nicholson General Contractors. So we'll get some additional information on that for you, but I guess he's not able to join us, but he did text me to let me know that it was rebid, and then there was a subsequent award.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 3, which is resolution authorizing the Memphis Shelby County Airport Authority to issue its airport revenue refunding bonds in a total principal amount not to exceed $62,500,000. The refunding bonds to refund all or a portion of its airport refunding revenue bonds, Series 2011A-1, and its airport refunding bonds, Series 2011B, and its airport refunding revenue bonds, Series 2011D, for cost savings to fund debt services, reserve funds for the refunding bonds, and to pay cost of issuances of the refunding bonds. This is District 3, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes.
Move it with same night minutes.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Warren. Is there a second? Seconded by Carlisle. Is there any council member that's requesting a presentation on this? It's pretty straightforward and paperwork. I think the main gist of this is that we'd save, or the airport authority would save about $5 million by doing this kind of refunding.
Yes, I'd like a presentation, please.
All right, Councilman Jones requests presentation. Who is here to present on behalf of the airport authority?
Good morning, Budget Chair and committee members. My name is Forrest Arts. I am the CFO with Memphis International Airport.
Okay, Mr. Arts, the floor is yours.
Okay. My name is Forrest Arts, and I am with the CFO with Memphis International Airport, located at 2491 Winchester Road. Good morning. This morning, the Airport Authority is requesting a city resolution authorizing the Memphis Shelby County Airport Authority to issue Series 21B, C, and D bonds in an aggregate amount of $62.5 million. That's a not to exceed amount to refund our Series 2011A1, 2011B, and 2011D bonds. The total bond sizing, as I indicated, was $62.5 million. This will save us on a cash flow basis $6 million over the next 5 years, or a net present value of $5 million. That's 8.5% of refunded par. Savings is derived completely from savings and interest. The old bonds have an average interest rate of approximately 4 to 4.5%. New bonds will be issued with a net interest rate of 1.4%. To reiterate, these bonds are not a liability of the city or the county. They are secured completely by the revenues of the airport authority. Participation percentages as it relates to the bond issuance costs are as follows. Minority DBE and women BE, the MBWBE is 32.4% of the bond issuance cost. Local minority disadvantaged business enterprise is 19.2% of the cost of issuance. and total minority DBE and MWBE and local participation is a total of 67% of cost of issuance. The underwriters for these bonds will be Raymond James, First Tennessee Bank, and Harvestons, with underwriter counsel being Charles Carpenter. That concludes the information in my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any comments or questions from council members? All right, seeing nobody in the queue, Ms. Hayes, will you please have a roll call vote on this item?
Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilman Covett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilman Smiley.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Warren.
Aye.
Aye. Swearingen, aye.
Thank you. And Chair Morgan.
Aye. Okay, that item receives a favorable recommendation and will be on tonight's agenda. Agenda item number 4 is a resolution for the Memphis Fire Division to accept and appropriate funds in the amount of $276,642.18 from the CARES Act Provider Relief Fund through U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. The funding is for prevention, preparation, and response to coronavirus. This is all council districts sponsored by the administration. Do I have a motion?
Council Chairman, can we move it with same
Moved by
9 minutes,
Warren.
please?
And is that seconded by Carlisle?
Second, and with a motion to move it with same 9 minutes.
Is there any objection to same 9 minutes? Okay, seeing none, this will have the same 9 minutes request. Is anybody requesting presentation on this item?
You got the one for here. Give me some loan.
Councilman Ford, were you requesting a? I don't think so. Okay, Ms. Hayes, will you please call the roll on agenda item number 4 with a request for same 9 minutes?
Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilman Covett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilman Smiley.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Warren.
Aye.
And Chair Morgan.
Aye. Okay, that item receives a favorable recommendation, will be on tonight's agenda. Agenda item number 5 is a resolution for Housing and Community Development to accept the appropriation and allocation of Department of Treasury funding in the amount of $19,592,445.70 for the Division of Housing and Community Development's emergency rental and utility assistance in response to the pandemic. This is all council districts sponsored by the administration, and there's a request for same 9 minutes. Do I have a motion on this item? Warren moves it. Robinson seconds it. And Director Young, do you have share screen presentation? Okay. I'll kick it to you. Director Young, the floor is yours for presentation on this item.
Thank you all. Paul Young here, Director of Housing and Community Development. With me, that's going to give this presentation. I know we're pressed for time, so we're going to go relatively quickly, but I want to introduce the Director for Shelby County Community Services, Dorcas Young Griffin, and allow her to say a couple of words, and then I'll dive right into the presentation.
Hello, Dorcas Young Griffin, Director of the Division of Community Services. Thank you, Paul, for introducing me. I won't take up a lot of time, only tell you all thank you for allowing us the opportunity to talk about this exciting new program that will be put in place. I'm sure you'll have lots of questions, and we want to make sure that we provide time for that. Paul, you got it, and I am here to assist.
All right. So we mentioned this program this morning in the first session at 7:45, but this is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Collectively, the city of Memphis received $19.6 million. That's the resolution that we're here for today. But the county also received $8.6 million from the U.S. Department of Treasury for this program. This program will fund rent and utilities. Those are the only two costs that are eligible under these, and associated costs that are eligible under this program. And these funds expire December 31st. This is a pretty significant amount of money for this purpose. So we want to work seamlessly, and we have a host of agencies, which we will get to on this next slide. We want to work with all of the agencies that have been supporting these populations and programs since we started COVID back in March of last year. So you see a list of names. So Neighborhood Preservation, Inc., the University of Memphis Law Schools, Legal Clinic will continue to work with us, Memphis Area Legal Services, MIFA, United Housing, United Way, Innovate Memphis, and U.S. Digital Response, which is the agency that's putting together our application. So eligibility criteria, you must demonstrate that you've been impacted by COVID, whether it's directly or indirectly. Unemployment benefits can demonstrate that. You must show that you've experienced a reduction in household income. Number two qualification is that the household can demonstrate that if these funds are not paid, there's a risk of homelessness or housing instability. And then the third one, which is really important, is that the household income must be below 80% of the area median income. So for a family of four, the area median, 80% of the area median income is roughly $50,000. Landlords are eligible to apply for the program on behalf of the tenant, but they must have the final sign off from the tenant as well as the tenant documentation. And one of the questions that was asked earlier is, who does the payment go to? The payments go directly to the landlord or MLGW if it's for utilities. So the application process, so we will have the applications processed through a single portal. There will be one streamlined application for all residents in Shelby County. We are doing this differently than we've done other programs. We're using an equitable selection process, which I'll allow Dorcas to talk about shortly. But the goal is to ensure that it's not just first come, first serve, but those that have the highest need are the ones that will be prioritized in the application process. Partner agencies will work with us. The Shelby County staff will be hiring a number of staff. They're already in the process of doing that. And our partner agencies will assist in either processing applications or directing those clients to other resources that may be under their purview. For instance, an agency like United Housing, which provides household counseling, housing counseling, will be able to help those residents in need of that. They will all have that option at the end of the process. And so Dorcas, if you can talk to us a little bit about the randomized selection process.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we wanted to spend a little time to specifically speak to you about our use of a randomized equitable selection process for this program. Traditionally, as many people know, in this community, we have done a first come, first serve basis on many of our programs. We do recognize, though, that approach does not actually promote a level of equity or access for everyone in our community. According to research that we've seen from the National Low Income Housing Coalition, although first come, first serve is a great way to get the money spent, it actually is not a great strategy to ensure that marginalized populations get services that they need. This is because this approach inadvertently rewards applicants that have fewer barriers to applying, and it excludes people who might not have immediate access to information, the internet, or just language barriers. We anticipate that our approach to having 2 to 3 selection processes monthly will actually allow more tenants to apply that haven't had a chance to apply and be selected, and get those new people in queue as we go on. This also will give a consequence of the process taking a shorter amount of time for those people that need their bills paid. As we're able to handle this process and make sure that that we have the rolling process, it gives us more time to actually be able to process payments to landlords and to utility companies on behalf of our clients.
All right, so I'll get through the rest of this relatively quickly. So program intake, applicants can apply online with a computer, cell phone. We'll also work with 211 for those that don't have access to those, so they can call in. We're also going to look at setting up office hours at locations throughout the community. So libraries will also partner with churches, so that staff that will be employees of Shelby County, those temporary staff will be able to actually go out in the community and set up shop in locations for clients that cannot access either the internet or the phone. Complete applications will be entered into the system. They will be selected, and then those approved applications are referred to the county, which will actually be charged with making the direct payments to the landlords and utility companies. We really look at this program in a couple of different buckets. There's going to be direct support for landlords, obviously support for families with children, and emergency support for individuals. There are those that are at risk of immediate eviction, so there are still clients that are facing eviction in the courts. We're going to have somewhat of a separate process to make sure that we're working directly with the courts to try to get those clients into the program, assuming that they meet all of the eligibility requirements. We'll also be doing outreach to landlords to try to identify opportunities for bulk settlements. There may be some landlords that have thousands of units in the city, and those are opportunities where we can work with those landlords to do some bulk settlements for those tenants in those units. And this just gives you a little bit of the process. I will skip this slide just for the sake of time. And in fact, we talked a little bit about what many of these benefits are. I think the big point here is that we have a March 1st launch date, and we want to ensure that we get as many individuals in our community that are eligible for this assistance. We want them to get signed up for this program. You can actually sign up right now for notifications. We're hosting this on home901.org/COVID resources. This is where we hosted all of the other support for individuals and families. You can also text Home 901 or CASA 901 to 2100 to get updates when the application goes live on March 1st. And so with that, I will turn it over to you all for questions.
All right, thank you, Director Young. We have two members in the queue at the moment. First is Councilman Jeff Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered, is there any place in this program for people who have already been evicted and now they've got a bad rating to be able to get back in and get housing and get the landlord paid off who evicted them and get them back in? How does that work if we've already got people who've been evicted? Is there anything that this can do to help them, or it can't?
We would have to work with them on a client per client basis, so that the details of each situation will be different. I mean, this program is structured for someone that is behind on rent, that has a current lease, that can demonstrate the lease and then get that lease paid up. However, there may be other programs, and that's one big point that we didn't talk about much, is that this program is intended to be in alignment with other programs. For instance, through Dorcas's department, they have about $8 million remaining for utility assistance under certain parameters. We want to utilize those dollars to the extent we can, and then use this program for rent to the extent we can, even though this program can be used for rent and utilities. We have other programs that are for mortgages. And so there will be a lot of referrals, hence the need for all of the partners that we have listed at the beginning of the application.
Yeah, I was just thinking about those families that have been evicted that are now homeless. You know, it seems like if there's a way we could figure out how to use this money to get them back in to some place to live, that would be helpful. I didn't know if we could or not. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. First question that I have is there a maximum benefit amount that an individual or landlord can receive?
So there's not a maximum dollar amount. However, it does, the language does require us to say that we can only pay up to 12 months of assistance. So that is the maximum that we're working with.
Okay. And then when you talked about the settlement, does the settlement cease any type of eviction proceedings that that person may be subject to?
Absolutely. So that will be the requirement. That was the requirement of the settlement fund that we established last year, and will be the requirement under this program that the tenant cannot be evicted for non-payment of rent. Now, there are circumstances where some tenants have other issues going on, where they may have some other issues for which the landlord might evict. This would not prevent the landlord from evicting for non-monetary reasons. However, they could not be evicted for payment of rent.
Great. And then let me just say the whole process of the randomized selection process, I just have to take my hat off to you, because as you talked about, I've seen so many, since I've just been on the council, so many programs that are on a first come, first served basis. Those who have the information may not necessarily be those that have the greatest need. So seeing this as a way to address that disparity of information and opportunity, I think it's something that we need to look at when we implement some other plans. So I applaud. So let me just say I applaud you all, mom and dad, for the brain power that you all collectively put together for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Jones. And Director Young, if I guess you could offline get together with Councilman Logan. I think she wanted to hear that response, but due to technical difficulties was having trouble. Councilman Carlisle, you're in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just based on time, I'll get with Director Young and Director Griffin and get my questions answered. I just had more of an in-depth understanding of the random selection process and how we can apply it in other areas. I'm with Councilman Jones. Very interesting. With that, I yield back and move the previous question.
Okay. Previous question's been moved without objection. And seeing nobody else in the queue, Ms. Hayes, will you please call roll on agenda item number 5 with a request for same 9 minutes?
Councilman Canali. Councilman Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilman Kovac.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilman Smiley.
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Warren.
Aye.
And Chair Morgan.
Yes. Okay. Agenda item number 5 receives a favorable recommendation and will be on tonight's agenda with a request for same 9 minutes. Agenda item number 6 is a resolution to amend the Memphis City Council Community Grant Program for FY 2022, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Jones and Councilman Smiley. Do we have a motion and a second on this item?
Jones moves it.
Second, Warren.
Okay, moved by Jones, second by Warren. And if you're looking at the chat, I was planning on doing an amendment as a substitute, and we'll get to that later. Just FYI for everybody, if you're trying to start a new paragraph in chat and hit the enter button to do that out of habit, it will go ahead and post what you had in there. So my mistake on that. Councilman Jones or Councilman Smiley, the floor is yours to discuss this resolution.
Okay. Thank you,
The
Mr.
floor
Chairman.
to the more senior council member.
You're just saying that because of my beard, huh?
Absolutely.
Well, this is a resolution so that we can have the grant program that we've had in the past included in this upcoming fiscal year's budget. As you may recall, based upon what the COVID issues were last year, we reduced the amount of funding by 25%. So this particular resolution restores it to the level that it was in the previous year at $2.6 million.
And there's a question from Councilman Carl on the side about, are there any material changes to how the program was done last year other than the funding source? Councilman Carl, if you want to ask the question.
Yeah, Councilman Jones, I just didn't know if there was any exactly to that. I know every year there have been tweaks made to the eligibility. We had the grant workshop. I was just wondering if there were any other material changes that were made from last year's program to this year.
To the eligibility, no. One of the things that we've done in the past is that as we learn things, we adjust them. Sometimes they happen to be on the fly. Just to give you an example, we didn't have a requirement that organizations submit their 990s when this program first started. So as we see any improvement or any adjustments that need to be made, we can do so.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that. I'll offer an amendment to the eligibility, and I'll probably, what I'll do is, you know what, I think it's probably best. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to hold the amendment. That way I can put it in writing and get it out so everybody can read it and it's not flustered through, because this will go on next week's agenda, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Better to do it that way than on the fly. We can hear it on the floor. All right. Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you. That was what I was planning to do as well in terms of putting out in writing. And so I'm going to offer a substitute resolution, and I will move to strike the language in its entirety of agenda item number 6 and substitute the language I put above. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council does hereby recommend that the mayor's FY 2022 budget allocates an additional $2.6 million in funding to MATA in place of reserving $2.6 million for the Memphis City Council Community Grant Program. Therefore, be it further resolved that Memphis City Council encourages the mayor to follow suit where possible in his grant process as well.
I object.
Well, I've made a motion. Is there a second first?
Second.
Okay, I've moved it. Councilman Carlisle has seconded it. And there's the language of that second paragraph. To kind of about why this, we have constantly been hearing about underfund. There are many incredible causes throughout the city. We all know that. We've worked with them. We've toured them. They've come and presented to us. But as it comes to the city's responsibilities of what we're obliged to provide the citizens with the taxes that they pay, there are a number of things that are going underfunded. And we know that MATA is one of them. We've heard 2 presentations this month on that. And I think this would be an important step forward in getting the adequate amount of funding to MATA that has an impact on poverty, it has an impact on social uplift, equality, and justice in terms of economic opportunity across the entire city. And it's a responsibility that we're directly, I believe, liable for in the eyes of the citizens. And it's difficult. People want more funding from MATA. I think we all do, but we have to make cuts somewhere. And those funding sources have to come from somewhere, or we increase taxes. And I don't think that is a viable path for Memphis right now. And all funding cuts that we have will hurt. And if I were to compare our budget to a banana sundae or something like that, I would say being able to have the ability to do a grant program like the city council's done in the past is like the sprinkles on top. But the city of Memphis budget right now, the ice cream's melting, the bananas are old, and I'm not even sure we have a cherry. And instead of whipped cream, we've got Cool Whip or something along those lines, if I were to use that metaphor. And that right now, a priority for the city of Memphis should be increasing our investment in MATA. And this is a very viable option, and maybe the easiest source of funding for us to find. And it's good to do this now so that the nonprofits who have relied on grants in the past from the city council can begin to plan appropriately for their fiscal years. Okay, that being said, we have Councilwoman Swearingen, followed by Councilman Smiley in the queue.
I'm glad you shared those comments, Mr. Chair. As we listened to Director Young earlier this morning, he highlighted how we have been able to assist homelessness and some of the other groups through these nonprofit groups, such as the Memphis Union Mission and some of the others, how we've been able to feed the needy and house individuals and domestic violence. And I think it's equally as important. So I would not want to put all of our eggs into one basket, but distribute it to those that are in need of accordingly. And those have been proven to be very vital, especially during this inclement weather situation as well as COVID-19. But I disagree without being disagreeable that the nonprofits are equally as important. And I would hate to take away those fundings to not be able to accommodate other individuals that are in need, as well as those in transportation. Thank you very kindly.
Councilman Smiley?
Yeah. First, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm just having a hard time, I think, swallowing a pill, especially in light of the circumstances that we know the folks in the city are in, small businesses, nonprofits, of, taking funding from them. We talk about the need to fund MATA. I think MATA is receiving additional revenue from something that we voted on. But what about the several hundred nonprofits, the several thousand of people who are served by these nonprofits? To take $2.6 million out of, funding several different nonprofits, I do think it does a disservice to the people of the city of Memphis, particularly the folks who live in Super District 8. So what your proposed resolution or proposed substitute resolution would do is taking dollars, taking water, taking necessary resources out of the hands, out of the communities, out of the homes that need it every single day. I got a call from a lady next door, around the corner from me, basically asking me to, could I just drop off a bottle of water? Well, these nonprofits in the city of Memphis are doing the work that we cannot do. We don't have the means, we don't have the capacity to do the work. So if you're gonna take $2.6 million out of their pockets, you're telling the people in the city of Memphis, the people in Super District 8, the people who live in Fraser, the people who live in North Memphis, the people who live in Whitehaven, the people who live in Glenview, the people who live in Orange Mound, the people who live in South Memphis, the people who live in 3126, that we don't care. And at some point, we have to come to the realization that $2.6 million goes a long way for our constituents. It may not be your constituents in your district, but for Super District 8, it matters. And I just cannot get on board with anything or any type of resolution that's saying we don't care about the people. And I think this resolution here is saying we don't care about the folks who live in Super District 8. I just can't get on board with it.
I think that would be a serious misrepresentation of the intent of this. And to say the funding doesn't belong to the nonprofits, they all have to come here and apply for grants. There's not an entitlement to it. It's the funding that's provided to the city from the taxpayers. And I think we would just be continuing to pay lip service to these people that we are attempting to serve when we say transportation is important to us. But no, it's not important to our grant fund. It's not as important as this part of the budget. It's not as important as that part of the budget. We have to make tough choices, and this is a difficult one. But for our party, the nonprofits, the pastors, all of these organizations that have come to us begging for increased funding for MATA, I can't kind of look them continually to meet with them and look them in the eye and say that the city council grant program is more important than the obligation to MATA and transportation in this community. Councilman Logan, then Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Chair. One thing I want to say is that I am grateful that this body represents a wide variety of the constituents in the city of Memphis. Many of us are grassroots background, and we work with the people. We work directly with the people in our everyday lives, and we see the need. And then we have others that may work for another sector population. But all of Memphis has to be represented, and there needs to be a voice for everyone. And I do feel that maybe some of us aren't as connected with the needs of the people and the direct needs of the people. And the nonprofits, they meet the needs every day. They're the ones that we've been listening to all year when it comes to the direct needs of the people. So to take the 2.6 million, which is a very small amount when you look at the work that's being done across the city, is unacceptable, is just unheard of. We really, if we want to make a big difference, we need to begin to look for some real money to give matter. That 2.6 million that we have to spread across the whole city of Memphis, nonprofits that are in the streets every day doing the work, it's not a drop in the bucket for the need that matter needs. We need to find some federal dollars, get some foundations, some philanthropic, or some of the developers that come to the city. We need to reach out to federal government, whatever we need to do to see where some dollars can come from that's really going to make a difference. If we need $30 million, this 2.6 is just a drop in the bucket. So I think when we want to have a real conversation, it's going to need to be, how can we find large pockets of money, or how can we get some real money to our transportation issue? That 2.6 is not going to be where we need to go. We're just talking about matter. We're not even talking about any type of innovation in transportation. We're just talking about that. And so there's no way I can support getting rid of the 2.6 that the nonprofits use, because I know the vital work that's being done at the grassroots and ground level, that really that's where this money is coming from. Like you said, it comes from the taxpayers, and the taxpayers of Memphis, are the ones that are needing the support. And that's why we were elected by the people to represent the voice at this table that they don't have access to. So I will not be in support of getting rid of the 2.6 million to give to matter. And we did vote because I requested another pot of money that we found, or that could be used for the community. And it was voted by this body, and I agree, I'm a part of this body, to let that money go to matter, which was the revenue that's supposed to come from the parking lots. And that's an ongoing revenue source that we agreed to give to matter, as opposed to giving it to the community. But this one, we won't be able to do that. So with that, I yield back, and I pray that my colleagues really think about the people who voted you in and that need their voice represented at this table. Thank you so much. Chair, I yield back.
Councilman Jones, then Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. Since I've been on the council and we've implemented this program, one of the things that I've talked about is the fact that the various nonprofit organizations, they address a myriad of needs that are in this community, and they have the infrastructure that's in place to help implement and to carry out whatever their respective missions are. So with this funding program, it is one of the things that we've done. We've tried to make it a point where we're not providing a majority of the funding of any organization, but they're helping meet some of the needs that city government cannot. So we are supplementing it and providing what I feel is a necessary need and concern for our community. I just did a quick number. If our budget is $710 million, $2.6 million comes out to 0.0036%. So barely 1/3 of 1% that we're talking about this program does. And, I go back to our budget. Last year in this discussion that I had in an analysis that we looked at too. Mr. Morgan, you pitched a holy fit when we talked about reallocating money from the zoo and reallocating it from police, whatever the case may be, or just misplacing that. And when I identified that over the past 12 years, when we look at the increase in the city's budget, however large of an amount that is, 85%, if we had a $300 million increase in the budget over a 12-year period of time, 85% of that went to police and fire. So I've heard somebody say the best crime fighter is a good job. And so some of these initiatives that we support as a council goes to help some of those things. So I implore my colleagues to reject this amendment. We can do both. We can provide adequate transportation to our citizens, and we can provide funding for these organizations. We just need to have the will to do so. Thank you.
All right, we got a lot of members in the queue. Councilman Carlisle.
The momentum is building in the chat queue. So I'm sorry, I try to take notes and then Michael, and this is what I got today. I got an old school number 2 pencil. It's not going very well over here. I don't think anybody on this body disagrees that the work that nonprofits do in this city and around this country aren't integral to moving a community forward. It seems to me, and maybe I misheard it, that the argument is the source of funds in which we use to do that, or in which nonprofits are to do this work. And there are all sorts of federal grant programs and things out there. And ultimately, it sounds like it's a philosophical argument at a very high level of whether taxpayer dollars in a very limited budget of discretionary spending are best served getting pro-rated out in small we go back and look at $5,000, $10,000 increments. While it's meaningful to those could be meaningful to those individual organizations, we really don't have any KPI to say the real impact. We're just saying we know that nonprofits do good work and we need to support them, versus an ongoing conversation about what's most important, which is moving the city forward and an economic lift. And what we do know is more funding for MATA creates an economic lift for the city, period. Like our economic future is tied to better public transportation. It's not, you can't argue it. And I hear Councilman Jones when he says he thinks that we can do both. My response to that is bring your amendment, bring your cuts to the budget or the reallocations you want to make, and let's have a vote. But let's not have a bunch of rhetoric about it. Let's put it on the table and go on the record with it. If you want to move it from public safety, or you want to move it from finance or city council, like, let's do that. But not to say that we're just going to find the money out in the ether by partnering with public groups. I mean, we have $2.6 million thereabouts every year that we've used, and it's gone up to north of $3 million. And we've had conversations today about more funding for homelessness, funding for transportation, and how it's going to move the economy of Memphis forward and lift all boats. And I think what Councilman Morgan's saying is this is the way in which we have an economic lift that's meaningful, and it's a step in the right direction. The other thing that I heard is that we had a dogfight over $750,000 in ongoing funding for MATA versus community grants again. And it was okay that was $750,000, but now that it's $2.6 million, it's no longer meaningful. I think Gary Rosenfeld would tell you that $2.6 million is a very meaningful step in funding transportation, but I'll let him answer to that. Again, I don't disagree that nonprofits are a very important piece of this. I just think that the way in which we go about appropriating dollars to the nonprofits with no performance index on whether or not it's making a real impact, it's hard for us to go back to taxpayers with any discernible data and say, we know it's doing X, Y, and Z. Code Crews, who's coming later to Councilwoman Easter Thomas's group, is one of the most phenomenal nonprofit groups that I've had the opportunity to listen to since 2019 when they came and I was listening as a citizen. The question is will they live or die off of the money they receive from our grant program, or will they succeed and the money's better spent going to MATA? But I hear my colleagues, and I really do. I mean, I don't disagree that nonprofits are integral to what we do. The question is whether this $2.6 million is better spent moving the needle forward on MATA and public transportation or towards homelessness year over year. And if you disagree, but you also say that we need money for MATA, I encourage you to bring your amendments to our budget and let's have a conversation about that. With that, I yield back the floor.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Smiley.
Yeah, real quick. Thank you again for the acknowledgement. I actually agree with Councilman Carlisle and Councilman Morgan. We all agree that nonprofits are important, but I do want to highlight the fact that during COVID-19, Councilman Morgan, Councilman Carlisle, I think there was another councilman, they championed a nonprofit. The nonprofit that they championed, I think Councilman Jones alluded to it, they championed providing $5 million to the Memphis Zoo. And when you champion this body joined you in it, and we supported that allocation to the Memphis Zoo. And I think it's unfair for you to be selective in the nonprofits you choose because they are specifically important to your district. What we're telling you today is the nonprofits in our district are equally as important to this city. So, I'm asking my colleagues to push back and to oppose this amendment or this substitute resolution because the nonprofits in Super District 8 matter just as much as the profits as the nonprofits in District 5. Thank you all.
Councilman Smiley, you're aware the city of Memphis owns the zoo, correct? The animals, the infrastructure, the land.
I'm aware of that, and I'm also aware that they received $5 million because you championed that resolution. What I'm telling you is the nonprofits in Super District 8 are as important. We can champion, we can support that nonprofit, we can support those entities. We can also support the nonprofits that reside, that operate, that serve the people in Super District 8.
Okay. So part of the decision about the $5 million was whether or not the city of Memphis was going to have a zoo or not, and whether or not to relocate those animals and to wind down the facility or not. So the responsibility and the expense of that was going to fall to the city regardless.
And I would also argue when we talk about the responsibility of the city of Memphis is to provide for the general welfare of the people, and the people rely on these nonprofits to serve them.
No, I don't disagree that nonprofits are critical to the community, but they are not, I think, a critical function of the Memphis city government. You're not going to find it in our charter. You're not going to find it really even, other than, and this was only created 5 or 6 years ago. Really, it was by Edmund Ford Jr. and Councilman Berlin Boyd at the time really carved the city council grant program out of nothing. This is not exactly a long-standing tradition of the city council. And now we have an unlimited amount of need in the community, no doubt about that. But we don't see foundations or things like that, the same groups that support these nonprofits or the individual small grants coming over and supporting MATA. That's going to be us. It's going to be maybe the county. It's going to be the state and the federal government. And there is no source of funding that's going to get us all $30 million. So we have to scrape and scrap and put it together $1 million at a time. And just because MATA needs 30 million doesn't mean we shouldn't give them 2.6. And I'm not saying this will solve the whole problem. I've never stated that. But I think it's a serious step in the right direction for this council.
So let me pose this question. Why take it out of the hands of the nonprofits that we know, that we all agree are doing good work? If $2.6 million is so easy to find, so easy to come by, why don't we take a little bit from certain divisions within our city?
2.6 million is not easy to come by. And I'd also say that the money is not in the hands of the nonprofits. There's been nothing allocated from this council in fiscal year 2022. So I think there was some lag and a bit talking over, so I'm not sure, but we will move on. We still have members in the queue. Councilman Colbert.
Apologies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I think we can all agree MATA is vital. MATA is, we got to get people to work and we got to get people to the grocery store. I think we can all agree that their nonprofits serve vital roles also. And what I really want our members, because we're going to get into budget season shortly, I think this conversation alone gets us into the right headspace for what is going to be a very, very difficult budget year. And I think Councilman Carlisle really hit the nail on the head, and I think others have said it. We've got to bring cuts and look everywhere we can for possible savings and make some tough decisions that potentially, like last year, the grants may not be funded up to the original 2.6 million that we're talking about. So the point I want to make to colleagues, two things. This is the right headspace. If we could go forward thinking in terms of, if we want to do things, we're going to probably have to come up with certain cuts elsewhere. And two, I like this discussion because Rhonda, Council Lady Logan, I respectfully disagree. I think 2.6 million is a very good start in the right direction, at least to have the conversation to help MATA, because we've all agreed that that too is vital. So good conversation so far. I'd like to hear what everybody else has to say, because I see Warren, Logan, and Ford Senior are also in the queue. Thank you.
Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I've been listening to discussions from everyone, and what I'm hearing is these grants are very important to a large number of our constituents and to our fellow council members. And even though I agree that the transportation issues are important, you know, I think what we need to do is to listen to each other. And when we're seeing people tell us, hey, this is important to my community and my district, I need to be able to make sure I'm supporting these organizations that I know are doing a good job. And, you know, as far as getting statistics and doing all the stuff that we need, as Councilman Carlisle is asking, that's going to be really hard to do. We're going to have to count on us policing our own groups that we're giving money to, and looking at that and realizing that we've got to trust our council members when they recommend these things. So in my mind, I don't think we need to be doing this at this time. It's not going to bring us together as a council. It's going to be divisive. And, you know, I think we should just go ahead, vote this down, pass Councilman Jones's resolution, and move on. So that's my thoughts for it, and where I'm planning on voting. Thank you.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. And also, I would say that it wouldn't be wise for us to just vote on getting rid of the 2.6, or I'm sorry, giving MATA the 2.6 without some type of idea of what would be done with that, or what are you proposing with the 2.6? Did they ask for the 2.6? Do they have plans for it? I know that there's a greater need, but is there an immediate project or some type of development that they need the 2.6 for? I think we need a little bit more information even to consider. But I do agree with Dr. Warren that at this time, it's not enough information and it's too divisive for us to vote up on this. And with that, I yield back.
Okay. Councilman Edmund Ford Sr.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I just want to clarify a few different things. We're talking about the grant program. Okay. I've listened to you, Councilman Morgan, and everything. Yeah, MATA, I have issues with that, okay? This is not the time to even discuss the grant program, even talking about MATA, giving them anything right this minute, okay? You know, last year, you know, I brought up, they were cutting out different areas with the buses, okay? They were cutting out black areas. After they end up putting some back, they cut some more black areas out, which was kind of ridiculous. $2.6 million to them right now for their use. And hey, they got to come with documents, tell us if we did give that to them, hey, what are you planning on doing with it? Because a lot of things that we do for MATA, and they get money from everywhere, they don't do what they're supposed to do. These are two different issues. I would like for the council to go back to Councilman Jones, Councilman Smiley's resolution, and let's vote it, and let's vote for that 2.6. Dealing with MATA is a different and completely different issue. We don't even need to discuss MATA with this right this minute. because it's very disappointing. And I just want to say this. People that ride the bus is in the Black District. We have to come from South Memphis to go to East Memphis. I got an issue with that one. Only time East Memphis might ride a bus if they're gonna be downtown or out east where they can go do a little shopping. But we have to go from South Memphis to East Memphis to work. We have to work, okay? But they've cut it out so it makes it harder on us. Let's not deal with matter today. We got time for that, okay? Y'all mentioned the zoo. Yeah, the zoo is ours. We need to keep that. Anything that belongs to the city of Memphis, yes, we want to protect it because, hey, that's ours. But matter, they got a lot of other issues. And what is his name? Rosen, a lot of things he says can go in one ear and come out the other ear. I got issues with it. And I want y'all council members. And I'm on the same court with the black ones this time, okay? Because, hey, we're the ones that's suffering. Not only that, when it comes down to grants, hey, I had some money left. Councilman Smiley, you asked to trying to help somebody. I tried to help some of these others that's really trying to keep some of our crime off the street. That you want, Councilman Morgan, some of your others, y'all talk about crime. But you got to help some of these organizations that keep our children away from all these bad people. You got to keep on doing that, and it's very, very important. So actually, Councilman Jones and Patrice, you're after me, but I still call for the question on you all's resolution. And we'll talk about that other down the road with matter, because I want to pull some more information on matter before we give them another dime. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Robinson and Jones, y'all are in the queue. Councilman Ford requested for the question be called. Do y'all still want to speak? I'm going to cut off the queue at this point on the motion. But Councilman Robinson and Jones were in the queue before the question was called.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all the conversation on today. And we do support every organization that we work with as a Memphian, especially MATA. However, we have a community out there that's in need. And I do believe we need to continue and at some point increase our support of our community. We have spent billions of dollars in certain communities. Our communities, the ones that the African American members of this council represent, we've had the least amount of investment in our communities. Please do not take away from that. Let's look at other avenues. And if you will attend today, the MLGW committee meeting, I'll be putting a resolution on the table to bring us some additional dollars that we can discuss later what we can do with those. And if you would join me in looking at the budget and other areas where we can find some efficiencies, then we will have money to share with others. But at some point, I'm gonna have to join Councilman Jones and say, we can't continue being forward thinkers in this community and doing what's best for all citizens at the same rate that we are charging right now in taxes. We're gonna have to have that conversation at some point. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Robinson. Councilman Jones, and then we'll go to a vote on the motion.
The last thing I want to reemphasize too, I think it's a false choice that's been put before us to say that we either have to choose between funding matter appropriately or issuing or providing grants to needy organizations. During the budget process last year, colleagues, I mentioned the fact that the way that we balanced the budget was taking $10 million from the operating, balancing the budget, and using the CARES Act to do that. So, we would be looking at a funding issue and challenge for MATA, even if it was not for COVID. And so I still think that it would be irresponsible for us as a council for us to supplant the money that we use to address some of the myriad of needs that we have in our community for this. So thank you.
Okay. Ms. Hayes, will you please call roll call vote on the substitute amendment?
Councilman Canali.
Excuse me, is that the amendment that you just made, Chair?
Correct. So a no vote, if the amendment is voted down, we go back to the original motion, which is Councilman Jones and Councilman Smiley's resolution. A yes vote would substitute my amendment for their resolution.
Thank you very much for that clarity.
Councilman Canali. Councilman Carlisle.
Yes.
Councilman Covett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
No.
Councilman Ford.
No.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
No.
Councilwoman Logan.
No.
Councilwoman Robinson.
No.
Councilman Smiley.
No, ma'am.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
No.
Councilman Warren.
No.
And Chair Morgan.
Yes. That motion fails. We're back to the original motion, which was agenda item number 6. Let's see. Is there anybody in the queue on agenda item number 6?
I call for the question.
All right. Let's have a roll call vote on agenda item number 6.
Councilman Canali. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Covett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Johnson is here. Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilman Smiley.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Warren.
Aye.
And Chair Morgan.
No. Okay, that item receives a favorable recommendation and will be our agenda at the first council meeting in March. Agenda item number 7 is a presentation, but we are so far over time, I think it's going to be difficult to squeeze it all in. Blue Meridian, are y'all still on? I apologize for running over.
I was going to ask who was the presenter, but I believe it's already been given to Mr. Sturgis.
Okay. We're not going to have council questions on this item, but if y'all can give kind of the 5-minute pitch. I know y'all requested to meet with all council members about this, and some have not, I guess, had the meeting yet or been able to schedule it. I'd encourage council members to do that. This is an issue like the Memphis 3.0 project that we're going to be involved in the process, that there's going to be a significant amount of debate on once the process is finished, and eventually we're going to have to vote on this. So to go ahead and get kind of briefed and updated on this, I think would be helpful. And let's do is, actually, I apologize, and a lot of it is on me for the last debate. Why don't we go ahead and hold this item to the next committee meeting so y'all actually have appropriate time. And council members, if y'all do have questions, I would really encourage you to reach out and meet with this group individually. It's going to be a pretty interesting project and potentially impactful to the city of Memphis. Seeing, is there any other business for this committee?
And Chairman Morgan, if it's
Yes.
okay, we'll direct staff to contact Mr. Simmons and Mr. Sturgis to see if they can set up meetings.
Okay.
Is that what you wanted? Okay, perfect. We'll do that.
Any other business for this committee? All right, seeing none, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Good morning. The February 23rd, 2021 meeting of the Public Service, Youth Initiatives, Libraries, and Neighborhoods Committee of Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Mr. Whitney, can you please call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Colvett.
Here.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Present.
Thank you. And Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. All right, item number 1 is a presentation from Code Crew, and this is requested by myself. Who is here from Code Crew to provide this presentation? Just give your name and address for the record.
I'm Meka Igwekwe, 274 Autumn Forest Drive, C5. This is C38125. I'm also at Code Crew.
Good morning, Mecca. We're getting kind of some
And I'm ready
off internet from you, so I'll just you're fine now. But earlier you were breaking up. But good morning and thank you for being here. You can definitely proceed with your presentation. I am excited to hear it. You have 15 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you
total.
so much. 15 minutes, okay. Thank you so much, Councilman Easter Thomas, and to all of you for this opportunity to share a little bit. I came with just one simple slide, and it probably won't even take me 15 minutes to share on a couple of key points about how we at Code Crew have been contributing to progressing the goals of the city of Memphis, as well as how we have been on the ground moving Memphis forward in our own unique way. Certainly all of you that have been contributors in the city's community grant program, we are thankful for that. It has definitely made a significant impact on our work here. And so we definitely, again, appreciate the opportunity to engage in this way. When I speak about progress and the goals of the city of Memphis, obviously we have very significant challenges in our city, education and poverty chief amongst them. And in fact, I subscribe to the words of Dr. King that when we speak a lot about crime, Dr. King made it clear that it's poverty and ignorance that breed crime. And so we can make a significant headway on that other issue if we really address the specific issues of poverty and education. And so that's where Code Crew is rooted. For those who are not familiar, we teach kids and adults computer science. With kids, we go directly into schools, K through 12, to teach computer science with in-school electives, classes, and after-school programs. And for adults, we have an adult coding boot camp that trains adults in 6 months to become entry-level software engineers. And so we have been progressing with respect to better education because computational thinking is foundational to a 21st century education today. And so the short, medium, and long-term play means that K-12 kids need access to this if Memphis is going to remain competitive and be competitive in the 21st century, and adults need alternative pathways to and different on-ramps to get into careers in tech, so they can also pursue careers as well as become entrepreneurs in the tech space, these lucrative 21st century careers. And so our adult program has resulted in better education for adults because they actually have become software engineers, so for us, it is a factor of getting people access to this type of education, and then let them put in the work themselves to lift themselves in the middle class, like computer science did for me, this young South Memphis kid I was. So when it comes to our adult program in particular, as a direct result of funding from the City Council community grant, we were able to fund a teaching assistant to work with our adults. And so our historical challenge of losing some adults in the second half of the program didn't materialize thanks to that grant and that teaching assistant being able to give these adults the extra boost that they needed. And as a result, our adults who come into our program have come in averaging about $15,000 a year in income, but they come out now averaging $51,000 a year, those who are placed as software engineers and other tech professionals. And so that's a more than threefold increase. And we do credit the community grant from the city as being instrumental in us being able to do that. And we need more success in that regard. And so this is all part of a narrative. And when we speak of moving Memphis forward, we need to move Memphis forward economically. We think that our programs do that in the ways that I described. We have and that's just for adults. We have an economic impact that from the perspective of kids as well, that is significant, but that's a longer term play, of course. Goes into what we really need to be building, was a tech ecosystem in Memphis. And we're honored to be one of the leading organizations in that regard around building a culture of tech producers for kids and for adults. And then I'll also add that we have been working hard to build Memphis's profile with respect to technology, not just in Memphis, but at the state level and on the national level. On the state level, we've been successful at getting legislation passed in Nashville for computer science education, for the state to have a statewide plan for that, which it didn't have until our bill passed 2 years ago. We're thankful to Representative Mark White and Senator Ramesh Akbari for their sponsoring the bill in the House and Senate. And currently now, they both introduced a further bill to actually step that even further to execute on those elements in that statewide plan that came out of that legislation 2 years ago, to now actually get computer science in every high school in Tennessee, to actually get state support for training teachers to teach computer science, to teach those new classes, and to report on how the state is doing on an annual basis, including with respect to its impact on underrepresented groups in computer science. That is critical for Memphis, because our largest and fastest growing demographics are the ones that are most underrepresented in these tech careers. It's not a question of politics, it's a question of math, that we must get more young people, especially from those groups, to pursue these careers if we're ever going to achieve the prosperity that we all say we want from Memphis. Another instance of us bringing a national profile to Memphis is the CS for All Summit. CS for All is a New York-based organization that is a national organization that believes in bringing computer science to all kids in K-12. They have an annual summit that started in the White House in 2016, and I'm honored to share with you that summit is coming to Memphis in 2021 on the strength of our efforts to bring, again, more national recognition to the work that we're doing in Memphis for computer science education. And so I will stop there because I certainly recognize that the time is challenged today. And certainly I'm happy to answer any questions, but I again thank you for this opportunity to share about Code Crew and our impact in making a better Memphis through providing access to quality computer science education, quality training, access to real jobs that are life-changing for the individuals that have the aptitude and just need the access to pursue this. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much for coming and just reiterating the work that you all do and why it's so integral to this multi-pronged approach of what we all need to take in order to move Memphis forward. And I'm just glad that Code Crew is a part of that. I will ask, are there any council members that would like to be recognized for a question or a comment on this discussion item?
Jones, I would.
Okay. Councilman Jones, go ahead.
I just want to say, make a good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon to you. Colleagues, for those of you that don't know, Code Crew was one of the first, once we went to individual grants, Code Crew was one of the ones that I recognized and allocated funds to. You know, when I look at where we want to be as a city, as far as the jobs, as far as the income, as far as the wages, we need to have Code Crew times 1,000, if you ask me. But I'm just appreciative of the work that you do. And, you know, I'm going to always be supportive of you and the work that you do, because I see the long-term implications of this. And so just thanks for the presentation and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much, Councilman Jones. We certainly appreciate your continued support.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Are there any other council members that would like to be recognized for this item? Okay. Seeing none, I thank you, Code Crew, for coming and definitely just being a shining example of what's good in our city and what good can come from council members' continued support of those in the community who are on the ground doing the work. So just thank you for the work that you do. If you wouldn't, I don't know what's on that second slide, but for those constituents who might be listening and looking, is there a way, thank you, for them to get in contact with you all this way?
Thank you so much, Councilman Easter Thomas. And again, we appreciate the opportunity to share, and we invite you to visit our website or email us at team@code-crew.org, or visit us on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. We're on everything now.
Appreciate you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that with us. All right, colleagues, we will move to item number 2, which is a discussion of ordinance number 57777 to restrict the retail sale of dogs and cats. All council districts requested by Councilman Jones. Councilman Jones, can you please introduce your item?
Thank you, Chair. I just asked for us to, when this item was first introduced, and we've received a lot of communication from people who are in opposition of this. And, I'd like to think that when we make a decision based upon having all of the available information presented to us. And so because we mainly heard from folks who were supportive of the ban, I wanted to ask that we give those who are, those franchisees in this particular case, who are looking to open pet land and permit the sale of animals here. I just wanted the council to have an opportunity to hear from them. After we've heard from both sides, then I would think we would be in a position to make a more informed decision. So with that, I would just ask those interested, those individuals here, just have an opportunity to present both sides of this argument. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Can I get a motion and a second, this item for discussion?
So move.
It's just a discussion.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going off the advising of my legal analyst. So who is here to first speak on this?
Yeah, Councilwoman, it's already on the full agenda.
It's already on there. Okay. Well, I appreciate the help. Who do we have to first speak on this item? If you can give your name and address for the record before you start your presentation, and we will give you 5 minutes initially before you want to take any questions or discussion.
You're muted.
I think you may be on mute, Mr. Davis.
We can't hear you.
I think they're trying to find the unmute button.
Mr. Davis, I sent you an unmute request. You should be able to just click it and unmute yourself. Mr. Davis, on your screen.
You hear me now?
There you go.
All
We
right,
can hear
sorry
you now.
about that, guys.
Please give your name and address before your presentation.
Yeah, this is Mike Davis. I'm here with my wife, Peggy. We're the owners of the Petland store there in Memphis. And we reside at 950 Grand Canal Street in Gulf Breeze, Florida, 32563. And am I sharing my screen?
Yes, you are. You are.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Anyway, thank you, Memphis City Council, for taking the time for better understanding the myths and the truths around our love of our pets and all of our animals. There are two sides to every argument, and I can only speak to the love that the Davis family has for all animals, not just puppies. Our family owns 3 Petland locations, 2 in Florida, with both of them with Better Business Bureau A ratings, and now a new location in Memphis where we hope to have the same. We are proven operators in the local city areas with awards. And for example, the awards that we have the best pet stores in Pensacola 3 years running. And that's an award voted on by the population of Pensacola. And when you wake up every morning and your job is the welfare and health and safety of pets in your care, it is for the love of these animals that you get up every day and drive your daily activities. This is why our family embarked on a concept of owning and operating pet stores. We have enjoyed the love and happiness that our stores bring our customers, as well as the love and happiness that comes from helping people find a pet specifically to their family structure, their needs and their desires, whether the pet is a tortoise, a puppy, or a rabbit. Our expansion brought us to Memphis because Memphis is my home. I grew up in Memphis in the South Whitehaven area, and all of our market research that we completed showed that we received indicated that there was a great desire and a need for our services. So allow me to take the time to give you a quick overview of what a puppy mill is and how the breeders we use differ. A puppy mill is an unregulated and inhumane breeding facility, in my opinion, where profit takes precedence over the health and well-being of the animals. Our store and our breeders are the exact opposite of that. In addition to the fact that we are regulated by state, local, and federal laws, we only purchase our animals from licensed USDA-approved breeders. And the health and well-being of all of our pets is at the front of our business model each and every day. It is a myth that Petland sells mill puppies. That is just 100% false. What we provide is regulated exchange of puppies and other animals. Every single one of our pets comes from a USDA-inspected breeder and facility. Each pet has a complete set of health records, tracks its birth that is shared with any potential new owner in an open and transparent process. At our Petland stores, our family receive all of the information so they're able to make a better informed decision on whether or not a puppy is right for them. It is also a myth that a Petland store in Memphis will disrupt the great works of the Memphis Animal Shelter. We do not compete with the animal shelter. Most people will still prefer to adopt pets from the animal shelter. There are no USDA inspected breeders in the Memphis Shelby County area that I know of. And our market specifically addresses about 4% of the buyers out there for puppies, which would want a AKC or ACA registered breed. This is who we market to specifically. We don't typically get outside those boundaries unless it's to help an adoption from a animal shelter. Upon shopping with me, that 4% will have a total history of the pet in support of their decision, as well as the puppy that will grow up as family members for a lifetime. If you examine the inventory list of the animal shelter, there are vast differences in the types of dogs available at shelters and the information and history of the dogs given versus the type of dogs and information that Petland provides. Petland puppies do not end up at shelters. All of our puppies are microchipped, and if anyone is found to be sheltered or abandoned, we take custody of that dog as fast as we can and adopt it out to a new home within 24 hours with our rehoming program.
Mr. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We've reached the 5-minute mark for your portion of this. We will go to responses, comments, and questions from those on the line and allow you time if you would like to respond to any of those. So first in the queue, we have Director Pugh, then Councilman Morgan, and Councilman Warren. I'm going to give you all 2 minutes each. I see that we're over time, and we definitely have some presentations in the next few committees that we need to get to. So 2 minutes, Director Pugh. Would you like to? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the recognition, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. I will be brief because I do know we are over time, but I will reserve many of my comments for third reading, which will occur next week. But I would like to say that I share concerns that exist with every national animal welfare organization with which Memphis Animal Services partners and has been led by through our transition to being the shelter and the animal services agency we are today. The Humane Society of the United States, the ASPCA, Best Friends Animal Society, they all have publicly expressed the fact that it is well documented and undisputed by anyone outside the puppy mill pipeline that puppies sold at pet stores come from puppy mills. And when we talk about USDA licensure, that's like saying a car is safe because it has a license plate on it. Did you know that a USDA licensed breeding facility will allow a breeding mother to live in a cage only 6 inches larger than her body for her entire life without ever leaving the size of that cage? This is not something that fits with the humane, progressive model that we are pushing here in Memphis. And the real victim here, folks, is the consumers. These puppies cost thousands of dollars. They are put in through financing agreements with 30% rates of financing. And there are cases out there all over America of people who are in $20,000, $25,000 of debt because they purchased this puppy that had no price tag on its kennel, that they didn't realize what they were getting into. This esteemed council has stopped gas stations, has stopped used tire stores, has stopped electric scooters from flooding our streets because they don't fit the mission of Memphis, because they don't fit what our future vision of this city looks like. And I would argue that retail pet sales fall into that category. And I respectfully request that you pass this amendment into law. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Pugh. Councilman Morgan, you have 2 minutes as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With only 2 minutes, I'm not going to try to get every point across. I'm going to post some YouTube videos on the side for people to be able to watch in their own time through the links. But if there's one thing that I really want to get across right now is that the USDA minimal standards can still lead to barbaric conditions at these kennels. They can have absolutely terrible, ugly, filthy conditions and still not be cited. The flooring can be mesh or wire. There is no socialization requirement unless the dog does not have to be taken out of their kennel unless for breeding. And as Director Pugh said, that kennel is the space requirement is 6 inches in length, not including the tail, and 6 inches in additional height from the height of the dog. And that dog can live in that kennel stacked on top of other kennels for 24 hours a day. Unwanted animals can be killed. There's no limit on the number of dogs. There's no staffing requirements for the number of dogs. And one good example is a kennel or a breeder in Kansas that executed 24 dogs with a gun. It was Windy Pets in Kansas just last year, the year before. And they were cited by their state government, but not the USDA for having violated anything. The USDA is not an acceptable standard for animal care. And I think there's a pretty well-established line of this isn't just about Petland, but Petland would fall into this category of these retail pet stores being a marketplace for puppy mills that are, yes, licensed USDA breeders. And I don't think transparency is an enormous goal of Petland as they have said. I would, to use their language, I'd say that's a myth. It is very difficult to get pricing on an animal unless you've already initiated the purchasing process. Their employees sign non-disclosure agreements. And if you were to make a claim that one of their animals is sick and you come in and try to get the warranty on the animal or to be refunded, part of your receiving a payment essentially puts you under a gag order to not publicly talk about the sick pet or the service that you received at Petland in exchange for that payment. So no, I would say transparency is not a priority of theirs. There's a lot more to be said about this. I've learned so much in the last 3 months, and the deeper I dig into this, honestly, the more awful it becomes. And it's not every pet, but I would liken this to somewhere to a mixture between kind of the blood diamond market and dog fighting. in the sense of we can't do everything, but in our small corner in Memphis, I think this is a positive step to not allow Memphis to be a marketplace for the number of puppy mills that are mostly centered in the Midwest in states like Missouri and Kansas and all around Memphis. And so I know we're short on time, and I'll stop there. And I see Ms. Hayes has already posted some of the links to YouTube clips. I encourage members to look at them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Mr. Davis, I don't know if you knew before this, but if you want to respond to anything, usually you would put that you wanted to in the chat. So I wanted to check with you before we move to the next person in the queue.
Yeah, I'm looking for the chat, ma'am, sorry.
No, I'm saying, do you have a response or a question or a comment before we move to the next person in the queue, or would you like to wait until after Councilman Warren?
I would love to make a brief comment with all due respect to some of the respondents. I would invite anybody to come to our store physically and visit and see for their own eyes what the absolute facts are. I don't think that's happened, but we're all welcome to join on a visit anytime. I would welcome you in the store, and I think with your own eyes you would see that some of the things being said are just not correct. Also, the only thing that I can be responsible for is what we do as a business owner. And we have zero claims, zero complaints, zero lawsuits ever. We've never had that. So we don't exemplify any of the characteristics that's been mentioned. And I would respectfully ask that we're judged on what we do as a family business and not what somebody in Kansas or somebody in Connecticut does. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And if you would like to add anything else after Councilman Warren, be sure to note so in the chat. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Councilwoman. You know, I'm a co-sponsor of this resolution with Councilman Morgan. And, you know, eventually when I got into this, I thought this was a no-brainer. This is obviously the right thing to do. And I met with Mr. Davis, and, you know, he has a very good presentation, a very good story. But then, you know, I talked to our employee, Chief Alexis Pugh, and, you know, after listening to her, I think the only thing that I can recommend that we do is I don't think we need this type of business in our city. You know, she is very adamant about what she's done as far as improving our, you know, animal services for our entire city and county. And, you know, one of the things that I've done as a doctor when I have a tough case and I want to know what to do, I ask a consultant or I ask an expert to give me more advice. And our expert in this particular matter is Chief Pugh. So for me, I am still in the agreement that we don't need this business in our city. A number of cities have come to that same conclusion. We do not need to be selling puppies or cats. And even though Mr. Davis and Ms. Davis seem very nice, and I'm sure they're wonderful people, it's a question of the business model that I think we don't need to support. And this is a business model that's nationwide. If we're like one less city that's doing this, it makes it more likely that this model is not going to proceed further. So please encourage my fellow council members to support the resolution and the ordinance when it comes forward next week. And thank you very much for that. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. We have looking in the chat. We have three more in the queue, and then I'll cut it off after that. Councilman Smiley, Councilman Jones. Well, Councilman Jones, would you like the last word? No, you're taking yourself out the queue. Okay. So Councilman Smiley and then Mr. Davis, 2 minutes each, and then we will end this discussion.
Okay, I don't think I'd be 2 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this was a difficult one for me because I was trying to get, you know, understand what was fact and what was fiction and better understand puppy mills. Because I think you all know I love me some dogs, but really want to be in business of preventing what seems to be a family-oriented business who essentially purchased the name of Petland. Would we be opposed to them if they called themselves the pet store, from operating what seems to be a legitimate business in our community based on the practices of someone else? That's like, I'm being held accountable for what every other lawyer does. I can't control what every other lawyer does. I cannot prevent them from, handling their matters effectively or doing a poor job of it. So do we really want to be in the business of preventing a company from opening up the doors because they have the same name as another company 20 miles away? I don't know. I'm still trying to get a better understanding, and hopefully by the third reading, I can come to a position. I just don't know if this is the best move. So hopefully you all can give me some clarity.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Mr. Davis, you have 2 minutes, and then Councilman Jones, since this is your item that you brought up, I'll let you have the last word after Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate all the comments and constructive responses. But I want to make clear that we've been going through this process for almost 2 years, opening this store in Memphis. And I want everyone to understand that we're not talking about whether we can or cannot open a store. The discussion is about shutting a business down that already has 40 employees and a projected tax base of $500,000 for 2021. So it's not about, are we going to open? That's done. It's all about shutting us down. And my only request was, I wish somebody would have said this 18 months ago, 14 months ago, 10 months ago. We went through all the regulation processes and approval processes in Memphis, got approved by all of them. And I'll leave you with this. We're very good corporate players. We're community players. We're a place of destination where Memphis families and their young kids come to our store and learn all about animals. And they don't have to buy them and own them, and they can learn about animals they would never have in their homes. And the joy that we see in our customers on a daily basis at our current stores will be realized there in Memphis. And I still reject the idea that whatever you want to put on YouTube is real and factual, and what happens in Kansas is something I can be responsible for. But I will make this commitment to everyone in Memphis. We'll run a straight and clean store, and we absolutely are transparent to where our puppies come from, what breeders they come from, and you can do all of your research on that before you ever purchase anything from our store. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Councilman Jones, you have the floor.
Thank you. One of the things that I think about, we have a permitting process for so many things here in this city. My first public service was on the Memphis Alcohol Commission. And so we grant businesses the right to sell alcohol. What I think would be appropriate in this instance would be a permit to sell animals, or dogs or cats, whatever the case may be. And one of the things that we can do when we sense, just like with other bodies or other quasi-governmental bodies, and a permitting process, when there is a violation of whatever those rules and regulations are, well, the repercussions of that is to repeal the granting of that permit. So I think what would be more appropriate in this instance would be a permitting process, even if it's under zero tolerance. 3 strikes, you're out, whatever the case may be, versus looking at this issue and saying, okay, well, we just want to outlaw every player, good, bad, indifferent in this. Let's have a permitting process. Mr. Davis, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, but the minute that there's a violation, a complaint, you are patronizing these, we yank your permit. And so we are regulating what businesses come into this community, and when there's a violation of that, we don't grant them the permit to operate along that line of business. So I think that that's a more appropriate approach to how we're looking at this. We go back to the table, we look at how some other communities have addressed this issue. We make ours tougher than that. But we say, and I think that the fact that this is coming before this body, I think that Mr. Davis sees that this body would be serious about a permitting process. And if, of course, there's always going to be due process with any type of complaint, but I'm okay with a zero tolerance if we do something like that with this operation and any others. We're not just, by doing it that way, we are not closing the door to any operator, good, bad, or indifferent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. So it sounds like we will have something to talk about next week. Councilman, hold on, let me check the chat. Okay, Councilman Smiley and Councilwoman Logan said that they concur. Statement was retracted. Okay, Mr. Davis responds, I can back up this request as a good community retail business and have no problem being licensed. I would like to ask Councilwoman Robinson and Smiley, you all committees are next. So if we take these next 5 minutes for response from Councilman Morgan and Councilman Smiley, and now Councilman Carlisle, what is your view
Go
on
ahead.
that? Brooke, will we make the attorney-client meeting that we have?
Go.
We have a tax schedule, so we will see. But we're going to have attorney-client, so.
Okay. All right. So we have 2 minutes Morgan, 2 minutes Councilman Smiley, and then 2 minutes Carlisle.
I'll try to
Go
be
ahead,
very brief.
Councilman Morgan.
Mr. Davis, you own and operate the Pensacola and Bradenton stores in Florida, is that correct?
Councilman, that's incorrect. Pensacola and Fort Walton, Florida, not
Pensacola. Okay, Pensacola and Fort Walton. That's what I was checking, and just going through breeder information. All right, we'll cycle back. I'm going to hold off because this is going to drag out, and I've already taken too much time from my colleagues. Looking forward to our next meeting, having more time to discuss.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Smiley, Councilman Carlisle, and then Mike. I'm sorry, I don't want to mispronounce your last name. Mike G. Go ahead, Councilman Smiley.
Good job, Councilwoman. I guess my question, I'm not sure if I can ask a question to the council. I'm still going to ask. Tell me if I can't do it with somebody. Who's going to be responsible for coming up with this permitting process? Because I was totally in support of that idea. So, Councilman Jones, since it was your idea, I'll just let you know that we hope to see something in regards to a permitting process. So.
Well, we could have our staff to work on it in conjunction with, we have smart people working for us and resourceful people working for us. And so I think that we can, if it's the will of the body, we can come up with a permitting process for this.
Do we need to make a motion on that, or is this something we're just going to work on?
Since this is just a discussion and my request for a motion in a second was skirted off to the side, no. That would have to be brought up during, you have to request another discussion or item for next week.
So we have to propose next week. Okay. Councilman Jones?
I will.
Okay.
All right. So Councilman Carlisle and then Mr. G. Last 2 comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're looking lovely today. You're red and pearls. Look, I had the opportunity to sit down with the Davises and the team from Petland. They are all seemingly very nice people, and I appreciate we had a very good discussion. I appreciate how they choose to run their businesses. I can appreciate how they are investing in Memphis and the tax argument. I think I probably get put into the pro-business category as much as anybody, probably more anybody, whether it's right or not. But the one question really for me continues to cycle back is not the Davises, and the argument's not the Davises, and it's to some degree for me not even really Petland, but the supply chain. The supply chain is where I still don't have any clarity on how the Davises receive their puppies. And I understand that there are all acknowledgments out there from AKC, et cetera, but no one has disclosed to me or to the public where they get their puppies from. And that, folks, is where I think the argument is from Councilman Morgan, unless I've missed something, which is the Davises are very nice, wonderful people. But like when the iPhone or a garment is manufactured or put together in China or India or Mexico or a country that we don't live in that's not regulated by our federal labor laws and the EEOC and the NLRB, you really have no idea what the practices are. And Councilman Morgan's alluded to some of that today, but as much as you may want to like the storefront and how well they run their operations, until we really know what's going on with their supply chain, it'd be hard to weigh in on whether or not you want to support this business. Permitting aside, you won't have any purview over how they receive or who they receive their puppies from and how those puppies are treated until we're prepared to have that discussion. I'm sure the Davises next week or next meeting will want to respond to that. I'm going on the record basically saying that's probably where the rubber's going to meet the road, at least for me. And they'll have a couple weeks to prepare to present that information and defend their supply chain. With that, Councilwoman, thank you, or Chairwoman, thank you for allowing me the opportunity. I yield back.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Mr. G, if you would like to respond, 2 minutes.
Thank you.
And your name and address for the record.
Sure. Michael Ganadakis, Columbus, Ohio. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity today. And Councilman Carlisle, of course, the Davises do disclose at their current locations in Pensacola and Fort Walton where they source and the breeders they use, and they'll continue that methodology in Memphis. Councilman Jones, so we invite regulations, we invite standards, inspections, we invite all the above to demonstrate we are good community partners, that we will work closely with the members of the community. There's good ordinances in various cities across the country where we operate today that require inspections, that require disclosures, that require consumer protections. We invite those in Memphis too, and are ready, willing, and able to work with each of you to create the strongest standard in the nation. It could be the gold standard for not just Memphis, but across the country. And I'll tell you, Mr. Jones, you said, excuse me, Councilman Jones, you said something earlier in a previous discussion that I think resonates well. You said the best crime fighter is a good job. And that's demonstrated by Mr. and Mrs. Davis already hiring close to 40 people with another 10 or so more to go.
We're in the meeting.
Let me mute the call that just came on.
Oh, okay. And I will tell you that the work they do in our schools, the internships that they provide in their Florida stores, and the fabric of the community that they've become, they will do that in Memphis too. And we're just looking forward to growing with you and with council and with the residents of Memphis moving forward. And I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Ganadakis. All right. All right. So we have definitely had a lively and robust discussion on today. I'm so excited to see you all in my committee. I don't get to see you often. However, I did hear some items that probably will be coming back on next week. Mr. Davis, hopefully you and your wife can join us, as well as you, Mr. Ganadakis. But I would ask, do we have anything else that needs to be addressed? I don't think we do. So we will stand in adjournment of this committee. Thank you all.
Council members, if we could have one moment, we will transition over to the MLGW committee.
the MLGW committee. I call it to order on February 23rd, 2023. Will you all please handle the mics? Thank you. We have 3 items on our agenda. We're going to make sure that we complete item number 1. Then we'll have a presentation by MLGW, and basically we're going to discuss water on today, and we can move those other items forward and cover them as we hear in our next meeting the state of the MLGW address. Will you please call the roll, Lakivia?
Nally,
Here.
Carlisle,
Here.
Ovette,
Here.
Easter Thomas,
Present.
Ford,
Present.
Johnson, Jones,
Here.
Morgan,
Present.
Morgan, Smiley,
I'm here.
Swearingen, Warren,
Present.
Chair Robinson.
Swearingen present. Sorry.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Robinson present. Thank you. Our first item on the agenda, and we're going to move through this pretty quickly, is a resolution regarding the MLGW ballots. It was sponsored by me, so can I get a motion and a second, please, for discussion?
Move.
Second by Jones.
Smiley and Jones, thank you. I'd like to ask our distinguished attorney, Allen, to please introduce this item.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This resolution provides for a series of water payments in addition to those payments that we presently receive to secure the RENA bonds. This has been presented to you before with some stylistic changes. This is what we have agreed to with MLG&W. There's been no change in the amounts that we requested to be paid over the next 5 years. And I think it's fairly self-explanatory, Madam Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Council members, do you have any questions? I don't see any in the queue. Lakivia, will you please call the roll on this item?
I'll grab that roll call for you. Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Colvett,
Yes.
Councilman Ford, Councilman Jones,
Aye.
thank you. Councilman Johnson, Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
and Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes.
Ford, I also.
Yes.
Madam Chairman,
I see you in the chat box that couldn't get unmuted. Morgan said yes. Ford is a yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Madam Chairman, 1 point.
Okay, who's speaking?
This is your counsel.
Okay, thank you, Alan.
Although the first payment is not due until April, it might be helpful if we add it to the night's agenda and have same night minutes so that it can be finalized.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Second.
thank you. Without any objections, that item will be added to our agenda tonight with same night minutes. Items 2 and 3, I'm going to move that now to, and these are updates and information to President of MLGW, Mr. JT Young. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I indicated, I will go ahead and wrap those.
We can't hear you. Your voice is too low.
Oh, is this any better?
Try a little, try it again.
Okay, well, looks like my mic is on. Let me try this.
It's the same issue you had before. Just come closer to the mic, President Young.
Okay. I'm about to hug the PC here in just a minute.
But you look so good.
I don't know about that.
Thank you.
Let me try and speak up as loud as I can. So we're going to roll those into the State of the MLGW presentation at a later time at your, whenever you want us to do that. I did want us to spend a few minutes just giving everybody an update on our current water situation. I felt like that would be more appropriate time spent, and we will therefore help get you all back on schedule. We're going to do a 3 p.m. press update again today, but I did want to give the council an update as I know it from earlier this morning, and that is that things are getting better. I would even say much better. We are actually seeing some improvement in our system pressures. We're still not operationally at the pressures we need to be. I do have Nick Newman, I believe, on, and Nick can give you some more specifics on that. And I do want to address the fact that a lot of people, as you know, have been working very, very hard to get the system back into operation. And we are seeing the fruit of that. Significant progress made late on yesterday. Nick, do you want to give any more of an update on that?
Nick, you have the floor.
Thank you. Newman's the Vice President of Engineering Operations.
Sure. Yes, I would. Yeah, we are. Our pressures have been raised dramatically overnight, and today they're continue to rise. We are not in our operational range where we typically operate. However, the complaints as far as low water pressures are going down. As the game goes on, we expect the pressures to continue to rise and get us back on our feet pretty quickly. Additionally, that we do have one area out in the county, on the north end of the county, that's still without water. We're having some issues there. We got crews out trying to determine what the problem is, and we should have that diagnosed soon. So yeah, great news today as far as the pressures in the city and county raising.
President Young, can you please share with the council about how long will we have to ask our citizens to minimize their use of water? Can you kind of give us a range?
Yeah. Well, before today, we were hesitant because with system, I'll tell people the system, if this were a patient, it's been in ICU. I believe today we're moving this patient to a more stable location. They're no longer in ICU. And I would think that within the next day or two, you should be hearing some news from us about that. And that we're at a point now where we think we may even begin to do some testing on our system pressures tomorrow, maybe today and tomorrow. And then we should be within the next couple of days, we may have some good news about that conservation issue that we have in place right now, as well as the boil water advisory. So I would just ask everyone to stay tuned, but things are looking much better.
Okay, thank you. We have questions from Councilman Jones and Carlisle.
Actually, I'll yield to Carlisle because mine is not on this matter. But
okay,
it's for the committee.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted again just to thank President Young and Nick. We've never gotten to meet, but I feel like over the last few days we've been friends. I've gotten a chance to see so much of you out there in the press, but I just wanted to give you a compliment and tell you I think from what I've seen, you've done an amazing job just answering the questions and trying to take very complex engineering issues and boil them down, no pun intended, for the public's consumption. I know it's been helpful for my household, but I know that these are once in several generation issues, and just wanted again to publicly say thank you. I know it's not an easy job, and just really appreciate all the work, and again to the men and women that are out there fixing these leaks and just working their tails off. So thank you to you guys, all of you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I would ask that for our next meeting, the MLGNW could prepare some type of presentation, because I would like for them to address and give us a better understanding. I know this is a different jurisdiction and everything, but instances where people in Texas, based upon what the market forces were at the time, how somebody can have a normal utility bill but then under a weather situation or natural disaster, whatever the case may be, people can be facing a $10,000 or even $15,000-$16,000 bill. So if MLG&W can, Mr. Young, if you and your staff could, you all are the experts in the energy area. So if you can provide some insight on how that took place, I think that would be helpful for our community. And I would just request that for our next meeting, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And if you see in the chat, Jeff says MLGW rocks. I want to say I appreciate MLGW. Everything I've said positive about you, you stood the test of time over the last week. I appreciate you. The community really appreciates you in that we are not a Texas or Oklahoma incident. We can deal with the issues with our water. We appreciate all the up-to-date information that we get, and please continue to communicate with our citizens.
Absolutely, we'll do that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
There were no other questions. This committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. If we could have just one moment and we can begin the
Waste and General Services Committee to order. Can we get a roll call vote? A roll call.
Councilman Canali.
There we go.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle.
Here.
Councilman Colvett.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Here.
Chair Smiley.
Here. All right, we have a pretty long agenda today.
Chairman, may I be recognized to make a motion?
Go ahead.
Could I move that we hold items 1 and 6 and move items 2, 3, and 4? Hold on, let me make sure I say this. 2, 3, 4 downstairs without a recommendation tonight to be discussed then, and then that would move us, without objection, that would move us to item number 5.
Okay, so your motion is to 1 and 6. We're gonna hold those items 2 through 4, moving downstairs without recommendation, so that moves us to item 5.
Yes, sir.
All right, is there a second to the motion?
on those 2 through 4, can you move them down with the same night remains request that's attached?
With same night minutes.
Can we get a vote on that?
Wait, can we do it without objection?
Any objections? All right, item number 5. Councilman Carlisle, you're a good man. Item number 5. A resolution requesting the city of Memphis to convey its property rights and interest in 3157 Powers Road, identified as parcel ID 08500400049, formerly Raleigh Library, to Shelby County, District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Same night, there's requested same 9 minutes. Can I get a motion to second?
Move it, Carlisle.
Move by Carlisle.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Swearingen. Is there anyone from the administration to speak to this item?
That was
Yes.
seconded by Logan.
Oh, seconded by Logan. And the floor is yours.
Okay, this is Antonio Adams, Director of General Services, and I have Ms. Dorcas Griffin on the line as well from Shelby County. This location is the former Raleigh Library, in which now we have replaced that library over at the Raleigh Town Center. What we propose to do is to deed the library over to the county for a youth assessment center. Along with this, we would be providing a capital investment in that location of $243,000, and that represents actually the replacement of the roof on that location. It was a deferred maintenance item, and we like to give that particular location in a habitable and operational state to the county so that they can start this youth assessment center. Ms. Griffin is here if you have any questions about that. We've had conversation with Councilwoman Logan. She was receptive and thought well of this idea. So we move with that. I'll rest and I'll let you guys answer any questions or have any comments regarding this.
Councilman Logan, floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'd just like to ask my colleagues to support this. The library is currently vacant, and it's in a location that it doesn't need to just be vacant. And this project that the county is doing is something that is so needed, not just in our area, but in the city of Memphis. Been trying to get this assessment center up and going and operative at 100% for some time. And I think this is a great opportunity under Ms. Young's direction to get it going and to be a benefit to our community. I really would like to know if she could just share briefly. I know we're pressed for time, but if she could just tell briefly the importance of this service in our city, especially as we look at the large numbers or the increased numbers of crime and juvenile offenders. This diversion or this program would really help to deter some of that crime in that population.
I am here, Dorcas Young Griffin. I know you all have seen me a lot today. I will be very brief. Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. We are super excited to revitalize our efforts to get the Youth Assessment Center off the ground and appreciate the city being willing to be a partner in this work. This is really important work as we continue to talk about public safety. And we continue to talk about reimagining what policing is and what public safety looks like. This is a great opportunity for us to intervene in a different way towards public safety. There has not been any program or approach in our community where we were looking to intervene right at the intersection between when law enforcement came into contact with the youth and they get into the court system. This is our chance. We have a chance to really figure out what may be driving youth to participate in certain activities and intervene at that point outside of the court system. And we look to make sure that, one, they don't go into the court system, but they don't have further interaction with law enforcement later. I am happy to do an overview of the program. I know we don't have a lot of time, but I really, really appreciate the administration and Mayor Strickland being willing to, again, partner in the location. We will be responsible for the operation, but this capital investment is critical for us to be able to do this.
Okay, it doesn't appear to be anyone in this. Anyone in discussion? All hearts and minds are clear. Can we get a roll call vote on this item?
Councilman Canali.
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilman Colvette.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Smiley.
This item passes. It takes us to item number 7. We're gonna, discuss 7 and 9 together since they're related, and we're gonna address number 8 last. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
if we need to, and due to time, we can delay that for our next meeting if necessary.
Okay. So what's your request?
No, we need to talk. Item number 8.
Okay, let me go ahead. I got it. All right. So let me preface before we start this conversation. I do want to make sure that the public is aware that the Memphis City Council has heard your concerns. We hear you loud and clear, and we do not want you to believe that we're turning a deaf ear to the concerns of the people. But we need everyone to understand that this body, our authority, has limitations. With that being said, I would like to turn this conversation over to Attorney Wade, who has looked into some of the legal issues with some of the things that we've been requested to do by the public, because there are certain things that we may or may not be able to do due to our limitations. Some of the issues are directly lands at the feet of not this body, but deal with the federal government. And we do not have the power to overturn or tell the federal government what to do. Attorney Wade, the floor is yours.
Can I say something before Attorney Wade, because I talked with him, this Councilman Ford?
Go ahead, Councilman Ford.
And I'll turn it over to Attorney Wade. Yeah, we had talked already. Now, thank you, Councilman Smiley. There's a lot of issues with this behavior pipeline. In the within 24 hours, I found out a lot of different things were not very good. And Attorney Wade, I need you to look into all of these different things. Promises have been made on one side, and then they're telling stories about the administration is doing things on another side. I've talked with the administration and everything. They don't know what's going on. I've talked with Deidre Malone. She's kind of pissed off at me. I really don't care. But because the people in my district, hey, it concerns them. And I'm not into somebody that's trying to look good or make something from this. There's a lot of issues. And Dr. Warren, I appreciate you and Mr. Pearson and all of the rest, but these are some issues that are coming up, and these are legal issues now. That's why I said, Councilman Smiley, yeah, I've been talking with Councilman Attorney Wade on all of these, but I need to bring him on some of these other things that have come up within 24 hours, okay? And then after he get through, then we need to postpone it to next meeting if we can.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman Ford. We appreciate those remarks. And thank you for letting the folks of Memphis know that we've heard their concerns. We want to do everything we can to support them, but there are limitations to the power and authority of this body. Attorney Wade.
Thank you, Chairman Smiley. I have had the pleasure or displeasure of reading a lot about pipelines in the past week. I guess I was tied up at home for reasons that everybody knows about. And so I bored myself with reading all kind of federal cases, Supreme Court cases, state statutes, Attorney General's opinions. And the thing that's before you today is a resolution where the council opposes the pipeline. Some of you have asked me if this is within our wheelhouse, or are we in our lane by doing this? This resolution is really not binding and without prejudice to you taking a later action if you believe that you don't want to take a position on the matter. I think the question of our authority is is constrained, one, by federal law, but also by state law. And I've received memos from the people who oppose the pipeline. And quite frankly, I think the jury is out on the question of what authority that we have. There are certain things that historically we have done. I don't think I have seen any evidence that we've ever prohibited public utility from doing things. We have been able to, constrain how they use our rights of way and things of that nature. So my recommendation, and as you know, there are some condemnation proceedings pending in circuit court where some of our residents are opposing condemnation by the pipeline. And I have some reservation about discussing our authority and what we can do in not prejudicing their rights in that lawsuit. So for that reason, I wanted to recommend that this body, you can take whatever action you want on the resolution today, but I think any effort to pass an ordinance probably should wait until we have an attorney-client before our next meeting. That way we can entertain all of the issues and entertain all of your questions without prejudicing the rights of our citizens in their condemnation proceeding. I think the question is, quite frankly, going to boil down to that these litigants have the right to raise the legal issues opposing the pipeline without us, and then the question is whether we want to join in their fight. That's going to be the decision that's going to be before you. And I think you should be more informed than I can give you today before you make that decision. So I would suggest that you take whatever action you want to take on the resolution, which is not binding on anybody. I would also request that we ask MLG&W's counsel to join us when we have our attorney-client meeting, because they have the primary responsibility for protecting the aquifer, and we would like to have their input as well. So that's how I see it today. I don't want to get into a knockdown, drag out about it.
Okay.
I have not had a chance to
co-sponsor, I'd like to be able to speak before the next person, please.
Okay, let Attorney Wade finish, because we need to have a grasp of what we're getting ourselves into.
And I have not had the chance to really have a sit down with the opponents of the pipeline, their lawyers, and I promised them I would do that before we took any final action. So that's kind of where I am, and that would be my advice.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Wade. We've heard from our attorney. We've heard from one of the sponsors of the resolution and the ordinance. We hear from the other co-sponsor, and then we'll decide how we proceed at this point. Dr. Warren.
Thank you.
Or Councilman Warren, Doctor. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had the pleasure of talking about this with our counselor last night. And after doing so, it's obvious that we're going to need an attorney-client meeting, and with MLG&W, that makes really good sense. We're going to need that before we pass an ordinance. But I don't think we really need that before we pass a resolution that states, as Councilman Smiley says, we hear you, citizens. We hear what you're saying. And, when Councilman Carlisle said he wanted to do something with teeth, that's when I felt like I needed to bring an ordinance, or at least the ability for that. I think our attorney has written a caption to cover that ordinance that we could place on the books tonight. And then we would have 2 to 3 weeks where we can go through this. And if we have to, we delay the ordinance reading from now on, but we let our citizens know that we're working on this. We do have people that want to present today. I have people who are experts on the aquifer. I have people who are experts from the Southern Environmental Law Association. And I also have a local attorney who is in charge of fighting the fight in Chancery Court. I would like to know if our attorney thinks having those people present today and us to listen to them before we voted on a resolution which, as he states, is non-binding and doesn't have any power, but it does tell people where we are and what we're thinking. So, I really think we should proceed at least with these presentations and with the vote on a resolution, if at all possible. And I would appreciate the ability to have that occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Attorney, what?
Before we go any further, Councilman Smiley, before we go any further, we do have to be in attorney-client meeting, as well as 2 more committees with planned presentations.
Okay, so we're running really behind schedule. See Councilman Ford shaking his head. There was a question directed to Attorney Wade. Attorney Wade, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, let me just say, in light of the time constraints that we have, it might be better for the council to be informed by me, and you would probably be better equipped to understand some of the presentations that are being made by the others. If we do have an ordinance tonight, as Councilman Warren indicated, we can have scheduled hearings in the next 2 and every week, every meeting for the next 2 or 3 meetings where those presentations can be made. So I don't see any urgency in doing it today, but I will defer to the body if you want to, hear from them. But I think you'll be listening to things that you really not have a good grasp of what's being presented to you. So I would respectfully ask Dr. Warren if we can wait until we have our attorney-client and then have them come back and make a presentation.
Thank you, Attorney Wade. There's no motion on the floor. So,
Councilman Smiley, the reason why we need to hold off because, hey, we're the council, but like I said, within the last 24 hours, there's some things that need to be discussed, and they need to be discussed between us, which is going to also not only us, but it's going to end up dealing with the administration also.
Absolutely.
So we need to
Absolutely. Well, there's no motion on the floor, Councilman.
Thank you.
Move to hold for 2 weeks.
Is there a second?
Second.
Point of information, you mean till our next meeting?
My apologies. You are correct, Doc. Motion to hold till our next council Tuesday.
Nicole, are you making a motion to hold items number 7 and 9?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's
there a
move
second?
to amend to hold 7, 8, and 9 to the next meeting.
Move them all, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
we're so far
move
behind.
all of them.
Yeah.
Move 7, 8, and 9 into the next council meeting. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Council. Almost called you chair, Councilwoman Robinson.
Right, come here.
Can we get a vote on this item?
Without objection.
Without objection. All right, that's to be. I think that's all of the items in this committee. Am I missing anything?
Item 10.
Well,
Before
we adjourn, Mr. Chairman, I was in the queue. I just wanted to ask a question of the attorney.
The floor is yours, Councilman.
Thank you. Mr. Wade, a pipeline meets the definition of a utility?
Yes, it does. Under state law, there is, they have cited several statutes that give them the authority as a public utility to condemn property. And there's an attorney general opinion that seems to.
What was that last part?
There's an attorney general opinion that appears to concur with that. I haven't researched it carefully, but it does cite a number of statutes upon which they have relied in circuit court. And that is an issue that can be challenged by those people in that proceeding and doesn't necessarily require us to validate or invalidate that authority.
That's exactly where I was going next, because just because it was an opinion, that's an opinion that has not been challenged. And so, yeah, I don't know whether it would be something that we could discuss in attorney-client, but that answers my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, let me point out that they have already challenged the authority of the pipeline to take their property, which attacks those very statutes upon which they relied to do so.
Thank you.
All right, it appears that, well, Councilman Carlisle, the floor is yours. Okay, Councilman Carlisle withdraws. So we'll move on to item 10. And can we make sure we get a date certain for the attorney-client meeting. Make sure we get a date certain for the attorney-client meeting. I'm sure we're not going to try to force it into this attorney-client meeting. Unless you want to.
No. We can
All right.
look at a separate one schedule.
Okay, item number 10 is a solid waste inclement weather update. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Logan. As such, Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, Chair, for that. I just wanted to make sure that the citizens have correct information and that we're updated on what the policy is moving forward as it relates to inclement weather as we've had. Just need to know where we are and where we're going. Thank you so much. Thank you all for the work that you all are doing. And we just want to make sure we clean up what we're seeing on the curbside. Appreciate the update. Thank you, Chair Eubank.
All right, is no one else presenting on this item?
Mr. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Davis, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councilwoman. My name's Philip Davis, Deputy Director of the Solid Waste Division. Just have a few bullet points that I wanted to go over with everybody. Services were suspended last week. We had made announcements via the media, social media, the website, and our curbside collection app that pushes that information via people that have downloaded the application on their smartphone. We resumed collections, regular collections yesterday, Monday. We're working in our second and fourth bulk week collections as normal, and we're working Monday collections as normal. We appreciate everybody's patience. The volume is heavier. You have 2 weeks of garbage out there, plus with the weather, it got wet and it is heavier, so it is slow going. We are working overtime this week. We're prepared to work Saturday overtime as well. We are running, as of this morning, we were running maybe a quarter to a half day behind, but we ask that people present their carts at the curb on their collection day until they are serviced, but we expect to be on time by the end of the week.
All right. Is that all? It appears that all hearts and minds clear. So with that being said, I adjourn the Public Works Solid Waste and Joint Service Committee. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Council members, if you could give us one moment, we'll be ready for the Economic Development Committee and we'll
Right. I'd like to call the Economic Development and Tourism Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Finale. Carlisle.
Present.
Ovett.
Here.
Easter Thomas.
Present.
Johnson. Jones.
Here.
Logan.
Present.
Morgan.
Here.
Robinson.
Present.
Smiley.
I'm still here.
Swearingen. Warren.
Present.
Ford.
Present. Okay, we have one item, and that's the approval of Economic Impact Plan, the Downtown Mobility Authority, and otherwise providing with respect to the foregoing. District 6, 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Who do we have from the administration?
That should be Jennifer Oswald.
Is she here?
Councilman, that would be Jennifer Oswald. Let us see what she is on the meeting.
You've reached Jennifer Oswald. Please leave a message.
Chairman Brown on the meeting, perhaps he can proceed.
So right now? I can't
I
hear
do see Ray Brown with the Downtown Memphis Commission on the meeting. Perhaps he can start.
Does he want to present, talk to us, or do we need to hold it?
Mr. Chairman, I'm certainly ready to speak to the committee.
Okay.
Was not my intention to do so today, so I'm slightly unprepared, but let me tell you that the economic impact plan deals with ensuring.
Hold on one second, sir. We have a caller that's called in. I'm muted. Give us 1 second.
Yeah, but then I need to see if Doug or Shirley may want to get on here since it's from the administration, please.
Mr. Chairman, I just got a message. Jennifer Oswald is having some difficulty in logging in, as is our attorney, James McLaren. Both of them were scheduled to give the presentation today. So if you'll just bear with us for a few minutes, I think we can get them here at the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it looks like Mr. McLaren has logged in. I see, I saw the alert up at the top a second ago.
Yes, this is James McLaren. I'm on the call. Having trouble with my camera, so I've turned that off.
Okay, but can everyone hear him?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Did you want to go ahead?
Yes, I believe Jennifer Oswald may have just joined as well.
Yes, she did. Okay.
Jennifer, do you want to go ahead and start, or do you want me to, Ms. James?
If you could, I'm still having some trouble and I want to make sure that I have my other presentation ready.
Okay. Yes, this is James McLaren. I'm the counsel for the Downtown Memphis Commission. And before you today is a resolution that is the original, is bringing it to you before Center City Revenue Finance Corporation considers a TIF in connection with the financing for the mobility projects which you previously have approved. This TIF is being done as a process to facilitate the financing for the project. It'll be approximately $40 million borrowed from Renaissance Bank, and the bank has asked for what I call a backup TIF. The only reason for this TIF is that when a pilot lease is terminated as a result of a foreclosure, as a result of the inability of the pilot lessee to pay their mortgage, then that lease terminates And as a result, the income stream from the pilot extension fund for that particular lease would terminate. With the backup TIF, this is structured so that in the event that unlikely event occurs, then the revenues would be captured in the TIF, but only for the period of time that they would otherwise have been provided for that particular pilot when it was in effect and a part of the extension fund. So this is, as we lawyers call it, belt and suspenders for the bank. And I'm glad to take any questions anybody might have.
All right, I think we got one. Councilman Carlisle and then Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. James, I'm going to be honest with you. I usually read everything, but this was a hell of a last week. So everything that's in the listed parcels are basically those that were already in the original. How are you drawing the TIF? Are these the original extension projects?
There are approximately 30 pilots still left in the extension fund. This isn't all of them. This is just part of them. The ones that I'm particularly concerned about because they're the larger ones.
Got it. Completely understand. Thank you. That's it, Chair. Thank you. I yield back.
All right, Councilman Jones.
Thank you. The question I have, Ms. McLaren, have we had a need to do this before?
No, this has never been done before, and it is unusual because you don't have, in any other case that I'm aware of, the pilot extension fund that we have.
Okay. Now, is this a result of the way that we have decided to future spend this pilot extension fund, that we don't have the revenues to back this up, and that's why this is being required?
There is certain money in the pilot extension fund today, but there's not enough money to fund today the current needs for the mobility center and the other projects you've approved. What the CCRFC will be doing is financing and using that future income stream to pay back the bank. And this backup TIF is their belt and suspenders on being sure they get paid back from the income from the universe of pilots listed on the economic impact plan.
Okay. How big is this TIF district?
It is limited to the approximately 20 pilots that are listed in the economic impact plan and as an exhibit to your resolution. And it will end as to each one of those pilots when the pilot lease ends. So take a given pilot, if it were to terminate in 28, then as to that pilot lease, the TIF will terminate in 2028.
Included in there with the listed parcels, do we have the termination date for those individual pilots? Because I didn't make it into the office. I left my packet at the office. I don't have the material in front of me.
Yes, it is listed in Exhibit A to your resolution and in the TIF itself.
Okay. So also that's on this agenda, and the same, and what I've been asking for, colleagues,
You're muted.
Councilman Judge, you hit mute.
Yeah, thank you. What I've been asking for, colleagues, is a plan, because what's also on the agenda to be discussed today is the 100 North Main. And so the 100 North Main project uses these same funds. And so what I want to know, without a plan, we could potentially be encumbering funds that prevent us from doing something else. And so we have been approving piecemeal. My memory ain't as good as it used to be for all of these different projects that come along. And I'm hesitant to approve this without seeing that plan. So this is like I said, this is a belt and suspenders. This is a backup for the bank, not necessarily for us or for this project. I understand you have to have some backing to get it funded, but what this doesn't tell us is how this impacts any type of future projects that we may have. Thank you.
Councilman Carlisle, I see you back. You need to say something else?
Yes, sir, if you don't mind. Yeah, colleagues, I would just say I hear what Councilman Jones is saying, and we could spend a lot of time and bring Jeff Sanford and Paul Morris and Terrence Patterson and Jennifer all in a room, and they could explain how the evolution of these funds and the balancing act of running the DMC works. But ultimately, there's a bucket of funds, and people come with projects, public and private, for a need for parking downtown. And it's been going on for 20 years, and it's very challenging to figure out which projects will and won't happen and how that works. And again, it's one of those things where until there's something to look at on the table, you may or may not know. But today we have a project or a series of projects that we know we want to go and do. We've approved those projects. And this is a term sheet requirement to secure the financing. It has no material impact on the economics of anything else in the city or really any other project. It's basically saying if AutoZone defaults on their pilot, that the funds that were going to be paid into the pilot still get pledged to the financing. So it is immaterial to anything else that we're doing or even going to discuss later today. It's critical that that's understood. We really shouldn't hold up one thing because we have concerns about another. They're unrelated due to the fact that we've already approved the project, and now we are approving something to meet the financing term sheet of our lender that is basically a default obligation and a remedy for them to get them comfortable lending us the money. I know that's not super clear, but I don't want the two to get muddled up and muddied up. They're unrelated. Talking about how we use private or pilot extension funds for garage parking over the years is a balancing act that whoever's running the DMC, unfortunately, like that's one of the most challenging things they have to do their job. Jennifer can tell you all about it. She probably spent many sleepless nights trying to think about that, but I don't want the two to get muddled up. This is just meeting the lender's lending obligations for us, the borrower.
Let's call out. I get that, but we still are talking about, we have a pocket of money that is generated from these pilots that expire. The 100 North Main that's being proposed is coming from that same pool of funds, is it not?
Okay, so I'll answer this. You asked for a plan. You can't plan for what you don't know. 10 years ago, Union Road didn't exist. 25 years ago, One Beale didn't exist. So you can't plan for projects that you don't know are coming. And you also can't give money to every project that asks for it. And that is the responsibility of the person that runs the DMC and their staff to try and figure out what is best suited in order to support the downtown economic system. Again, people look at downtown today in 2020 thinking this stuff happened overnight, and it's taken 45 plus years to slog it out. They are unrelated, and it's a very difficult thing. Some of these projects, like One Beale, have 10-year digestion periods. Some have 2 years. Some may never happen, but they need these obligations they need these commitments in order to make them so.
But what's unique about this, colleagues, is that I asked Mr. McLaren, we've had all types of projects before, and I asked, has any other project had to have this requirement? So that says that there's something that's beyond the layer or beyond the surface for us to have one project in particular based upon various projects that we've approved since you all have been on this council, prior to your being on this council, my tenure on this council, and going forward. There's something different about this, and I just want to know what.
I think what is different here is that you've had in front of you and approved a series of projects at one time, where historically it's been one project that's been brought to you at a time. And part of that has resulted from where we are in the redevelopment of downtown. I've been involved in this for 30 years now. And if you look at, as Councilman Carlisle stated, the slog that it is getting to this point, we're at a position today where there are a number of projects that we would have liked to have had 10 years ago, 20 years ago. And we have an ability to do them at one time. That's the difference today as opposed to where we were in 1995 or 2010.
But having this belt and suspenders, does that say that we're in a different financial position and there's some assurances that had been provided before or that are needed now that haven't been required before?
We have only borrowed used the extension fund as the source of revenue for borrowing really 3 times. Once was involved the original borrowing for the 250 garage at Peabody Place. And that was a very difficult borrowing. And that was repaid ultimately with a bond issue, which is one of the other projects we have. And then the third borrowing was in connection with the project at the corner of Main and Gayoso. And that was done with a bank loan similar to this one. I think today the only difference is lender requirements. I don't think it's an issue of the income stream not being there. The income stream is there. It's just different banks have different requirements.
Thank you.
Okay, we got Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, but I retracted. I saw Jennifer online and I thought she had something to add and I retracted to listen to her.
Okay. Ms. Oswald, do you have anything to say?
No, not anymore. James McLaren answered or brought up the points I was going to bring up. Thank you.
All right. This is for the approval. I don't have anyone else. I mean, the resolution. Can I get a motion? And second.
Chair, I move it with same 9 minutes.
Second.
Okay.
I object to the same 9 minutes.
So what now?
I object to the same 9 minutes.
All right, we got objection, and I kind of agree with you. Let's do the just resolution and let it take its course. Is that okay with you, Councilman
Yes, sir.
Johnson? Everyone else, yes. All right, you can call the roll.
Councilman Ford, who seconded that motion, please?
Smiley.
Thank you. This is a vote on the TIF resolution. Councilman Canale.
Yes.
Carlisle.
Yes.
Ovett.
Yes.
Easter Thomas. Johnson. Jones.
No.
Logan.
Stein.
Morgan.
Yes.
Robinson. Robinson. Smiley. Councilman Smiley. Swearingen.
Abstain.
Warren.
Yes.
Chair Ford.
Yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. That motion passes. Okay. If there's no further business, this committee is adjourned. That way we can be back on course.
Thank you so much, Chairman Ford. Councilman Carlisle, sorry, Canale. We'll be ready for you in just one moment.
Okay.
Now you're either going to have to grow a beard or I'm going to need to shave here soon.
the public. This is the February 23rd meeting of Planning and Zoning. I hereby call it to order. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Carlisle,
Present.
Councilman Covett, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford.
Present. Present. Did you get me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Ford,
Ford, present. Present.
Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Jones,
Jones is present.
thank you. Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Yes, I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
and Chair Canale.
Here. Colleagues, since during these digital times, we do not send any item P and Z downstairs with recommendation, and due to the fact that we've had a long day, my colleagues need a chance to stretch their legs, maybe get a bite to eat before we head to attorney-client. Then with
Definitely need the bite to eat.
onward with full meeting at 3:30. Without objection, I'd like to move items 1, 2, 3, and 4 downstairs this evening without recommendation. I'd like items 2 and 3 to be added in the add-ons, Mr. Chairman, to the regular without same night minutes. Same night minutes for item 4. Item 1, we do have opposition. They will be on. They are not allowed to speak during committee, so it works better. We'll have Administrator Whitehead give the presentation. We'll have the people that speak for it and against the item, and we'll hear from Director Zena on item 2, and again from Administrator Whitehead on item 3, and then 4 is an honorary street name. So there's no objection. I'd like to send all 4 items downstairs.
Without objection.
Without objection.
Thank you, colleagues. No other business for planning and zoning. We are hereby adjourned. See you in attorney-client.
Finale with the city council.
And welcome to the postponed February 16th, 2020 executive session of the Memphis City Council, and hereby called to order. Ms. Hyman, call the roll.
Councilman Canale,
Here.
Councilman Carlisle,
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman
My
Johnson.
unmute was acting slow. I'm sorry, I'm present.
Okay, perfect. Councilman Easter Thomas is present. Councilman Ford is there. We'll see when he comes in. Councilwoman Johnson. There he is. Councilman Ford is present. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chairman Colbeck.
I'm present. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, in this time in our city, it is always my pleasure to share some good news. In celebration of the 20th anniversary of the Stax Music Academy, Stax Records owner Concord has announced the Concord Stax Scholarships, which will provide full tuition to at least 20 students in each year over the next 5 school years. Concord has pledged a minimum of $1 million through donations from its owners, team members, friends, and partners. This new funding, the Concord Stax Scholarships, will underwrite music and life skills advancement for at least 100 students, as well as appropriate resources needed to support SMA career development initiatives over the term of the partnership. Concord is the independent worldwide leader in the development, management, and acquisition of sound recordings, music publishing, and theatrical performance rights. Concord has offices in Nashville, Los Angeles, New York, London, Berlin, and Miami. Concord is also home to the #1 kids music brand, Kids Bop. Congratulations and thank you to Stax Music Academy. All right, colleagues, because we're on kind of a crunch, let's go ahead and go through our add-ons, same night minutes, and holds real quick. Item 26 is a resolution authorizing the Memphis Shelby County Airport Authority to issue its airport revenue refunding bonds in the total principal amount not to exceed $62,500,000. The refunding bonds to refund all or a portion of its airport refunding revenue bonds, Series 2011 A-11, and its airport refunding bonds, Series 2011B, and its airport refunding revenue bonds, Series 2011D, for cost savings, to fund debt service reserve funds for the refunding bonds, and to pay a cost of issuance of refunding bonds. District 3, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. The request is for same night minutes. Item 27, a resolution for housing and community development to accept the appropriation and allocation of Department of Treasury funding in the amount of $19,592,445.70 to the Division of Housing and Community Development's emergency rental and utility assistance in response to the pandemic. All council districts, sponsored by the administration. Request is for same night minutes. Item 28, resolution for the Memphis Fire Division to accept and appropriate funds in the amount of $276,642.18 from the CARES Act Provider Relief Fund through the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. The funding is for prevention, preparation, and response to coronavirus. All districts and super districts, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Item 29, resolution regarding MLG&W pilots, sponsored by Councilwoman Robinson. Request for same night minutes. Item 30, resolution approving the lease agreement between the Port Commission and Cargill Inc. to lease approximately 1.73 acres of real property located on Channel Avenue, Park Street, and Bowie Street, as approved by the Board of Commissioners, the Port Commission 6/17/2020, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Request is for same night minutes. Item 31, resolution approving the amendment to the Second Amendment to the lease agreement between the Memphis and Shelby County Port Commission and Jet Infrastructure, IA Memphis LLC, FKA, Westpac Pipelines, Memphis LLC, FKA, Buckeye Aviation, Memphis LLC, as approved by the Board of Commissioners, the Economic Development Growth Engine on August 19, 2020, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Request is for same night minutes. Item 32, resolution approving the lease agreement between the Port Commission and Waco Transloading LLC for 50.3 acres of real property for the use and purposes as a public dock and warehouse facility as approved by the Board and Port Commission October 20th, 2020. Super Districts, District 6, Super 8, sponsored by the administration, request for same night minutes. Item 33, a resolution requesting the City of Memphis to convey its property rights and interest in 3157 Powers Road, identified as parcel ID 08500400049, formerly the Raleigh Library, to Shelby County. This is District 1, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration, request for same night minutes. Item 34, a resolution updating the fee schedule of the Memphis Landmarks Commission, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Canale. Item 35, resolution requesting a 273-day moratorium on the issuance of permits for tobacco shops, head shops, smoke shops, and vape product shops, and requesting that the Division of Planning and Development study the health, safety, welfare, and secondary effects on school-age children and adjacent residential neighborhood, while also proposing zoning amendments that reflect said effects. All council districts, sponsored by Councilman Warren. Item 36, a resolution encouraging citizens and businesses to curtail water usage during the Memphis low water pressure emergency and to require car wash facilities to cease operating during the water crisis. All council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Johnson and Robinson, requests for same night minutes. Those are our add-ons. And Councilman Canale, Councilman Councilman Canale, do you wish to be recognized at this point?
Chairman, is it 26 through 36?
Confirmed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
26 through 36 for add-ons. It's only going to be 26 through 33 and number 36 for same night minutes.
Right, I'll address same night minutes and holds in just a half a second, but my notes say that Councilman Canale wishes to be recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to hold items 18, 19, and 20. Items 19 and 20 will be back in Councilman Warren's committee next week with full intention of sending it downstairs for a third and final reading and vote. Item 18, Attorney Wade will explain why we are holding this item. Thank you.
I'll be brief. This ordinance deals with drag racing. Drag racing is presently governed by Tennessee Code Annotated 5510-501. It is a state statute that makes it a Class B misdemeanor. Our city courts do not have jurisdiction over Class A or Class B misdemeanors. We have to have state legislation, and we have to mirror the state legislation, but presently 5510-307 prohibits municipal ordinances from covering drag racing. So I understand Councilman Canale is, there's some legislation in the General Assembly that will clear up this problem, and then you will be able to move forward with that item. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So he wanted you to understand why he's been holding it, and that's the reason why.
Okay. All right, sounds good. That brings me to all the holds. I therefore have holds on 17, 18, 19, and 20 in our regular meeting. Vice Chair Lady Swearingen, our same night minutes as I have them currently are items 10, 11, 12, 13, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 36. Brooke, quick check. Does that sound right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And 36 is actually number 3 on your agenda, so it'll be official once you hear that item.
Okay, please remind me in the meeting, just make sure you're
Well noted.
Outstanding. Colleagues, the mayor is asked to address us around about 3 o'clock. So let's hold on item 1 and go to item 3. Well, I'll tell you what, let's go to item 2 and discuss it and see if we can talk about it for 10 minutes. Item 2 is a resolution authorizing approval of the use of pilot extension fund for payment and indebtedness or cost with respect to the purchase of 100 North Main and pre-construction cost and the cost of development and redevelopment of parking on the 100 North Main site by the Downtown Mobility Authority and a portion of the cost development of a parking garage by the Downtown Mobility Authority as part of the redevelopment of the Snuff District and otherwise providing with respect to the foregoing. District 6, 7, the Super 8, sponsored by the administration. Let me go ahead and let me get a motion in a second, and I'll call on Jennifer Oswald.
Move it. Second, Bowen.
Motion by Carlisle, seconded by Ford. Jennifer Oswald, are you on call?
I am. May I
Ma'am?
please read? I think I can. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to present this to you this afternoon. I will try to be brief. I know you have many items to get through in a quick manner. Today, we're coming to you with requests to use the pilot extension fund for 2 additional projects. And based on the conversation earlier in committee, Councilman Carlisle is correct. We have to juggle the priorities that are set in place by our boards, which are both jointly city and county appointed, the projects and goals that they set forward for us. And at each time, we have had to balance that. And I think we've been successful at catalyzing growth with the use of this fund in the past. Some examples are the Tennessee Brewery, the Edge neighborhood, One Beal, all of which received loans from this fund, and it was able to spur great amounts of successful development in those areas. And so what we're bringing forward today are 2 on the northern end of town. One is the 100 North Main entire block. It's a 2-acre section right next to the convention center. And then the Conwood project, which is continuing to add density in the uptown area of downtown. So I'm going to try to get through these. First, 100 North Main, this is really a blight remediation plan. We have been working on this for several years, and the owners of the building first came to us several years ago, even before they had full control over the property, and had very simple requests of us. We then tried to partner with them to get additional development to complement the convention center on this site, and it's just becoming increasingly difficult to structure a deal given all the challenges that the ownership group is facing for us. So I'm going to try to turn this on, forgive me. So it's been vacant since 2014, continues to be a nuisance and a safety risk. This is the building that most of the developers who come to Memphis from out of town ask us about. Why aren't we dealing with it? Why can't we take care of it? Officials from the state ask us about this. And when we first went to them for approval for the Convention Center Hotel complex, that was the #1 thing that they were asking is, what about this building? And we all know that it is continuing to deteriorate and cause problems to encourage further development in downtown. You can see some of the issues with the building. There have been fires. There continue to be people who get in it and throw things out of it and cause problems for the neighbors. You can see some images here. It really is shutting down this entire block of our downtown, right between the newly renovated convention center and the heart of the downtown entertainment district. Once we are able to have conventions back in full force, you will see many people walking by this, and it creates a really dark, unwelcoming space. So we believe it's time to be proactive on this blight, take action to obtain control of the site, which includes the building, the parking lot, and the historic buildings on Main Street, which without our involvement would surely suffer further deterioration and also potential demolition. So again, this is about the opportunity to remediate blight, to capitalize on the city's investment in the convention center, and to control the destiny of such a large, important building. A piece of this will be parking. We know this because of the size of the site, and anything that would be developed here would require some additional parking. So what we're just proposing is a bit of an out of order use of this fund to acquire the building and the property And that would be our contribution to the parking that would be built on this site. We're not saying that it has to be 1,000 spaces, but it could very well be a structured parking site with over 1,000 spaces. You can see the garage there that exists has a little over 300, and then with the parking lot, new construction could also accommodate more spaces. Just a few facts about the building. You know, this again is about protecting the investment, the property tax that surrounds this building. You can see that in this 7 acres short walk, there is 736,000 square feet of buildings that are vacant that could be renovated. And this is really holding it back. We hear this from all kinds of developers who visit town. So again, we've done this before. The building that now holds the Barbaro Flats apartments, the garage under there, was acquired through the fund. And then the development was put out for an RFP and request for proposal, and the lovely apartments, garage, and the commercial spaces that hold Aldo's Pizza, among others, now stands in its place. So this is not a new thing, but we haven't used it in quite a while. And now's the time, because you know the owner obtained this building for a low price and is able to just hold it in its deteriorating condition for many years and cause us continued problems in this block and holding it back from further development. Significant projects on the horizon in the area include not only the Convention Center Hotel, Sheraton renovation, old police building, but also you have the Raymond James building, which is something we don't want to see go dark. And being proactive along with the city's proposed investment from Accelerate Memphis will allow us to take control of this and really show leadership to the development community. This is a $12 million ask from the Pilot Extension Fund. That is not, that includes the purchase price of $10.75 million plus some costs to keep it in a safe condition while we put out the request for proposals. We expect that we should be able to complete that process and have a plan in place by the end of the year. And really, this is what it comes down to stop the decline of the tallest building in downtown Memphis, improve public safety, protect the city's investment in the convention center, and to grow the tax base. It's estimated that a project could generate significantly more property tax than this building currently brings. And remember, it's deteriorating every day. So even with a pilot, annual city taxes are estimated to be about $1.4 million. That's 18 times more than they're currently getting. And this building also has significant incentives attached to it to help develop the property, which is key, because without them, it would be unlikely that we would be able to get something done at the site. But you can see here listed, there are all kinds of incentives that we went to the state and got approved, went to you all previously when this was part of the Convention Center Hotel project for approval, and they're still available to a developer. We've also talked with many developers, both in Memphis and outside, about potential interest, and we feel that with all of these incentives and your support and the city's Accelerate Memphis, that we can take care of this significantly blighted building. So we are requesting the use of the fund for $12 million. The second project is the Conwood facility, which is just north of the pyramid. And this is a request for $3.5 million to add a parking garage for this development of about 465 spaces. Here's the site. This has been previously approved for pilots for some of these components. The 138 apartments and the varsity headquarters. Phase 2 is contemplated to be 292 apartments with that, 420 space parking garage, $61.9 million of development. And again, activating this currently inactive spot in downtown and connecting uptown and other parts of North Memphis to downtown. Both of these projects have been brought forward to the Downtown Mobility Authority Board and the Center City Revenue Finance Corporation. You can see that here's a phase 3 of Conwood, which brings additional development and another $70 million of investment in downtown Memphis. So altogether, this solves a thing that our master plan asks for, which is compact critical mass at 730 apartments and over $180 million of investment by this development team. So we are requesting use of the fund for $15.5 million for these two projects. Again, this is work that has been a long time coming. We've known about a lot of the potential for these two projects. We've analyzed the need, the use of the fund it's a scarce resource, but we believe that these projects both meet the goals that were set forth by the Downtown Memphis Commission Board and are aligned with the priorities. Again, I would say that both of these capitalize on the city's investment in the convention center and significantly improve the marketability of that asset. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Quick question. In the interest of time, is this something that we need to talk about and put on the agenda for tonight, or can we put it on the agenda for further, more robust discussion at our council meeting next week? Because I see Councilman Jones is already in the queue. Can we just basically put this on the agenda to talk about next week?
Certainly, as you desire. I will say that there is a deadline in mid-March, so it couldn't go past the next meeting probably, but if you were willing to take it to full council, that would be appreciated.
All right, Councilman Jones, Council Lady Easter Thomas, I see y'all are in the queue. Do y'all want to get with Jennifer perhaps between now and next week, and then I'll put it on executive and we talk about it next week? Y'all are saying no. Y'all wish to talk right now. Not a problem. Councilman Jones, you recognize.
Come on, Frank.
Thank you. Ms. Oswald, you stated that the owner obtained this property for a low price. What was that price?
The entire property was purchased for a little over $5 million. The building itself was somewhere between 1 and 2 million. So the building itself was at a tax sale type level.
Okay. And so we are paying 12 times what the tax sale amount was just to get rid of this headache.
We see it as more than a getting rid of a headache. It's really the opportunity to control the destiny of the entire block. So it's 2 acres, not just the building, and it's less than that. It's really only double their investment if you consider the entire property. And for us, really, it is the opportunity cost of not doing anything, letting it continue to deteriorate and be a problem and drag down property values, property taxes, and future investment by the development community.
Why now?
Now, because we were able to establish enough of a relationship with the owners where they're willing to work with us. The price they've given other development investors who are interested is significantly higher than this. And we know that they're not interested in getting a deal done because their price is just too high. So now, because one, we don't want this being a hindrance on the convention center renovation and being a gap in that great path of an entire downtown that we have worked really hard over the last 10 years to complete, which, is really touching each of those areas. But this is a big hole. And if we can't be proactive, if you think about the Benchmark Hotel, which is now the Canopy, across from the Peabody and the Redbirds, that was a skeleton of a hotel that caused a lot of problems. A lot of people from outside Memphis and from Memphis wondered why we couldn't take care of that problem by some of our most important assets in downtown. And we were proactive to get control, to push on that property, and it worked. And so we are trying to be proactive in this case as well.
Okay. So, colleagues, my concern with this is that It's been stated that this pilot extension fund, over a span of 25 years, is expected to raise about $100 million. That averages about $25 million, $4 million per year. And so all within the past 6 to 8 months, we have probably the past 3 months, we are about to expend by my total about 80% of this, which leaves no possibility for any project that comes before us. And so that goes back to why now. And to still look at this price of, Ms. Oswald, when you and I first talked about this, the figure that I thought about I heard was 10 million. So now we're up to 12 million. I wish I would have put my clients in this, something where they can double their money without any improvement at all to get a double or triple, quadruple of their money with this. And so for this particular price, and I still, colleagues, this pilot extension fund, I go back, we are spending 80% of what we're projected to receive as far as income from this fund in the past 2 months. 80%. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, guys, just a reminder, the mayor wishes to address us about a totally separate issue that I think we're going to probably want to hear. So let's spend just another few more minutes. Council Lady Easter Thomas, do you have a thought or a question?
Since I know, I can probably assume what he's going to address us on, and we probably do want to hear it. Can I make a motion to hold this for another week? Because I see it's like 7 people in the queue. I don't want to put my questions over the mayor's, but I want to make sure that we get this discussion out in a way that's good for the public and for us. So that's my motion.
That's not a problem. It's not on our agenda for this evening, so we would hear it again next week regardless to vote on. Councilman Carlisle, Warren, Logan, do you wish to, we're pushing this off a week.
My only thing that I would say is to Jennifer's point is whether it's heard in committee or not, it needs to be on our agenda for next week because there's a clock on this thing. And so, whether it goes, whether it's heard, let me say it this way. I think we're agreeing to hear it in committee next week, but it needs to be on our downstairs agenda as well as an item to be voted up or voted down, however anybody wants to do it, because there is a clock on this thing.
We will hear it in committee and we will have it in full council. So the answer is yes, yes, and yes.
Perfect.
Warren, you want to share a thought or keep moving?
I'm fine with that plan.
Outstanding.
Just to clarify, by acclamation, you're sending this down for next week with no recommendation, as well as putting it on the agenda for committee executive session next week.
Is there any objection? Hearing none? Yes. All right, real quick. Housekeeping. Item 3, resolution encouraging citizens and businesses to curtail their water usage during the Memphis low water pressure emergency and to require car wash facilities to cease operating during the water crisis. All council districts sponsored by Council Ladies Johnson and Robinson. Without objection, it's already on our add-ons. We'll hear it in full council. Any objection? Seeing none. Mr. Mayor, you on?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You recognize.
Well, good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for allowing us to take a little of your time today. You've been in meetings. I don't know how much you've checked your phone for the news, but the state of Tennessee Department of Health has increased the role of city government in the administration of the vaccines. First, I want to thank the Tennessee Department of Health and the state of Tennessee for entrusting us with this critical task. I take on this responsibility soberly, and I do not take it lightly. We do want to reassure the public that if they have an appointment prior to today, that will not change. If they have an appointment It will not change. From the public standpoint, citizens don't have to do anything differently. We have a mission of vaccinating as many people as possible as quickly as we can. And it is critical for us to do that to keep this virus under control and to get back to normal as soon as possible. As you know, over the last several weeks at the Appling location, we've had the opportunity to prove that our distribution model works. In the last few weeks, we collectively in Shelby County, roughly 10 to 15,000 doses per week were being administered countywide. And this week, that number may actually be closer to 30,000. As the national supply of vaccine doses continues to rise, the ultimate goal is to be able to vaccinate 40 to 50,000 people per week. And we are confident that we have the right model to do that. Now's the time to expand our reach. We have a plan, and the plan works. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Doug McGowan to get more details of the plan, and obviously we'd be happy to take any questions after that. Doug.
Thank you, Mayor, and this is late breaking news, so we certainly will not have every detail nailed down, but we are certainly proud of the work that we've done to this point, and we will continue to do that work. You know that we are turning on a new high volume site in Raleigh tomorrow at the Greater Romani Church. We will be taking over, today we took over logistics at the Pipkin building, and we'll be taking that over fully by the 1st of March with a new provider on the inside. So there will be 3 high volume sites. We have another good partner in Germantown and Collierville and Southwest Tennessee and Whitehaven who are also doing high volume work. But the work is not just the high volume sites. It is also making sure that the FQHCs, which are the Christ communities and church healths that have presence in our communities, are also resourced effectively so that they have relationships in the communities and they can continue to provide the vaccine, that other clinics and pharmacies who are licensed to receive this get their fair share apportionment, that the healthcare systems who have recently agreed to begin doing some public vaccinations also have the ability to do that, and also that finally, where there is a need, we can do pop-up and community pods. This is about letting the state know how we will allocate and apportion vaccines to best meet the needs of our community, and doing that in a collaborative manner. And we're proud to be a part of that. We think that we have the capability to help inform that plan in a way that makes it effective for Memphians and for Shelby Countyans. This does nothing, with respect to the Joint Task Force, there's a lot of other work that goes on. This is just the vaccine side of the house. As the mayor said, just with those high volume sites, we can do approximately 33,000 doses per week. That's first and second. Then when you add in the other clinics and the health systems, it's not too far a stretch to say you're easily at 40 or 50,000 per week. This is about setting goals, setting objectives, being accountable, and being transparent with our results. So not only will folks be able to see the allocation, but we'll track each and every day how we're doing with the distribution. And we'll be standing by to provide those reports to you on a regular basis as well. So with that, I'll stop and take any questions.
Thank you very much. I see Councilman Smiley, you're in the queue, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor, Doug McGowan, I have a job ahead of you all. So my question, I was trying to skim through an article, because we were in meetings, so I was trying to take in as much information as possible. Are we working directly with pharmacies and hospitals? Could you just kind of explain that?
Sure. We're all on one team with regard, but right now the hospitals and the pharmacies and even the neighborhood clinics are all getting their own vaccines, their own doses right now. that will continue. What the state announced was the vaccines that used to go to the health department will be then divided up between the city, the hospitals, the neighborhood clinics. But what Doug was also saying that on top of that, we're all going to start meeting, and we're going to work more collaboratively as a team on how we address this vaccination operation.
Okay, so at this point, the Shelby County Health Department is no longer in the vaccination business?
I did not watch the press conference, so I don't know that 100%. I don't know
Okay,
that.
I'm trying to skimming through an article trying to figure it out myself. Okay, and let me ask you this, I think this will be my last question. What can this body do to make sure that, you know, we don't find ourselves in a similar situation as the health department?
Well, first, I want to thank y'all, because we could never have taken on Appling without the partnership with y'all and using the CARES Act funds to open that up. What I would do, I were on a city council, I would make us report our data. How many people are we vaccinating? What's the average wait time? What's the longest wait time? Now, we plan to do that anyway, but I would make us do that. We feel it's important to start reporting that data.
Okay,
And I so
thank
move.
you. Absolutely, thank you. I'm assuming that we have a resolution pretty quickly asking for that information. Devin, Meredith, Brooke.
Well, I was going to say, what Chairman Colbeck just asked, and we'll add that on standing for our committee meetings and executive session moving forward, if that's okay with the chair.
Perfect with me. Just making sure we do a better job. Thank you all for taking on this responsibility.
And one thing I was going to add, the real star of Appling, Tiffany Collins, cannot be here today because she's opening up the Pipkin site right now. Today was the first day we took it over. So she's making sure that's being operated correctly, and they've had a good day so far.
Mr. Mayor, last question. I'm sorry, I got a lot of it. So I've read in the news about teachers getting their vaccinations. They're still a go, right?
I assume it's still go. Yeah, we don't think anything's changing with respect to the public or the teachers.
Okay, I think they're scheduled for 8 o'clock or something in the morning. Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Councilman Warren, you recognize.
Yes, do we expect to see, and could you comment on the number of vaccines that we've been promised from the state that we should be seeing, and how rapidly we're going to be up to 30 or 40,000 vaccines a week?
Let me let Doug handle that.
Thank you, Councilman, for the question. We know that this coming week will be allocated 13,700 approximately. That's what we anticipate receiving tomorrow. We also anticipate next Wednesday receiving approximately the same amount, 13,700. Let me emphasize, those are first doses. So when we receive first doses of 13,700, there will be an accompanying about 2 weeks later number of second doses that come behind that. So when the mayor talks about doing 40 to 50,000, you're really talking 20 to 25,000 first doses and 20 to 25,000 second doses. So that we were told that after the first week of March, we could expect the allocation of both Pfizer would be going up because of their manufacturing. And we also learned from Dr. Jane this morning that we anticipate that the J&J vaccine will also soon be coming at about the second week of March, which will dramatically increase our ability to get vaccines out to the community. So that's the timeline. Look for mid-March, but 13,700 is still a pretty substantial number. When you add that many second doses as well, you're doing, 27,000 a week or so.
Thank you. And with the J&J, that's a one-time vaccine for everybody. I was under the impression that was going to be going to private physician offices and out into the community. Will you be the ones responsible for distributing that, or will it come from the state to the private docs?
We'll have to ask that question, Dr. Warren. As I know today, what we have been doing here is agreeing if that 13,700 comes to Shelby County, what's the best mix so that we get it out? How much should the health systems get? How much should we put at those public pods that we call them? And how much should go to Christ Community for their community clinics? And how much should go to the private pharmacies? We haven't gotten down to the individual medical clinics yet, but I assume additional guidance will come on whether that's sourced from us or whether that will come from TDH.
I know doctors will be asking me, so when you know that, let me know. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Council Lady Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mayor Strickland and Chief McGowan. We appreciate you coming on. I had 3 questions. One is related to communication. How will communication be different or the same? Is there going to be the same website going to Shelby County, or will we have our own, and will it all be in one place? And how often will it be updated? Will you do press conferences, so on and so forth? Number 2, I want to know what is going to be the main difference in our coordination and distribution as it was previously. And number 3, how will you be working with SES, or will you be working with SES to ensure that our children have an opportunity to be vaccinated before going to school, or is that even a factor? Those are the 3 things.
Let me answer the second and third ones first, and then I'll ask Chief Madden to answer the first one. The last one, it's my understanding that children are not eligible to be vaccinated yet, that they're doing clinical trials on for a vaccine for children. I don't expect that to be ready till the fall. We will work as hard as we can to get the teachers vaccinated under an agreement that's already in place for all the school systems, public and private, in Shelby County. There's a plan that has been come up that the schools came up with in cooperation with the health department. We will execute on that plan. And then what will we do differently in the operation? A couple things. In the operation of the actual sites, we will enforce the rules that you have to have an appointment, that you cannot show up more than an hour early. And then we prefer to engage with the public before they get into the building itself to get their vaccinations. So we get their information well before they get in there. We find that works a lot better, and it's just quicker that way. I do look forward to the time that the state's sign-in software system is working, because Eventbrite is not a good system to handle these. Now, I do believe that we're going to have to do it for another 2 or 3 weeks until that state system we can access it. Before, big counties cannot access it yet because they still had some kinks to work out. The volume would be too much. I think that would be a significant improvement in operations and signing up and processing the paperwork to the state. And if I may turn over to Chief Madden on the communication side.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Logan, yes, our intention is to actually shift to the COVID-19 website that is already in existence, to update it on a regular basis. And when I say regular, I mean daily, in terms of scheduling. And also just in terms of information, you heard the mayor talking about data in terms of how smoothly the process is running, how long the wait times are. We will make sure that that data is available for the public to be able to see on a daily basis.
Okay, there is a one last follow-up to that. The hospitals, they had some type of program where you could find out what the wait time was in the emergency room. Is it likely that we could ever have something like that to where people could have that information, how long the waits are at the vaccination site?
I'm open to that. I'd have to check into it, but our goal is that you wouldn't have to be in any wait longer than an hour, because you're only supposed to be in line for an hour before. Okay. So if we do our job, you shouldn't need that, but I'm open to looking at that software if it's easy to access and easy to use.
But I'd rather that what you suggested, not being in line long at all. But I appreciate the update and the information and look forward to more streamlined process and for the city to do what you do best, coordinate and execute. Thank you so much. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mayor, Chiefs, thank y'all for coming on and briefing us on this. I look forward to the daily updates. There's no further business from this committee. We stand adjourned.